everyone. I'm really excited to present to you my Space Engine channel on YouTube. Space Engine is a universe simulator that lets you explore the entire known universe. Not only real celestial bodies that we have already discovered, but also procedural worlds, which are generated using artificial intelligence based on known scientific laws and principles. And it's really good because it not only lets you travel via spaceship using real spaceships that were created by both NASA and by private industry, but also freehand, which means you have no limitations of movement in any direction, go backwards and forwards in time to any planet, galaxy, or sun that you wish. You can even travel into black holes. I am actually using Space Engine to confirm some of my theories and ideas which I have published and will continue to publish on the origin and future of the universe. Basically, in my book, I conjecture on a new theory of everything. In my theory, each dimension can be analog to a primary color. In other words, in our universe, each spatial dimension will be equivalent to an additive primary color, red, green, or blue, with time as the background, black. With a complementary space-time universe, which consisted of dimensions that analog to subtractive primary colors, cyan, magenta, and yellow, with complementary time as the background, white. As one space expands in the one universe, the other contracts, and vice versa, with the arrow flow of time opposite to each other, but forward within each. It's been peer-reviewed, and it seems there's some excitement over this, as this would solve the dark matter, dark energy problem by unifying the strong nuclear force and gravity. The strong nuclear force is carried by gluons and color charge, and analoging dimensions to primary colors is gravity's version of color charge. So now we have a strong force gravity unification and electroweak unification which has already existed, so we just need to combine those two dualities. There are 4 layers to my omniverse, with universes of different dimensions in each layer. The number of dimensions in each layer bear a Pythagorean relationship to the other layers, and each universe has a parent superverse, from whose parent black hole it was created. If you loop through the entire hierarchy of universes, you end up back where you started. So the omniverse is not only cyclical in time, but also in space. By the way, if there are multiple timelines, they will be created right after the Big Bang by the force of inflation and be emergent, diverging timelines along 2 dimensions of time in Cartesian coordinates. Stephen Hawking has already conjectured about this in imaginary time, which consists of 2 axes of time which originated at the Big Bang. And if the cyclic model is correct, and dark flow does reverse the expansion of space, the timelines would converge once again with a big bounce as the universe deflated, rinse and repeat. The antiverse, which is the complementary universe, would have opposing cycles because the arrow of time is opposite compared to ours. And if there was some way to construct some sort of device, like a Stargate, to tap into the barrier which separates the 2 universes consisting of light, which does not experience the passage of time, then both time and long-distance space travel will become possible through the second temporal dimension, which keeps each timeline intact. Like according to Einstein, the past, present, and future all coexist, and it is we who move through them, so theoretically this should be possible. He also stated that the universe, or omniverse on a larger scale, created us in order to understand itself better, forming the framework for a cosmic collective mind, which encompasses not only humans, but animals, plants, alien life, even whole planets, which is a superverse form of Gaia theory, and even stars and galaxies. The only difference is the density of the level of consciousness. For example, plants, are much larger than any single life form, but their density of consciousness is much less, with their memories or their fossil records spread out over a much larger area. So any one spot on our scale is seemingly lifeless, but it's not. The planet consists of a complicated series of checks and balances and delicate interplay between different parts that can and should be considered alive. I guess I'll leave that for a sequel. But I have some more exciting news. Now, this news that I have is confirmation of a large part of my theory. It was published in Scientific American, an article listed as two futures explaining time's mysterious past. It is based on research done at Oxford, in the UK, by Dr. Julian Barber. Julian Barber and his colleagues argue that it is gravity, rather than thermodynamics, that draws the bowstring to let time's arrow fly. Looks like they also caught on to my idea that gravity and time are directly related, since time is just as out of place with the other three dimensions, and gravity is with the other three forces. And they published a carbon copy of my two-time-lane, two-universe theory from 10 years ago, which is quite interesting. I'm going to quote from the publication so that you can see the similarities to my theory. The theoretical claims put forward in the Physical Review Letters Journal could revolutionize the field of research into the origin and future of the universe. In the paper titled Identification of a Gravitational Arrow of Time, an international team of world-renowned scientists led by Oxford's Dr. Julian Barber challenged assumptions about the so-called arrow of time. The arrow of time is the theory that time is symmetrical and therefore time moves forward. They contend that there is no scientific reason that a mirror universe could not have been created where time moved in a distinct form opposite to our own. But in a quirk of science, it is thought that if a parallel universe did exist where time moved backward, any sentient beings there would consider that time in our universe in fact moved backwards. That is exactly what I wrote in my proof of concept for my book. So it is very good that colleagues have been finding out the same conceptual idea that I had and actually developing a mathematical framework for it. Anyway, back to space engine. So besides using space engine to confirm some of these ideas in terms of how matter is clumped in the universe, and to come up with new ideas for what the future of the universe might hold for us, as well as how it originated and any past cycle that existed, we can use space engine to test warp drives. The reason why I want to test warp drives is because it has come to my attention that the IIIb drive is actually feasible under some new ideas where it will require much less exotic matter in order to be workable. Basically, we're down from the mass of the planet Jupiter to the mass of the Voyager spacecraft. That is the amount of exotic matter that we need in order to make it work. So that is quite a sizable drop from what it was before. NASA has even drawn a framework for the IIIb drive Starship. This is very interesting, and it's one of the practical starships that are included with space engine. It's completely consistent with relativity. Now, the concept involves warping space. You contract the space in front of the ship and expand the space behind it. It's sort of like having a dish on a tablecloth. Instead of using your force or your hands to move the dish, you can move it by bending and folding the tablecloth. Contract the tablecloth in front of the dish and expand it behind it. That will automatically cause the ship to move without using propulsion. Now, the ship in Space Engine that uses this idea is the IIIs Enterprise. It's a conceptual interstellar spaceship designed by NASA scientist Dr. Harold White. It was revealed in 2013 and was designed for the goal of achieving warp travel. It makes use of a modified version of the IIIb drive, on which experiments are being run using interferometer to develop a proof of concept. The idea has been out since 2013, but in 2014, it was found that you could use less exotic matter in order to make this work. 1,600 hours have been spent on the conceptual artwork for it. CGI representation of the new vessel was designed, and the energy required to power the warp drive is approximately negative 700 kilograms. The ship has twin thick outer rings to reduce required energy to generate the warp field. A contraction of space and an expansion of space behind it. The space inside the rings is optimized to put more space for cargo, crew, and equipment. I have used this concept to journey to not just interstellar targets, but intergalactic targets. I've been to M31, the Andromeda Galaxy, M33, the Triangular Galaxy, and two other nearby galaxies, NGC 300 and NGC 55, which are both between 6 and 7 million light years away. That is the most I have gone so far, and I can do that in somewhere between 12 and 18 hours. 12 hours for the nearer targets that are within about 5 million light years, and slightly more for the ones that are around 7 million light years. And the way to do it is to have two engines on the ship. There's conventional engines which are responsible for acceleration, and there's the warp engines which are responsible for the bending and warping of space. So first you use the conventional engines, and you aim them in a proper direction to get them out of the solar system. And once you're out of the solar system, out of the gravitational force of the sun, then you can go into warp. Now you have to make sure you aim correctly at the target and use the conventional engines in order to fix any delta V or velocity errors that might be present. Now, you can, with the ship that I was using, you can go all the way up to warp 12. It's a logarithmic scale, which means that each increase is an exponent level over the past. So in other words, if you had, let's say, warp 3, it's twice as powerful as warp 2, and warp 4 is 4 times as powerful, for example. Warp 12, which is the highest speed, is what I use for intergalactic targets. And that is the fastest that this ship can achieve. I use that in conjunction with the conventional engine, and when I get to the target, I get out of warp, and I just use the conventional engine to do a tour of the galaxy, which proves to be quite interesting. So there are different things that this ship can do. The particular ship I picked can also do orbital travel. For example, you can do a tour of Saturn's rings or any other planet's rings, and you can also do a tour of the planet itself by flying over it. Using the procedural generator in Space Engine, I was able to locate what could be considered grassy planets in the Andromeda Galaxy, and I did a trip over one of these planets for 48 hours using this ship. It was quite interesting, and I found it to be very Earth-like, and so if such a planet does exist, it will quite possibly be a second home for humankind. So I hope you enjoyed Space Engine and all its features. I will try to update this intro every so often when I become aware of new features. Like, for example, I have not yet tried out some of the features involving docking spaceships or transitioning from one spaceship to another, because the spaceship I'm using currently is an all-in-one that can be used both for planetary travel, interstellar travel, and intergalactic travel. So, I hope that you enjoyed Space Engine, and if you have any questions, feel free to leave comments for me. I will answer them as quickly as possible. And you can find Space Engine at spaceengine.org. It is a free download, and I hope you enjoy it as much as I do. Thank you. Part 7 of the SE intro is just a quick update of certain features you might see on planets. For example, besides grass, you can find different colored minerals and rocks, especially if you find anything that's purple or green, that indicates plant life. Sometimes you'll see glowing lights. That I've only seen on Earth, but if you do find another planet with that, that is actually the algorithm for the AI that runs the program. indicates that's technological. So, but yeah, not natural. Other things that you might see are beautiful displays of aurora, both northern lights and southern lights, as well as different cloud formations. Weather is not currently simulated as far as things like rain and snow are concerned, but you will find puddle clouds and tornadoes and things like that. And we do also do different kinds of light effects, like halos or things like that, which involve ice crystals in the atmosphere. So you might find that of interest also. You can explore them with the station. You can basically fly right through any of these things, including the northern lights or the halos, the clouds, the tornadoes, and whatnot. Anyway, so hope you enjoy the program, and what I need to update, I will. Hi guys, this is an extra addendum. It is SC Intro Part 8, and this has to do with the default menus in Space Engine on the left and the right panel. On the left panel, when you want to look for an object, like Andromeda Galaxy, for example, M31, you would go to the magnification glass icon on the left side. That's Find Object. And you can find any object in there just by typing its letters. You can start typing it, and the list of objects and begin with those letters will automatically show up, and then you can choose amongst them. It also has other things like looking at particular planetary systems of certain stars, map of the universe. You can save your locations there, and various other functions. On the right side, you can select which objects you want to see, for example, nebula, comets, galaxies, star clusters, things like that. And the other thing that you can do on the menus is actually also select the screenshots to save. So, for example, if you like the view that you see, you can save it. There's also function key combinations that save them for a quicker way to do it. For example, for the screenshot saving method, you use F11. That saves it without the heads-up display information on each object. But if you want to save it with that information, you would do Control F11, for example. And so that is the way that you save screenshots, and then go into your screenshot folder. Okay, that's it for this update. So guys, this update is the 9th update in the Space Engine series, and this is for external programs that I like to use along with Space Engine. I do use Starry Night Pro, because it connects to my telescope, which is the Celestron 8 SE, and I can find any object on there going backwards and forwards from a million years in the past to a million years in the future, so you can see eclipses and other historical events that occurred at the time. That's Starry Night Pro Plus version 8, along with Space Engine Pro. The other thing that I like to use is I have my own program to make videos. It is OBS Studio. It is a free program, but it is feature-packed. It's probably the best one out there. And you can also save surround sound audio as well as full-screen video. And then I upload everything to YouTube. I have made 12-hour videos using that, and it's completely automated. I don't have to be at the screen for 12 hours. I can just let it run, and it does its thing, and then it automatically shuts off at the end of 12 hours. And it completely filters out external noise like fans, air conditioners, TV clips, even people talking in the background and whatnot. You only get the sound coming from your computer. Speakers are turned on. You still record the sound that goes directly through your sound card, which in my case is the Creative Audio RX 7.1 along with the Creative 7800 speaker set. And as far as the video is concerned, it will support multiple monitors up to 8K resolution, which is also the maximum resolution on Space Engine. So you can basically set everything up to high. I use ultra settings on my Space Engine, which is a preset, and everything records just fine. It doesn't really take up that much storage space. 12-hour video that I made using MP4 format and OGG for the audio only took up 15 gigabytes. So, and that's very impressive. 15 gigabytes for a 12-hour video. And that goes well within YouTube limits for how big the file can be that you can upload on there. And it takes about an hour to upload, which is fine. I can go to sleep while it does that. And then I can share that all across social media. Twitter, Facebook, anything, Facebook. Even my WordPress. Okay, that's it for this edition, which is the 9th in the Space Engine Intro series. See you next time. Okay guys, this is the 10th installment of the Space Engine Intro series. And in this one I'm going to cover another thermal program, and that is MSI Afterburner. Now what this does is it keeps track of your frame count, so you can actually set how many frames per second you want the program to be able to keep track of how much memory it is using, both video and regular RAM, and also temperatures on your CPU and your GPU. You have to also install, these are all free by the way, in addition to MSI Afterburner, ReaderTuner. And they both work really well together and both give you the heads-up display on the upper left-hand side of your screen, and which does not, by the way, show up in your videos using OBS, or your screenshots for that matter, so you don't have to worry about that. And also you can upload your screenshots, of course, to Steam using the F12. It's something else that you can do with CPUs. And so this is my 10th installment of the SE Intro series. See you next time. So, I just wanted to give you a quick update on the warp system in Space Engine compared to my theory that I've been working on in my book. I'm not really sure that the Space Engine model of warp problem would work as is. It seems like it would be more of an in-out thing rather than just going through it as if it was another dimension similar to ours. Because we are three-dimensional, spatial three-dimensional creatures, so any additional dimensions would not be something that we would be able to experience. But if other dimensions were traversable in hyperspace, since they wouldn't follow our concept of length, width, depth, etc., there would be no way for us to journey through them unless we carried our own bubbles that contain our own space-time. So instead, we would have our own micro-universes within these dimensions. And these bubbles would contain the three spatial dimensions of time that we're familiar with. This is the book I'm working on, and I'm actually at chapter 18 right now. In it, I created a story model of two universes with dimensions of one complementary to the other and reverse arrows of time, as I explained in the first part of this series. The reverse arrows of time are relative to each other, but both forward within themselves. It's like when you go to one of these airports, which you see in Europe, I think it's in Frankfurt, Germany, where you have these conveyor belts that carry people and luggage from one part of the airport to the other. Not all of these conveyor belts are going in the same direction, but everybody is face forward relative to their own conveyor belt. This is what arrows of time are like. So basically, with these two complementary universes, it would be like two conveyor belts going in opposite directions, but within each respective belt, everyone is facing forward. Makes sense, right? So basically, everybody in a particular universe is going forward in time, even though each universe has a different arrow of time. And in this particular case, they're going opposite. Now, the dimensions in these universes correspond to the color model that I did, which is the three additive primary colors, red, green, blue, corresponding to our spatial dimensions, and three subtractive primary colors, cyan, magenta, and yellow, which correspond to the spatial dimensions of the other universe in the toy model. Black corresponds to our time, and white to time in that other universe. As a complete unit, it would be cyclical. As one expanded, the other would contract and vice versa. As I had already stated, a few years after I started working on this, I actually saw a mathematical basis for the exact same model being developed independently by some physicists, and I reached out to them, and we have been corresponding on my WordPress blog. Now, as far as the way these universes would work, I could envision both space and time travel. If we found a way, a bridge between these two universes, and to use the analogy of the conveyor belt again, we could actually go to an earlier point in time. How would we do this? We would leave our conveyor belt, jump to the other conveyor belt in the aforementioned bubble, space-time bubble, so we would still be within our own dimensions inside this other universe, in that bubble. We would jump to the other conveyor belt, which was moving in the opposite direction relative to ours, and then jump back into our universe right after that. So basically going from one conveyor belt to one going the opposite direction, wait a little bit, and then jump back to ours would put us in an earlier point in our timeline. And it really sounds like a paradox, something that shouldn't be possible in reality, but I have a different way of looking at it because in my theory, we also have the two dimensions of time. Now, what that does is it means that we can nest multiple timelines in each universe. And these timelines are what I call timeverses, since they're own universes in their own right. Each would have a different outcome. So basically, when you jump back into your universe, you would be on a different timeline, one in which you were always destined to be on. Now, this is called superdimensionality as well as superdeterminism. Now, what superdeterminism is that every outcome is already planned out in advance. And this is something I had also heard of Cosmos with Neil deGrasse Tyson, where he talked about how quantum tunneling and quantum entanglement shows that two particles at opposite ends of the universe are connected. How is this possible? Basically, when something happens to one, it also happens to the other. There's only one way that this can be possible, and that is space-time itself is an illusion on the macroscopic level. On the basic fundamental level, everything is connected to each other. Therefore, these connections between two distant objects are entirely possible. And the other thing is with superdeterminism, this connection always existed because the past, the present, and the future all coexist. So basically, when they appear to be much closer in the past, that linkage has survived into the future because it's all past, present, and futures coexist. That linkage still exists today because it's always existed. Because the future has always existed. Now, you may say, what does this do to free will? Free will itself is an illusion of sorts, because we think that we have the power to decide what we're going to do, but really we've already made that decision because the future has already happened. Therefore, the illusion of choice doesn't exist, and the illusion of a future that hasn't happened yet doesn't exist. It also explains certain things on behavioral intuition. With regards to, let's pick the time of the landscape. Time of the landscape records a value in it. Sometimes, some of us may be able to climb over the hills and see further ahead in time. That's the future. The future has already happened. If we climb the hill, we see further ahead to that future which has already happened. That's how we experience it. Because the elevation of time is different for different people, and for different parts of the time space that you're on. For example, in noetics, there is a way to predict when bad things are going to happen. You measure the general emotional state of the human population. Predicted things like 9/11, predicted things like the big tsunami in 2004 in Indonesia. The way it does it is it records people's emotional state in advance, and when you see a big dip, it shows that people are dreading or anticipating certain events, certain big events that are going to happen. You also see this in the animal kingdom. For example, we had an earthquake here on the East Coast back in August of 2012. Animals, the Washington Zoo, was documented on video, were apprehensive, basically going crazy. Specifically two species. One was the orangutan, and the other one was a species of bird, one of those parrots that come from Africa. I believe is the great parrot. Extremely intelligent. More than mimic, can invent their own words and understands the concept of zero and things like that. Now, these animals were going crazy 30 minutes prior to the earthquake as documented by tourists who were then wondering what was happening. Of course, 30 minutes after that, there was a 5.8 earthquake that was so popular. The other big example was the tsunami in 2004 in Indonesia, elephants and other animals were actually heading for the hills hours prior to the tsunami, where people were setting themselves on the beach was really the reason why people are less in touch with these feelings and intuitions of these things is because as we grow up, we become more hated by our society and lose our basic instincts that we had when we were little. If we could find a way to have benefits of society and still preserve those natural instincts, then we would be much better off as a species, probably much more survivable in the long run. Okay, that is it for this video. And I also want to add that now survivability is a great filter, and one reason why if we don't find any other sentient species in the universe ecological, because we do have sentient species on the planet. Animals are, and many plants are sentient. Trees nurture each other through their roots and support each other when one is sick. Basically, they're intelligent and sentient just in a different way compared to us. And bees and flies are intelligent because of their culture, of hives, and how they communicate with each other and communicate advanced scientific techniques as in meteorology, wind direction, astronomy, star position, etc., the position of the sun in regards to where their new hive is located. So yes, and there is definitely animal intelligence. Of course, elephants, with the way they mourn for their dead, they're going to return to the same site year after year, and it's social structure. Of course, primates, and already mentioned parrots, and many other creatures are highly intelligent. But we're talking about technological species. Dolphins with the water are also extremely intelligent, but they don't have hands because they're in the water, so they're creating technology, obviously. And all these creatures have at least 4 or 5 year level of intelligence. And of course, their intelligence is but if we don't find any technological species in the universe, it probably means that most of them die out and they're unsustainable before they reach the level that they can actually travel through the universe. So that is a dire warning against things like climate change, ignorance in science in general, overpopulation, and short-term instant gratification and things like that our species has been guilty of and is actually even more guilty of in the past century, where we created mass extinction where 2/3 of the species on this planet, plant and animal, are expected to be extinct by the year 2100. We need to stop all these things and be more sustainable, basically, in a way, combining the benefits of industry and also of indigenous cultures, which to preserve the environment, and we're not as polluting as we are, of course, having plastic or fossil fuels, at least in a large quantity, like we have been doing. And also we can go into health, things like processed food, obesity, diabetes, things like that. Organic farming is far better. The way we used to do it had far less health conditions back then, or BMI index, of course, and things like that. So all these things will be discussed in the future. This was my 11th recording for Space Engine videos. See you all soon. This is the 7th update to my healthy intro series, and in this one I will discuss even more proof for the cyclic model of the universe. Now, the cyclic model of the universe, of course, not only do artificial universes, our own universe, had previous states before the Big Bang. That's why it's called the Big Bounce. It solves the singularity problem, which is also, by the way, solved by the fact that in quantum cosmic loop cosmology, we have space-time as discrete units of 10 Planck size. What that does is when a black hole collapses, or the universe collapses, there is no singularity because there is a minimum size, so there is never an infinite density in the universe. Basically, gravity becomes a repulsive force, which is also predicted by relativity. When the universe gets to a small enough size and goes from 3 spatial dimensions to 2 spatial dimensions, as well as the fact that we have evidence of this in high-energy cosmic rays from the universe, which only seem to have 2 degrees of freedom, meaning basically 2 dimensions, not 3. And that's 8 dimensions. So basically, you'd have a previously collapsing universe that then big bounced and created ours, which is still cyclic and will keep doing the same thing. Now, in this case, what happens is, as the universe expands, we go through a period called inflation, we reach homeostasis, where it'll stop expanding and then it'll contract again. What will create this contraction or deflation is going to be dark energy, which sounds counterintuitive because dark energy is supposed to do the opposite thing. It's supposed to cause unlimited expansion. But as the universe expands, it would actually reach a level where everything was so far away from each other that dark energy became an attractive force, not a repulsive force that would draw everything back together again. It's like a seesaw going back and forth. Now, the way that this would work is, and the way that we showed it is with quantum gravity, would be the time before the Big Bang. And it's the oscillatory universe and the Big Bang theories. Now, the proof is that the cosmological constant is not a value of 1 or 0, which is what we would expect if it was a single universe. It actually has a very low non-zero value, which is more of something we would expect if it is something that changes with each cycle of the universe and is gradually winding down. Once it reaches 0, then the universe will no longer expand, but then the universe will create so many baby universes inside black holes that you would basically carry on the cosmic DNA of our universe. That's another idea for another time, because then we can connect that to Smolin's idea of basically having the ability of the universe being passed down from other universes to daughter universes. Now, one of the main problems with the Big Bang theory is that at the moment of the Big Bang, there is a singularity of zero logarithmic infinite energy, but this is solved with this minimum size of space-time, then Planck lines, which gets to infinite energy and infinite density and things like that. So this would not be the end of physics as we know. And this is why we expect the quantum gravity to become important and avoid the singularity. Quantum cosmology shows that previously existing universe collapsed, not to the point of singularity, but to the point where the quantum effects of gravity became so strongly repulsive that the universe rebounds back out, forming a new branch, a new cycle. Throughout this collapse and bounce, the universe and the evolution of it is unitary. Some properties of the universe that collapsed form ours can also be determined. But some properties are determinable due to uncertainty. The uncertainty principle, of course, is when partially weakened with an idea that we can actually determine both position and property and location of an object, but it still is at least somewhat workable. Now, with time being cyclic, our universe will eventually stop expanding and then contract. Before becoming a singularity, as you would expect from black hole theory, the universe would bounce. The reason why it bounces is because singularity violates some of our thermodynamics, so it has to bounce in order to avoid that. And the big crunch would be avoided because gravity becomes repulsive at those small sizes and would create a new Big Bang. In this case, it's actually a big bounce. Now, just because the universe is cyclic doesn't mean the exact same thing is happening in each universe, each cycle of the universe. The history is evolving pyramids. The reason why is, there's certain random things that change from each cycle. So, there's no reason why you would have an exact copy. It's at different timelines. There's something that's going to be a little bit different. Nikodym Papalovsky, who's one of my favorites in terms of being able to show that quantum mechanics and relativity can be combined, showed that black hole cosmology universe and black hole cosmology universe actually unifies relativity and quantum mechanics. This creates a way for an interaction to avert the Big Bang singularity, replacing it with a cusp-like bounce at a minimum scale factor of 10 Planck lines, before which the universe is contracting. This scenario explains why the present universe at its largest scales appears spatially flat, homogeneous and isotropic, providing a physical alternative to cosmic inflation. Now, cyclic models do the universe with different states. To simplify the view uses two states, high energy and low energy, lowest possible energy. One is the expanding state and one is the contracting state. Now, once the universe contracts far enough, it gets re-energized, causing a big bounce. The entropic state of energy will reside in the lower energy state, meaning that the act of energy ooze to the true vacuum. This would cause the universe to spontaneously tunnel to the true vacuum, and this is the energy that's actually fueling the bounce. Now, string theory, and specifically this string theory landscape, of 10 to the power 500 different universes, also predicts with each cycle of the universe taking about 1 trillion years, 10 to the power 12. The amount of matter and radiation in the universe is reset, but the cosmological constant is not. Instead, the cosmological constant gradually diminishes over many cycles, and the small value observed today and it's continuing to decrease. One of my favorite models that I've been working with is the Graham-Thompson model, which uses dark energy. Now, the way it works is this variety of dark energy is called phantom energy. In this model, just before the universe gets torn apart, a turnaround occurs and only one causal patch is replaced. That's our universe. This scenario has no particles, no quarks, no leptons, no force-carrier, only dark energy, and its entropy thereby vanishes. The adiabatic process of contraction in this much smaller universe takes place with constant vanishing entropy of no matter, including no black hole, which disintegrated will turn around. This is the general idea of the universe coming back empty, and avoids many difficulties confronting matter and contracting phase, such as excessive structure formation, proliferation, expansion of black holes, as well as going through phase transitions, or quantum thermodynamics or electroweak respiration. Any of those would have produced an unlocked premature bounce, simply to avoid violation of the second law of thermodynamics. This surprising condition may be logically inevitable in a truly infinite liquid cosmology because of the entropy problem. Now, black hole cosmology, which is the idea of the universe inside a black hole, is popularized by Nikodym Poplawski. And this argues that the Hubble radius of the observed universe is equal to its Schwarzschild radius, the product of its mass. This is indeed known to be the case, and is not a coincidence, even though some have considered it such. Nikodym Poplawski showed how this unifies quantum mechanics and relativity. He observed the universe in the interior of a black hole existing as one of many, possibly many, inside a large universe, or multiverse or omniverse. According to general relativity, the gravitational collapse of a sufficiently compact mass forms a singular Schwarzschild black hole. It actually forms a Einstein-Rosen bridge, or wormhole. Schwarzschild wormholes and Schwarzschild black holes are different mathematical solutions of general relativity. For distant observers, the exteriors of both solutions, same mass, are indistinguishable. Einstein theory extends general relativity by removing a constraint of the symmetry and its asymmetric part, and it becomes a dynamical variable. Torsion naturally accounts for the quantum mechanical intrinsic angular momentum spin of matter. The minimal coupling between torsion generates a repulsive interaction. This interaction prevents the formation of a gravitational singularity. This is what creates the big bounce. The all is connected. Black holes, big bounce, cyclic model, everything is connected. Instead, the collapsing matter reaches its enormous but finite density and rebounds, forming the other side of the wormhole of the Einstein-Rosen bridge, which grows as a new universe. Accordingly, the Big Bang was a non-singular big bounce, at which the universe had a finite minimum scale factor. So all of this is brought together by quantum cosmology, 10 minimum Einstein's discrete size for space-time. This is all I've been discussed in my book, all the way back to when I first started writing it back in 2009. 12 years now. So, Amy. Nicholas Poplawski actually studied at Indiana University to give a background on him. And this is what he's most widely noted for, that our universe may be located within a black hole, which is itself consisting of an even larger universe, or superverse as I call it. This proves that black holes are not gravitational singularities and follows a lot of the paradoxes from physics. And also the quantum, the cosmological constant problem, which low non-zero value is solved by the universe being cyclic. It provides a theoretical explanation based on space-time torsion for a cosmological scenario of universes that was also proposed by Lee Smolin in his quantum evolutionary or cosmic evolutionary formula. This is why our universe has life in it. It's basically something that it inherited from a previous universe and it can pass down. Now, based on the analysis of Einstein's theory of gravity, as a result of torsion and particle spin, Poplawski suggests that when matter density reaches more than about 1,050 kilograms per cubic meter inside a black hole, torsion manifests itself as a force that counteracts gravity. And that rather than forming a singularity, it quickly rebounds like a coiled spring to which pressure has been applied. Poplawski theorized that this extraordinary level of torsion may account for what is observed as the current expansion of the flat, homogeneous, and isotropic universe, the prevailing explanation for which is known as cosmic inflation. So this also explains the rotation of a black hole will influence the space-time inside it. Curl black holes, remember that, curl black holes, which I discussed in the first part of the series, resulting in the preferred direction within our universe. And of course, if there was a complementary universe, it would be the opposite direction. Also explaining the arrow of time being in opposite direction. And therefore, Poplawski suggested that observable anomalies in the rotation of spiral galaxies and violations of symmetry, Lorentz symmetry, might provide evidence for his theory. Neutrinos, which have been observed oscillating from one type to another, have been suggested as the occurrence of such a violation. The theory further suggests that every black hole becomes a wormhole and that contains a new expanding universe, which forms from the big bounce in the black hole. So it's a part of the Kerr metric. Remember that. For black holes. Black holes at the center of the Milky Way with other galaxies may thus be bridges to other universes. Accordingly, our own universe may be the interior of a black hole existing inside another universe. This is mind-blowing. I will give you some time to absorb all this, and perhaps read my series. It's on Scribd. It's called the Origin series. It's also on my WordPress blog and on my show blog. So feel free to read it there. I have published the first 17 chapters on all those sites. And once everything's put together, there will be a full-form book. I expect it to be at least 30, maybe even 40 chapters. So I'm about a little bit less than halfway done, probably. But feel free to read what I've already written and comment on it if you want. I'll continue this series at a later time. I think it should be enough for now. So have yourselves a great day. And I'll update you when I think to add more. Stay safe. Hi all, this is Lucky Part 13 of the FE Intro series. And in this, I will discuss a couple of things that I was remiss not to mention earlier. One is the actual shape of the universe. Now, going through different types of shapes of possible ideas that the universe was, we came across two that were particularly interesting. One of them was a sphere, which would be extending outward from the center, the so-called center, which actually does not exist. The sphere would only be the universe on the surface, and the center would be where the Big Bang or Big Bounce occurred, and extending outward from that point. Now this would be a four-dimensional sphere, also known as a globe or hypersphere. The other shape is a torus. Torus is a donut. Again, the center would be where the Big Bang or Big Bounce occurred, and it would actually be the surface of the torus and extending outward. Basically, the shape of the universe depends upon whether you look at it as something that has a boundary, in other words, it ends somewhere, or it does not have a boundary. Now, the fact that the universe, if it doesn't have a boundary, does not mean that it could be a four-dimensional version of the Earth, which is that if you keep going in one direction, you end up where you started. That's my theory. And looking at the different shapes, one that particularly stuck out to me was one that Roger Penrose's famous physicist found interesting as well. It is the top vibration. It is a shape that comes up again and again in quantum mechanics. And the reason why it called out to me is when I looked at this shape, it basically looks like a bundle of fibers extending outward from the center, emerging, getting further and further apart with each other, each fiber separating, going to a maximum length as it expands, and then slowly converging back in towards the center again. What does this remind you of? It's telling me what the different fibers of timeline of the universe would be like as they expand outward into the Big Bang or Big Bounce, reach a maximum point, and then converge back in. This is exactly what I believe the universe looks like. Looking at it as a whole from the outside like that clearly shows that all versions of time, all the timelines, past, present, futures, all coexist. But this is not something that can be experienced unless you're outside the universe. It also shows that the different timelines are separated in second dimension time. And the center is not just where the big bounce that links us to our parent universe or superverse. Just like string theory predicted. When you look at the universe that way, that shows you what it actually looks like if you were in the superverse, which would be a vibration of the curved black hole of the larger universe. Just like negative velocity predicted. And of course, our universe is generating its own daughter universes that would spin similarly and have similar shape to ours. All universes like this, we don't know. There could be some random conditions or other situations, mutations even, just like there's biological mutations. The universe is different shapes. Some of it might not be so stable, might not last very long, might collapse after themselves quickly, depending upon their own inner conditions like the four forces and different values, different constants, etc., etc., etc. But this is what I believe are the different concepts. Alright, that was the shape of part 13. What the number of the universe. Well, next. This is part 14 of my SE intro series. And in this part, I also have to correction to warp scale in space engine spaceships. Earlier, we had talked about the logarithmic scale, which is true, it is a logarithmic scale, it's just not based on the number 2, it's based on the number 10. So, warp 6 would be 1 followed by 6 zeros, or 1 million times the base speed. Not the speed of light, the base speed, which is the speed of the conventional engine. So multiply that by 1 million, and you get a warp factor of 6. The conventional limit of the spaceships in space engine is warp 12, and 1 followed by 12 zeros is 1 billion. So that would be a trillion times the engine of the main engines in the ship. Conventional. The higher side down is 10 to the power 20 or what? Number is, let's see, that would be trillion is 10 to the 12, you know, so trillion is 10 to the 13, and trillion simply 18, that would be 100 quintillion times the speed of the conventional engine. We only found a couple of ships that were at high speed, right? The latest Einstein ships, the Enterprise 30 and the Dragon 5. These ships are strictly for interstellar space travel and not be used to fly on the planet because they're planet or crash related to the planet. We don't know. Okay. Thanks. See you all next. Alright, so this is part 15 of the Ocean Intro series. And this one, I'll just postulate around what actually causes the universe to be generated inside a black hole. Now, it could just be the spin of a pure black hole that causes it to happen. Or, there is another theory out there which has been supported by supercomputer simulation. The collision of two supermassive black holes, which often happen when two galaxies interact. For example, the galaxy energy it is the largest galaxy we know, means with a trillion stars. Giant perfect galaxy. It has swallowed so many galaxies whole. And what happened is their black hole collapsed into the black hole of the sun. So the energy, the action of these large galaxies colliding and coalescing, the black holes combined, we see could be the force and energy that is needed to generate enough spin through the torque necessary to generate black holes inside the second dimensionalized particular that's our super black hole, supermassive black hole of such a galaxy. You could also have a more ordinary black hole with back enough for all the mathematics, for example, through the part of primary sources, meaning it's not follow the matter from their partner star. And that's the point. I mean, maybe the amount of matter that they swap, the amount of energy that they consume, can decide what type of universe it is. We don't have to classify it as the end of this problem, or ways like that. I mean, the wave, the bubbles in me, and the circles in me, the magical background has said that might be the only way. So, and we would think of our own universe, we would see that one of the black holes, you see super characteristics. We have to see we count 40 million over for a feeding cycle. We can do cosmic DNA of the creative safety cycle. We will have something like this. Who knows? But it's always not the same. Alright. part 15 series. This is part 16 of the SE intro series, and just a quick update on the hot vibration we discussed earlier, part 14, and the Warhol at the center of it. Now, is this a version of Warhol? Don't know yet. Your simulation show that total energy that we don't know that actually happened. Other studies have shown that has been there, especially if you are plenty of examples. That's another possibility. The other interesting is we could actually have, instead of just choosing the words to kind of complementary, we could actually have four. So we would have universe, obviously we have complementary universe, like the antiverse, which is antimatter, which is harmful, and the complementary dimension, which stays on top of, CMY, for RGB, a light vector, like larger dot. So it would be subtracted or additive. And you also have mirror matter. So you can have the mirror matter universe and a complementary mirror matter. Mirror matter universe. Times the same total time, RGB, for the spatial dimension, for the time dimension, CMY for the spatial dimension, and light for the time dimension, for the reverse error of time in the negative mirror universe. That way, instead of two universes, you have four universes, all share the same Warhol. And at least between these four, you should be able to theoretically converge them. But that would be a possibility. Now, perhaps going outside of this into a different structure universe, I would call it the polar structure, the different early polar. That is also a possibility. Thank you all for part 16 of the SE intro. Part 17 of the SE intro series matches the 17 chapters of the book I have completed so far for the Origin series. In this part, we discuss the four-way shape of the local omniverse that I just described for previous. Each of these, the universe, the antiverse, the mirrorverse, and the anti-mirrorverse, will all lead in the story forward of all of their shapes to the hot vibration connected to the center of each, where the original Big Bang, each of these will be hot vibrations with their own separate timelines, emerging from converging back into the universe and the mirrorverse, since the boats flow in the same direction, they will go through that off at the same time, while the antiverse and anti-mirrorverse will undergo it on our universe. Instead of the opposite, one will be close. So all these are connected. We should be able to journey through the different timelines, through the second time limit, as well as into their state. All dimensions, especially going into the antiverse and the anti-mirrorverse. Or anything outside of that, local omniverse, it might be either 4 or 6 according to string theory, and it will still likely be bubble heat energy to go to the center. And how to do this as necessary. Chapter 17 of the SE intro series. Hi guys, I just wanted to describe the way starring out classified planet planets that are habitable. Now, we're talking about planets that contain Earth similarity, but they're high enough to be habitable in the solar system. You'll find that in the header of display there are 4 different types of habitable planets. There's unicellular, typical life, unicellular conventional life, multicellular conventional life, which are both organic types, and unicellular and multicellular exotic life. The difference between the unicellular, multicellular, is self-explanatory. Unicellular, simple, single-celled organisms. Multicellular would be like plants, animals, etc. Now, conventional life and exotic life. The exotic life would be inorganic life, like carbon, like oxygen, what we previously used silicon, which is the same periodic element as carbon as well. So we have to look out for that, any kind of light that looks like it's a mineral, that stands out, different colors, like purple, etc. We were kind of aware on Earth about what actually be like the aerial life in the atmosphere, which we keep it for. So you have the unicellular organic, multicellular exotic, and multicellular. Basically, like I know the one thing, honestly we can't tell what we haven't found it yet. Limit exploration of what we don't even know if these people who have decided to have. But the latter part of the would show that other kinds of animals will likely to better suitable for like the purpose basically or resource kinds of across its whole surface, like maybe like one. More about that than would. Hey, so I'm doing a new version of part 19 of the SE intro series because I have some exciting new information to add. This is concerning the IIIb drive and the fact that new information has come to light that it no longer requires negative energy. Now, let's go back a little bit. The IIIb drive gets around the relativity limit of the speed of light by compressing the space in front of the drive and expanding the space behind it. Therefore, you reduce the distance to your target without exceeding the speed of light. That way, you get to your destination faster than light would because the amount of space in front of you is decreased since it's compressed. The only issue, the only barrier was you need negative energy in order to do this. Now, to create negative energy, a warp drive would use a huge amount of mass to create an imbalance between particles and antiparticles. For example, if an electron and an anti-electron appear near the warp drive, one of the particles would get trapped by the mass, and this results in an imbalance. This imbalance results in negative energy density. IIIb's warp drive would use this negative energy to create the space-time bubble. But for a warp drive to generate enough negative energy, you would need a lot of matter. IIIb estimated that a warp drive with a 100-meter bubble would require the mass of the entire visible universe. The held light we talked about before reduced this amount by changing the shape of the warp drive into a ring with a different amount of volume, larger volume compared to the surface area on the outside. So now, with the updated numbers from 2011, you now only require the amount of negative energy that's the mass equivalent of the spacecraft Voyager, which is a significant, a more attainable goal than the mass of the entire visible universe. Trust me on that. But now, we have a new update. Based on research conducted over the past year, and a couple of recent papers, you might not require any negative energy at all. Eric Lentz provided a solution that seems to bring warp drives closer to reality. He proposed a solution that did not require negative energy. He used a different geometric approach to solve the equations of general relativity, which, after all, rely on geometry, the shape of the universe, the curvature of space-time. And that geometry changes depending on perspective. And this is exactly what he did. By changing his perspective and using a different geometric approach, he found that a warp drive wouldn't need to use negative energy at all. His solution, Eric Lentz's solution, would allow the bubble to travel faster than the speed of light without negative energy. Very important. Now we have to point out that these exciting developments are mathematical models. You can't fully trust models until we have experimental proof. Yet the science of warp drives is coming into focus. It's getting clearer by the day. This is innovative thinking in the highest form. And in the words of Captain Picard, things are only impossible until they are not. Now, I wanted to quote from this paper. It's an excellent paper published on March 9th, 2021. Breaking the Warp Barrier, Hyperfast Solitons and Einstein-Maxwell Plasma Theory. This is the paper that I'm talking about. And here's an abstract from it. Solitons in space-time capable of transporting time-like observers at superluminal speeds have long been tied to violations of the weak, strong, and dominant energy conditions of general relativity. The negative energy sources required for these solitons must be created through energy-intensive, uncertainty principle processes, as no such classical source is known in particle physics. This paper overcomes this barrier by constructing a class of soliton solutions that are capable of superluminal motion and sourced by purely positive energy densities, so no negative energy required. The solitons are also shown to be capable of being sourced from the stress energy of a conductive plasma in classical electromagnetic fields, also very important, very conventional sources. This is the first example of hyperfast solitons resulting from known and familiar sources, reopening the discussion of superluminal mechanisms rooted in conventional physics. This is truly groundbreaking, and that's why I quoted it for my series. And this will be the next breakthrough in warp drives, and I can't wait. Hopefully the engine that I designed will be able to take advantage of this new breakthrough, and we can hit the ground running. Or flying. That way. So that is the exciting portion of the update. Now, we're going to get to the more, I would say, mundane part of the update, but also pretty interesting. And in this part of the update, I am going to talk about Space Engine's bottom right menu, which I had not discussed previously. Bottom right menu gives us the ability to do certain things to the display. Now, basically, when you look at the display, it's a type of camera, virtual camera, actually multiple cameras. But the display itself, the main display, you can change its settings as far as HDR, auto exposure, and exposure compensation are concerned, using the plus/minus buttons in the bottom right menu. So you can suit the exposure to taste. I usually leave it on auto exposure and HDR because I like the maximum dynamic range. I love the camera and adjust the exposure accordingly, but you can change it, like if it's nighttime on a planet and you want to see your surroundings, you can adjust the exposure compensation to account for that. Or decrease it if you're near a really bright sun and you want to decrease the brightness, reduce the glare. Now, there are other plus-minus indicators in that bottom right menu. One of them is for the field of view, which is another camera term, or telescope eyepiece term. If you increase the field of view, you're zooming out, so you see more with the camera. If you decrease the field of view, you're zooming in. It's like using a zoom lens. And there, you actually see a smaller field of view, but everything is magnified. Now, the magnitude, plus minus, refers to the magnitude of stars or celestial objects. When you increase the limited magnitude, you see more stars, dimmer stars. The field can become crowded. Also has a bit of an impact on resources. And more memory is required to display the extra stars. And likewise, when you decrease the limited magnitude, you only see the really bright stars, and that's less impactful on resources. Use less memory. Now, back to FOV for a second for the field of view. This also applies to spaceship. So when you're like in the cockpit of your spaceship, and you decrease the field of view with more of a zoomed-in view, so you don't see the borders of the cockpit windows, for example. And if you increase the field of view, you zoom out. So basically, your console and things like that look smaller because they seem further away. And you see more of the cockpit area. That might give a more pleasant view. A lot of the ships in Space Engine, while it does have a default view of 45 degrees, if you're doing a cockpit view, they look a lot better from, let's say, 65 to 80 degrees. The maximum, of course, is 120 degrees. And the minimum is you can pretty much go down all the way down to 1 degree. And as far as the magnitude, the default limiting magnitude is 7, and you can go as high as you want. I have my Gaia add-on installed for 13th magnitude, so that's the highest that I would go. Or you can go all the way down to what's called first magnitude, so you only see the 20 brightest stars in the sky. That's a very boring deal. You only see the brightest stars. Okay, guys, so that is a summary of the exciting new breakthrough in Altuve's warp drive, and also the stuff about the bottom right menu, which you don't use a lot, so I decided to update that part now. Now, as far as the exciting new developments with the warp drive are concerned, I will put all that information, the articles, papers, on my WordPress blog, on my Twitter, on my Shutterfly, and on my script. And those are the locations where you can find my writing, my book, 20 chapters, with a round tree introduction and conclusion, and other material, reference material, and sources for my writing. Everything is kept up to date, and since this is a quickly evolving field, keep checking back, because it will always keep changing. Okay, thank you all for watching the series, and next will be for the time being, the last part of the series, part 20. And please forgive me, I know I sneezed a couple of times in the episode. I was suffering from ragweed, since I have been recording this in my garden, and the ragweed is active. But as you see now, since this was recorded after 20, I am doing just fine. I figured I'd leave the sneezing part in part 20 because it was pretty amusing. I would wake any of you up who were bored by my soliloquy. So, we'll talk to you soon, and I will keep updating this as time allows, and new information is provided. See you all later. Feel free to comment on any of my social media outlets. Oh, and my YouTube videos. This is part 20 of my healthy intro installments, and this will be the last one for a while because I just wanted to complete the last chapter that I've done in my book so far. This one is about the fractal universe. Now, when you look at the universe, it seems to work on many different scales, which is quite intriguing. For example, the structure of the atom, the structure of the solar system, the structure of the galaxy. They all have a small, dense nucleus. In the case of the solar system, it's the sun. In the case of the galaxy, it's the supermassive central black hole. And in the case of the atom, it's the nucleus, the proton. And in all three cases, they are orbited by even smaller bodies. In the case of the atom, electrons. In the case of the solar system, it's the planet. And in the case of the galaxy, it's the stars. So you see, they're all very similar on different scales. And different forces do this as far as keeping everything intact. In the case of the atom, it's the nuclear force. In the case of the solar system, it's gravity, and it's gravity and dark matter in the case of the galaxy. But it's interesting that this structure is what the universe has settled upon as being the one that is basing everything off of. This practicality also extends to our brain. When you compare the substructure of the brain to the structure of the universe, the superclusters of galaxies, they are startlingly similar, especially in terms of how matter is arranged and how synapses and neurons are arranged in our brain. It actually matches what dark matter has done as far as organizing the structure of our universe, and dark energy with large gaps or synapses in between. What does this all mean? Well, I've been saying for a while how the universe created us in order to understand itself better. It's about the structure that's practically built so similar intuition in this way, because our brain structure resembles the structure of the universe so remarkably. The universe understood itself through us and used intuition to achieve great leaps of logic. And not only that, also be able to tell when something might happen before it actually happens, since all past, present, and futures coexist. So it should be able to climb the temporal landscape and see further ahead. In addition to that, you notice how clusters of galaxies are networked, connected to each other? Human brains could be like that also. Our brains could be nodes connected to other humans. Humans who are closest to us, our family, our close friends, etc. We can tell when something is about to happen to them first, because they are the ones who are connected most closely to us, even if not physically, emotionally. And this is exactly how quantum entanglement works. Two particles so closely connected that when something happens to one, it immediately happens to the other, no matter how far away it is. And this brings me to the concept of how this occurs. Micro wormholes in the quantum scope at the very basic level of the universe, tiny holes that can transport virtual particles basically anywhere in the universe, no matter how far away the entry point and the destination point might be. This is how quantum mechanics works. Why space and time don't really mean anything at the very basic level, because everything is connected through quantum tunneling and information transfer, microtubules, and quantum entanglement. This is how our brain could work also, and how we could actually get information from widely separated sources in an instant. Another example of this is a neutrino particle called the sterile neutrino. The sterile neutrino actually had traveled backwards in time, it is theorized, because it made use of quantum. And neutrinos come in two basic flavors. Its sterile neutrino is the fourth flavor, which must be a component of dark matter. And it can travel through quantum flow, but actually be able to reach its destination before Earth without like a paradox. But it actually worked with multiple timelines. Causality would be violated because it could merely travel between the timelines in the second temporal dimension. Which would explain how and where dark matter hasn't been detected if it comes from other timelines, and maybe even other parts of the fully colder multiverse. We just don't have the means to detect particles like that. Yet. But with our dark matter detectors, eventually we should be able to detect changes in causes in its surroundings. Now, I want to also illustrate how all principles are connected that we talked about. The universe being inside a black hole inside a larger universe in particular is actually closely connected to the holographic principle. The holographic principle states that the universe is a 2D surface on a black hole in a larger universe. How does this work? Well, think of the universe as a simulation. The third dimension was actually created on the surface of this black hole. Sounds perplexing. Well, think about it. If the universe is expanding, it needs expanding into this larger universe's exponential. If it's a 2D surface, then the point of origin or the big bang should be in the middle of the black hole, and the surface expanding outward in the actual universe itself. Now, for this surface to be two-dimensional, it means the other dimension gets created by the superverse. And so we cannot experience that directly, at least not yet, until we create our 3D space-time bubble. It would be very much like the allegory of the cave. We are shadows. That's how our information is transmitted. We are shadows of the world of the cave. That's how we experience reality. We don't get to see everything. No, we see hints of what lies beyond it. The underlying elegant universe. Created in simplicity and eloquence, with arises in elegance. Now, another thing of how everything is connected is the Hopf vibration. The Hopf vibration is composed of fluid torrences, as I have discussed in the 4-week global multiverse. This is how everything gets transported between our local multiverse. All the 4 Hopf vibrations connect to each other through the central wormhole, the mid-bounce area. That's how everything gets transported, and the different time versions of the time rate, the time excuse. So everything gets transported back and forth through the time versions, which makes it really interesting and how everything works. Another interesting point is that black holes unify all forces within, which is why they seem to be singularities. Now, going back to the idea of black holes containing universes, black hole cosmology. The reason why they seem to be singularities is because part of the universe, everything is unified. If their symmetry broke, all forces, all dimensions were one. Since we can't see that far back yet, this is what they seem like. This is what the universe looked like at the beginning. And when we look into a black hole, we are seeing the beginning of a new universe, frozen in time, because we are on the outside looking in, so we cannot see what's happening inside as the internal universe, the main universe is expanding and changing. That symmetry is breaking. we have our frozen moment in time from the outside looking in, just like anyone who was in the superworld looking at the black hole that's on our universe would see us. They would see us as a hot vibration as a person in the of development. That is what computer simulations show. This is why, at that instant of time, black holes look like everything. That's what they look like. And back to the idea of the hot vibration being composed of linked torus as well as over multiverses. The greatest evidence of that is the fact that our Planck family and our other studies have shown that torus is exactly what a universe looks like. And hot vibration is a link connection between different torus. In this case, there will be four, which makes it so intriguing. And the center would be that wormhole that we have been talking about. That transports everything throughout the local or the multiverse. Actually, we should be calling it a wormhole because it is the world greater than the original world of the entire structure. And I would like to thank everyone for listening or watching. And there is particular thing I would like to say about how magnificent our universe is. Take a breath of life. How great it is. And you can extend that to the omniverse. It has a beauty of its own. Like a fractal, whose repeating patterns create unexpected combinations of complexity that retain hints of the underlying original. Basic simplicity, yet evolved into elegance. Thank you all, and remember to watch me on the Science Channel. I will have a 20-part series that summarizes the 20 chapters of my new book about the universe and beyond, the origins of the omniverse. Also find me on Scribd and WordPress and Shutterfly, and be sure to leave me comments. Oh, and don't forget to watch my YouTube videos and leave the comments there too. And you can also find me on Twitter and Facebook. So I hope that you enjoyed this series. I will read the book and watch my videos. Thank you all. Hey guys, I am doing an unexpected but much needed part 21 update to SE Ikra and my book, Origins of the Omniverse. Because I realized that there were a few things I left out. When I was talking about the IIIb metric warp drive, I need to mention that there is no time dilation associated with it. Because there is no acceleration to or past speed of light. Conventional speeds happen inside the space bubble. The way that simulated cyberluminal velocities are done is that contracting space in front and standing it behind. It reduces the travel distance, so FTL is unnecessary. Now, this is good news because it means that time passes at the same speed for those outside and inside the bubble. So it would be just like any conventional trip. Time would pass at the same rate for the astronauts and for those who stayed behind. Now, I also need to discuss the model that shows how this is possible. It comes from a discovery from a few years ago about negative absolute zero temperatures. This is very important. And it sounds like an oxymoron. How could you have temperatures below absolute zero? Well, this is how it happens. It basically creates a simulated antiverse, which is opposite to ours, but instead of with regard to time flowing in the opposite direction, it's temperatures. The more energy you add from our perspective, the lower the temperature seems to go. And this is the other side of absolute zero, just like the antiverse is the other side of the speed of light. This provides a model that shows how we can do hyperlinear velocities without actually going faster than the speed of light. What we do is we jump from our universe to the antiverse inside the space-time bubble and then back again. This will give us a simulation. How faster will light travel? It's like a tangential curve. The tangential curve goes up, doesn't quite reach the asymptote. In this case, the asymptote is the Luxon wall or the light speed barrier. In the case of a negative absolute zero temperature, it's actually absolute zero, which cannot be reached or crossed. It has to be jumped over. So we need to jump over that with the letter the asymptote, get into the antiverse, and then jump back again. Using this, not only can we do STL, but we can also do time travel, since time in the antiverse moves in the opposite direction. And the way we avoid the paradox is we just re-enter the timeline. Because time has two dimensions according to the Cartesian coordinate system. And when you jump back, time has already flowed, and then you end up in a different timeline. So there are no paradoxes. Now, speaking of the Cartesian coordinate system, we can apply it to the four-leaf clover multiverse model as well. But when you do that, is you consider each axis, instead of them being both for time, for imaginary time and for conventional time, it would be for space-time itself. So the upper right quadrant would be our universe. Positive space and positive time. That's the additive RGB color model for space and the black model for time. All additive. The antiverse would be directly opposite ours. If you do a reflection on the origin, which is where the opposite wormhole are, that connects everything. Diagonally opposite to ours, negative space and negative time, the complementary dimensions. So C and Y for the spatial dimensions and white for time. So time going backwards according to our perspective, but still forwards relative to themselves. It's like that conveyor belt model I talked about, basically facing forwards in the direction in which time is moving, which is relative forward, just like ours is. Then you have the other two universes power model, which I'd already talked about, the mirrorverses. There is the normal mirrorverse and the anti-mirrorverse. In the normal mirrorverse, you have minus space and plus time. So you would have C and Y for space and black for time. Now, since this is positive time, this is the universe directly under ours, so it shares our positive time value and expands and contracts and bounces along with ours. But since it's below ours, it's the negative space. Then you have, and that would be, by the way, that is the lower right quadrant. Then you have the upper left quadrant universe. This is positive in time Oh, sorry, it's negative in time. Sorry about that. Negative in time, but positive in space. So this would have light as the direction of time, and RGB as the dimension of space. So, space minus time. This syncs up with the anti-verse or the anti-mirrorverse. And this one would extend and contract and bounce with the antiverse. So basically you have the universe, the mirrorverse, the antiverse, and the anti-mirrorverse. If you go counterclockwise starting with ours. So quadrant 1 is our universe, quadrant 3 is the antiverse, quadrant 2 is the mirrorverse, and quadrant 4 is the anti-mirrorverse. And the origin point is the master wormhole that connects everything together in the middle. And that's the point which is never reached. It bounce, basically interacts close to it, and then gravity becomes a repulsive force in 2 dimensions and expand outward again. So 1 and 4 are in sync, and 2 and 3 are in sync. So they expand and contract and bounce together. So, and by the way, so these are 2 different Cartesian coordinate systems. One is for the global multiverse, and the other one is for the origin point of our universe as it bounces, and all its time verses as we expand with inflation. As they're expanding with inflation, the reason why these time verses were created in the first place is because inflation expanded space faster than the speed of light. And so everything separated outwards, and this is where all these time verses came from. They're separate from each other. It's a second temporal dimension which runs perpendicular to our time and keeps the singularity from happening. That's origin point. And this would be the y-axis, while our time is the x-axis. Just like in the other case with the global multiverse, the x-axis was time itself, our time, and the y-axis is space, the spatial dimensions. So imaginary time in this case is the y-axis, while dimensional time is the x-axis. So all the timelines separate because of inflation, expansion faster than the speed of light. They diverge, they reach a maximum point as our universe expands into a fourth spatial dimension and the hypersphere globe, and then they hit the wall of the Cauchy horizon of the black hole, in which all 4 of our universes are nested, according to black hole cosmology and meeting with Lavoisier's unification theory of relativity and quantum mechanics. And then the universe starts contracting again, and the timelines converge in the second temporal dimension of imaginary time according to Stephen Hawking. And when we have deflation, we finally all combine back again to bounce. With gravity becomes a repulsive force in 2 dimensions. This is why Verlaine's idea of entropic gravity controlling everything is correct. The universe basically comes back empty with its dark energy. The Van Prachten model combines everything connected together, all the different models. And this happens in sync between our universe and the mirrorverse. While the antiverse and the anti-mirrorverse are in sync. So quadrants 1 and 2 working together, 3 and 4 working together. They're in sync. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. They expand together, inflation, and contract together, deflation, and bounce together. It's like a 4-way seesaw, where 2 of each are in sync with each other, doing things at the same time, and the lever in the middle is the master wormhole that connects everything together. The traffic cop, the backbone of of the fully global multiverse. Yeah, we can journey within in order to go to different points, and maybe even outside into the superverse, and other baby universes, branches of that, with their own wormholes, inside supermassive black holes. Now, this model, since everything's connected together, it's basically nestled on top of each other. And there's no singularity because the big dots result from a previously contracted universe, just another iteration of the cycle, with the cosmological constant draining downwards with each iteration, but it keeps winding down. So eventually we stop expanding and contracting, and then basically, for lack of a better word, it will die, but it will have the baby universes to transfer the cosmic DNA to. Now, with Superverse, of course, the Superverse is the umbilical cord, and its DNA transferred over to our multiverse, and that also will have its own folder, whether it's 4 leaves or more, or maybe even less, maybe even 2. We have no way of telling at this point. Or will one day, and maybe one day we'll travel there. And who knows, maybe we'll figure out that our universe was generated by a hyper-intelligent alien race inside that superverse. I mean, it's not God, but it's the concept of a cognitive skill to erase the ability to create its own universes. Maybe if we don't extinguish ourselves, we will reach that point one day also. One can only hope. So, once again, we don't cross over the light speed barrier, we jump over it. It's like with absolute zero temperatures. You jump over and everything is reversed relative to ours, but forward relative to itself. Important point. Now, as far as the wormhole is concerned, there's actually new evidence that we don't need negative mass or negative energy to hold the wormhole's throat open. It's some new breaking evidence that's really interesting and something I'll be looking into for future editions. So if you can hold the wormhole open without negative energy and negative mass, that makes traversable wormholes a lot easier. And maybe we can even make our own from the large hadron collider, or we can make micro black holes. We use just to test it out and then maybe scale it up to something that we can use. So that would be an interesting point and something I will tackle in future editions of my work, my book and these audio files. So I hope you enjoyed the latest update. I will try to make this one the last one for this edition. 21 parts is quite enough. Basically 7 days a week for 3 weeks. In case you want to listen to one every day. And I hope you enjoyed the series. We will converse again when I decide to continue the series, which will hopefully be when the sequel is being written. Thanks for your time, and please feel free to leave comments at my WordPress, my Twitter, my Shutterfly, Facebook, etc., etc. And my YouTube, of course, when you watch these videos and listen to me. Alright. Done for now. Kyle, I need to do a quick update after I just did part 21, so this will be part 22. Still going. Now, in part 22, I realized that I haven't really described all the dimensions that we're working with, so I'm going to go into that now. We had already discussed the additive dimensions and the subtractive dimensions of space. So basically that's 6. RGB, CMY. Symbolize those. Then we have the 2 time dimensions, which would be white and black, flowing reversed compared to each other. So that's 2 dimensions of time. We have a total of 8 dimensions using this. So we got both dimensions of time covered, but in M theory and S theory, there's a total of 12 dimensions. There's 10 of space and 2 of time, so we still have 4 more to account for. So there will be 4 extra spatial dimensions come in. Now, first of all, I also need to mention that there's been research done in JCER, Journal of Consciousness, where it's discussed that the mind, by analyzing brainwave, seems to function in 8 dimensions. That covers our 8 dimensions, 6 of space and 2 of time. But there's an additional 4 spatial dimensions to account for, to cover M theory and F theory. By the way, that JSON article, it's quoted in my origin. It's a nice quote. That means 4 extra spatial dimensions. Well, there's also other color models that we can use, for example, complementary colors, where these 4 extra spatial dimensions could comprise these. And as such, they would still have either white or black, but these white or black for time, but these universes would have a different geometry compared to ours. And likely they would not follow the fully Clover multiverse model because they have a different number of dimensions, so a different number of universes in each step. It could be that we have even more dimensions for these 4 extra ones. We could have 4 complementary sets, in which case we would have a total of 14 spatial dimensions and 2 dimensions of. Now, if that was the case, then we'd have a total of 16 dimensions. And that would be interesting because each of those universes would comprise 6 total dimensions, 4 of space, and 2 of time. It's quite possible you could see these extra dimensions manifest themselves along a z-axis, so a 3-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system, in which case those multiverses would consist of 8. Since there's 2 for each axis, so basically it's 2 times 2. For us that's 4, so we only have x and y, that's our Cartesian coordinate system. And for these other universes, if we have a z-axis, it would be 2 times 2 times 2, or 8. Inversion. Since of course we haven't detected any such things yet, it's a sheer speculation, but it would be really interesting if this were the case. Because string theory does promote 4 and 6 dimensional universes. Even though it did not originally predict the extra dimension of time, you could get those 4 and 6 in another way. This is the way to do it. And then you add the extra dimensions for the complementary colors as well as complementary time, like black. So, to summarize, we have our universe, which is 3 plus 2, which is not measured space and time. Space plus time. So, space plus 2 times. This holds true throughout our local multiverse. And with the other multiverse, you would have 4 plus 2. 4 plus 2, 4 plus 2, 4 spatial, 2 temporal. Different geometry, different number of each multiverse. 4 in ours, 8 in that one, with the extra z-axis. We would be x and y, space and time. There would be x, y, and z. What the z would stand for, I'm not sure, but that's 2 times 2 times 2. They would be complementary to each other. So basically, the space axis and time axis would be complementary. Or complementary space time axis, and it would be completely together. So I'll leave that for a future update. Now I'm actually going beyond my origin series to do a sneak peek at what the sequel will contain. How I will use a color model and even additional primary colors, like for example certain species of shrimp have 12 primary colors. That's absolutely amazing. You can see far more into both the infrared and the ultraviolet than we can. They're called mantis shrimp. And we'll analyze the extra colors and how they could create new multiverse units. And how many multiverses they might contain, what the shape of those universes and multiverses might be. We won't be able to players. And if they're traversable through our multiverse unit, and how our wormhole could actually connect to other wormholes in these other types of multiverse units, just like we have small wormholes in our own universe that connect to our master wormholes. So the rivers basically form through the ocean, to the ocean. The bulk that contains all the different multiverses being the ocean, and each multiverse unit being an island within, and these master wormholes being rivers that flow through the island into the ocean, connecting every single like a vast highway system. It almost reminds me of how slime molds actually build architecture similar to our own on a much smaller scale. Of course, everything being fractal. The brain mimics the universe and the multiverse, everything is connected together. All creatures are sentient, even inanimate objects like the rocks in the sky itself are sentient. If the consciousness spread out of a larger area, the planet's fossils are actually its memory system. Stars are like the heartbeat, blood circulation, the galaxy itself is like a fractal complete version of the human body. Each star has a blood vessel. Central black hole would be the brain. Each star would be its own life-supporting blood vessel capillary system. Arteries being capillaries. We even have stars of both colors. The blue stars, the veins, the red stars, arteries. And not coincidentally, the red stars are the ones that are much more likely to support life as we have. The blue stars here. Star classification system ODAFG, KM on NF. You would remember this will be a fine girl kissing right now, so we go for blue violet, blue, which would be O green, A is white, F G yellow, K orange, M on and S red, go all the way to carbon stars. Examples, blue would be thinner than light yellow, and green, and type O would be males, and orange, yellow, and then type N would be starlight, Beetlejuice. We also want our then of type G2 would be yellow. Series, the white star, the brightest star in the sky, type A, white, and Procyon, the little dog star, to Sirius, big dog star, or white, F. Arcturus, Boots, the herder, orange, K. We already discussed Beetlejuice, type M, and then RNF would be sort of like the Garnet Star. And 19 Piscium, which I think is type S, and Garnet Star, I believe is type N. Those are carbon stars, those are charcoal red, really deep red. And the life support stars are, of course, type F, G, K, and M. As we know, it could be like other type stars, even in so like from oils, dust, inorganic, organic life, etc. Discussed with me. Statement of the series. So, go to the beam, simulation, and see where life exists even in the upper atmosphere of gas transport, or the PBD of organic, inorganic, multicellular, or unicellular. Or if you exist in interstellar space, where we have found organic molecules like formaldehyde and hydrocarbons. So, life can be improved anyway. And the dark components of carbon, the sun is formed. Maybe or supernovas, where you get elements that needed iron, even some synthetic elements that we can only detect right now in the lab, or formed by supernova explosions. Yeah, for instance. you also have, of course, ultraviolet radiation from space, exciting electrons, creating new atoms. All very interesting. Natural radioactivity. Other source, fission, fusion. Hopefully someday we get fusion power. So virtually the sun and other stars will continue. And then to carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and finally iron, which is where it builds to a halt. Too much energy to go beyond that. And once you get to supernova explosion, it will change everything. I mean, you get the orbits above 100, whatever it's for Canada, California, etc. There's also the case we have natural radioactivity on Earth as well, which is interesting. Those are natural fission, which we already and now, as far as these elements are concerned, a lot of these elements inside our bodies, I mean, even gold, silver, precious metals, form inside supernovas. Hydrogen and helium are prevalent throughout the universe. They're very common. These other ones are located inside stars, either through natural fusion processes or through a supernova accident. That's where we get our oxygen and our nitrogen. And when you look at nebula, you can tell by the different colors what the everything. For example, nitrogen, green, red, oxygen. Then the most hydrogen is also yellow. Helium is yellow. That's why our side is yellow, because it has so much helium after hydrogen fusion. So anyway, we're getting off topic here. We'll just close segment 22 and encourage you to read the Origins of the Omniverse series on Scribd, Kettlefly, on WordPress. Please feel free to leave comments, and of course on YouTube to the audio version. Thank you very much. I hope to see you on my social media, Twitter, Facebook, etc. Interact with me at any time. Okay, so part 23, since I forgot to include something in part 22, of course I forgot about type W stars, which go in front of both the violet purple color right there. Then the green stars are the only ones that don't exist. The color green is right in the middle of the spectrum. So stars that are supposed to be green, like type F, actually end up being white. You can take all the different colors and get up to white. Type W stars, and like star Gamma Velorum, Wolf Rayet, the hottest stars, purple colored right instead of O, so it becomes wow, OB, and find you kiss me right down sweet, starts with W instead of O. Okay, so what this update was actually all about was, since we discussed universes or multiverse units with 8 together, or octoverse, compared to our tetraverse, the octoverse would have a total of 6 dimensions, unique of 4 plus 2 instead of our 3 plus 2. Now, what this would also mean is there would be more fundamental forces. We have space-time total of 4 dimensions without including imaginary time. 4 fundamental forces: the electromagnetic force, gravity, nuclear force, and gravity. So these universes, they have a different number of fundamental forces. We just don't know. Gravity would have to be fundamental in all universes across the omniverse. So if it comes from the bulk, the outside, and the middle is split, why have to unify the input with the theory of gravity. But aside from that, these extra universes, these octoverses, could also have a different number of fundamental forces aside from gravity, of course. We just don't know, and it's hard to speculate on something that we never experienced yet. But, if you ask me, I would say that if we have 4, since we have an extra spatial dimension, we should have 5. But there's one that we don't have. We all got scheduled. I think I will be doing part 24, so look out for that in the very near future. Hi all, this is part 24, which is most definitely my last recording series. For this is the first book, the sequel will start later, more to get to that. But I wanted to wrap something up. Last week, my original origin redesign was evaluating triplets and identifying the number of total dimensions. So now that we have, if we combine the tetraverse and the octoverse, we have a total of, let's see here, I believe it adds up to 15 dimensions. Let me count the spatial dimensions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, 14 spatial dimensions and 2 dimensions of we know triplets are arrangements of community. So the way that we get to the Pythagorean triplets in this is we create the z-axis, that creates the picture axis form of a Pythagorean triangle. So basically, the type of universes that you have, 3 and 4, which 2 of the basic Pythagorean triplets are covered. 3 spatial, 4 spatial. Now we have 5. Where does the 5 come from? That is 3 plus 2. That's our integral. But you also have the 6. Where is that come from? Well, since that is an octoverse, we would use that a little bit differently. So basically, 6 squared is 36. 8 squared, which would be octoverse, is 64. That adds up to 100, which is the square root. So basically, we have a whole new system. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10. They're all triplets. We already know where the 8 comes from, that's the octoverse. Where does the 10 come from? Very interesting. So we have 2, 4 plus 2 universes. 2 dimensions of time in each of those octoverse universes. 4 plus 4 is 8. So each spatial dimension is 2 temporal dimensions. That's 10. That's where the 10 comes from. It's like our 3 plus 2 and 5. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10. Everything works according to Pythagoras. Each dimension being perpendicular to the one before. XY tetraverse and XY the octoverse. That's how it all works. Everything being connected together. We now have the basis for a real workable unifying theory. And so after 24 2,000 parts, I hope you're happy with the range of the series. In my origin sequel, we will cover different types of consciousness and intelligence. Everything from elephants morning or dead and burning them to dolphins communicating. Chimpanzees and bonobos and gorillas making tools and keeping control of pets. So we will examine, and parrots, actually gray parrots, who can count, even understand the concept of 0, and see and recognize the question there. We will outline different types of brains, what can be outgoing, in terms of both organic and exotic life, intelligence, sentience, both planets, on planets, moons, and space, and the sharing of genetic material, intelligent species on many different intelligent species of multiple planets in a system of the trappist one system. Very simple. For all those circle planets, they have a total of 7 or 8 now. So, we're will go more into detail about that, and go into more detail about what the octaverse might be like and some other concepts I haven't tried yet, as well as more updates on the IIIb drive and space engine. And my own plan for having semi-series in the future. More about the Herschel Russell diagram, colors of stars, their classification, evolution of galaxies, supermassive black hole early in the universe, and superstructures early in the universe that indicate the previous cycle of the universe, DNA holdovers from that universe, as well as how cosmic DNA gets passed down from parent to baby universe, so from superverse to multiverse to baby universe. And the river of material, how that gets transported to formals, which are your circular forces that and gravity and how it functions in the bone and case of muscle in the universe. This is all fascinating stuff. And of course, more of the fundamental forces where they came from the constant and how they are changing them by creating different types of universes, different shapes of universes, which expand, which don't, which are dead on arrival, which very much alive, and live through the cycles, all that will be covered when they start learning ice, which will be the origin of it all. So, hope you stay tuned for that and enjoy it. And when I get started on that, I will let you all know. And you can give me some feedback on how this picture is. Thank you all. Please feel free to leave comments on my Squid, my Shutterfly, Facebook, my Twitter, my WordPress, of course, and my YouTube videos. Take care. We'll see you. One quick update, I wanted to do promise this will be the last of part 25. This is the original Omniverse series. This is about cosmic strength. An interesting topology of the universe that we had actually discovered these cosmic strings. It's the part of space that are one-dimensional in the early part of the universe, which shows how our universe is one-dimensional with cosmic strings and two-dimensional with very high energy cosmic rays that only had 2 degrees of freedom. This is the stage when our universe in history where gravity was a repulsive force, and that's why the universe was explosive and expanding. So all this will be analyzed further in my sequence origins. And we'll also talk about exotic objects like dwarf stars, which are basically in between neutron stars, black holes, stars always composed of quarks, and maybe even preon stars, which would be quarks with matter. So you have quarks, 3 different types of quarks, and gluons which connect them together. Of course, the 3 have their complements, so it's almost like dimensions, basically. So 3 spatial and their complements, 2 types of quarks and their complements. And then you have preons, which are more fundamental than quarks and are basically building blocks of quarks. And we know those might be 3, or they could be like the octaverse and the 4. Another layer in the omniverse. 3 for quarks and their complement 3, and then 4 for preons and their complement 4. That would be very interesting. And of course, they would have their own body particles. It would be more basic for the gluons, and I don't even know what they would want to call them. Maybe call those gluons, which would be very interesting. But yeah, so basically it's that, and it's that it actually there are 8 total pairs, including the complements. Yeah, we have the 3 plus 3 for the quarks and the 4 plus 4 for the preons, and you get 14 right there. And then you have the 2, the gluons, which would be for time, and then you would have the trilon, which is your high point, or what keeps preons together. And basically a microcosm version of the Essiverse and the Octaverse right there. particles will both be functioning according to strong with forces directed over the edge, although the prevent that take the extra force that we were talking about. That would be still taken by the octaverse. Basically, they're like a rubber band, those sources. Very tightly pack those together, but the further away you get, the stronger the forces get. That's why you can never actually see 3/4 or 3/4 for that matter. Because unless you have enough energy to make that rubber band can happen, maybe you don't want to try to cover the other angels because those free particles. But interesting analog to this is if you start photonic convection, so this is the reason why we have space-time around tetraverse and octaverse. And these particles, it could be these particles in parts of the tetraverse and omniverse and the octaverse on its own. So each particle could be its own universe. So being in the black hole cosmology, is you would have micro wormholes. And micro black holes and these particles exist. And therefore, the universe on many different scales. So the world things that back to the original. Space, time, matter, all of that is relative. So you can start in one universe, go down in scale, but in the fact that we start sort of like you start at the North Pole, you know, south of the North and south of the move back around, and you end up back where you started. But then we can any kind of equal in the octave. We all of the universe of the octave. So this is where we end up from 35. Feel free to leave comments on my social media. You know my WordPress, YouTube, Squid, Facebook, Twitter, Verify, and YouTube, of course, all of my videos are. Okay, and I'll have to include a special part, a sequel dedicated to the number 137, which seems to be very special, but it's not just for the value of the electromagnetic force of gravity, or the fact that that's the new number of werewolf and polymagnetic is definitely great when it comes to many implications of physics and cosmology, which I'll get into later. By the way, wait, India, 137. Take care, everyone. I'll talk to you soon. Hi, I just needed to do one last quick update, part 26 of the SE intro series, and wanted to reiterate that according to the Pythagorean triplets 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 are the two that we're working with, and the 4 and the 3, 4, 5 signifies the tetraverse, which is the multiverse we belong to, and the 6, 8, 10 signifies the 8 in it signifies the octaverse, which is another possible combination with 4 plus 2 dimensions in each universe inside it. So basically, you would have 8 spatial dimensions and 2 time dimensions. That's where you get the 10 from, of course. And then in our universe, we'd have the 3 plus 2, which is where you get the 5 from, and the 3, 4, 5. And of course, the 3 spatial dimensions. And in the octaverse, you would have a total of 8 spatial dimensions. So you also got that in the 6, 8, 10, plus the 2 time dimensions, of course, in the 10. And this is not to say that there are other combinations possible. As a matter of fact, Bosonic string theory has 26 spatial dimensions, and this is part 26, so it's very fitting that we concluded with this. So there could be other Pythagorean triplet combinations, and of course those universes would have their own number of fundamental forces and their own number of universes in their multiverse, etc., etc. Different shape, of course, not the four-leaf clover, nor the octagon, four-leaf octagon, or the eight-leaf octagon of the Octoverse. But basic wormhole, master wormhole idea, and the timelines, and the bulk, of course, all of that would, and the wormhole and all of that would be the same. And of course, you have to add dimensions for the bulk. The way gravity works, gravity would connect everything together through the wormholes, which are the rivers, the lifeblood of the entire omniverse. So yes, that is the way that would work. And look for my sequel to Origins, which will show how all of this is put together and how everything is connected together. Cyclical in both space and time. Gets you right back to where you started. Okay, thanks for listening and watching, and feel free to comment on any of my social media, of course. And good luck on my script, Shutterfly, and WordPress. And of course, the audio is on YouTube, and my social media, Twitter, and Facebook. Okay, thank you for listening and watching. We'll keep you up to date. Okay, so we're going to click part 27 and part 28. Part 27 is once again going to clarify Pythagorean relationship in the tetraverse and the octoverse. 3, 4, 5. 3. Number of spatial dimensions in each member of the tetraverse. 4. Number of universes in the tetraverse. 5. Total number of dimensions in each member of the tetraverse. 3 plus 2 is 5. Now, 6, 8, 10 for the octoverse. 6, the number of total dimensions in each member of the octoverse. 4 plus 2, 6. 8, number of total universes in the octoverse. 8. 10, total number of dimensions in the octoverse. 8 dimensions of space, 2 dimensions of time. Again, there could be other possibilities of the Bosonic string theory. We have 26 dimensions. You could have more triplet combinations with their own shapes for the universes, numbers in their combinations, and also different fundamental forces. They all have gravity and wormholes in common and timelines. Each of course. Okay, this is the end of part 27. I'm going to do one more and then call it. Okay, the final part of the first book of the Origin series, part 28. Just want to make one more thing clear about the Pythagorean triplets. The numbers can stand for multiple things. Since our tetraverse has 6 spatial dimensions and 2 temporal dimensions, this is a total of 8. You can also put that into the 6, 8, 10. So in addition to the octoverse, it's also symbolic of the number of dimensions in our tetraverse. It goes right alongside the 10 total dimensions of the octoverse. 8 plus 2, 8 space, 2 time. Okay, so that goes there. And of course, the other options we already had for 3, 4, 5, 3 spatial dimensions in each member of our tetraverse, 4 spatial dimensions, and 3, 4, 5 for each member, spatial dimensions for each member of the octoverse, or of course it could also be symbolic of the tetraverse. So we made that clear, so we have multiple options for each number. And of course, we also have the 6, 8, 10. And in that, we already did that. So we did the 4 plus 2 for the octoverse numbers for the 6. And of course, the 6 could also stand for the total numbers spatial dimensions in each member of the tetraverse. So the 3 RGB and the 3 complementary CMY. So we sorted that out, and that should do it for part 26. Contact me on social media, you already have it, and leave comments, YouTube, WordPress, Scribd, Shutterfly, Twitter, Facebook. Remember to watch the videos on YouTube. Thank you very much. And just another note real quick. The sequel to Origin is now being worked on. I gave you some nice little nuggets in here, some Easter eggs for what might be coming up in the sequel. Where you talk about lots of different things on how they're connected to each other, lots about fractals, of course, universal building blocks of the omniverse, wormholes, distribution of matter, virtual particles, bumping, how it resembles the structure of our brain, as far as the structure of the omniverse goes. Wormholes are like our capillaries, arteries, and veins, etc., etc. And of course, Gaia and the nature of collective consciousness that includes planets, stars, the omniverse, and how the omniverse created us in order to understand itself better. And when we're creative, we actually fulfill its ultimate purpose, since that is what the omniverse does. So we're more closely connected to it and to each other. Of course, quantum mechanics, quantum tunneling, quantum brain theories, quantum consciousness, quantum biology, also linked to photosynthesis, and inheritance, DNA, genetic transfer, of course. Lots and lots and lots coming up. So look out for that. That will probably also be another 20+ chapter book, an audio version, as well as videos. Thank you, take care, and we'll be talking. Hey guys, it's part 29 of the SE intro series. This one is about string theory landscape. String theory landscape predicts that there are a large number of bubble universes that exist for bulk. As a matter of fact, the string theory landscape predicts that there are 10 to the power 500 of these universes. Is it accurate? We don't know yet, but at least it's an explanation. The string theory landscape has been right about many things, including the idea of a multiverse depending on these bubble universes expanding into their own space. So, stay tuned. String theory landscape will also be correct. Prediction of 10 to the power 500 universes. So back to you. Hi guys, so this is part 30 of the SE intro series, and this will be the last one for the first book of the Origin series. This one we're going to talk a little bit about technicolor and color theory. As you know, we talked about the color model being used to describe strong nuclear force with regards to gluons, keeping close together inside protons and neutrons. Basically talking about a third of the charge, third of a whole. And as the three forces are combined, the gluons keep them tight, like a rubber band. The more points they get, the tighter the bond. You need a lot of energy to snap that rubber band. You also have positive and negative quarks, quark and anti-quark. So, same charge, different time. These make up mesons, so there are two of them. These are also helping look at the gluons. Now, when we're looking at the color model, we understand that there's more than 3 primary colors, when it comes to some very sharp-sighted creatures who have managed to shrink at 12 primary colors, not only can they see into the infrared and the ultraviolet, they also see the polarized light. And they can also detect colors with beings either cannot be or can only see for short instants of time. All the possible colors and imaginary colors, and very special kind of colors called chimeras. For example, where the color animals happen with red and green at the same time, or blue and yellow at the same time. We just don't have enough of the right kinds of cones and rods to see these colors together. But then shrinkle, they have enough of all different primary colors, so there's 15 possible colors and imaginary colors of chimeras. Very much like a second dimension of time, imaginary time. They exist perpendicularly to our dimensional time, and these colors perpendicularly to our dimensional time. In that, every color fits theory, and also quantum thermodynamic theories and quantum mechanics that describe how these tiny particles called quarks behave according to the Coulomb law. You also have quantum electrodynamics, which goes how the electromagnetic force on the quantum scale. All very, very, very interesting. Now, all this will be covered more in my next edition of the Origin series sequel, so be sure to stay tuned for that. It was a pleasure doing this 30-part series. I hope that it was very informative, meaningful, and be sure to check out my social media: Twitter, Facebook, WordPress, Squid, Spotify, and of course my YouTube. Videos, leave comments, and we can interact. Until next time, this is the conclusion of the first part of the Origin series, with information about space engine. By the way, with space engine, don't forget, you can use a resolution up to 8K. Don't forget to get into the Pro version, unlock those extra features. Take your high resolution videos and screenshots. Take care. Hi guys, I was supposed to end the SE Intro series after 30, but I needed to add a couple more thoughts, so we're doing a quick number 31 and a number 32. And then this is the first about the universe and its relationship to the universe, and also the asymptote to the electron wall. Now, I had explained earlier that the universe has reverse time compared to ours, or ours in reverse compared to them. The residents of each universe experience that forward relatively to themselves because they're facing forward in the direction they're about to move. In a similar way, brothers see us behind well, each like that. We can jump there and then jump back, and see the traveling through the loop. They do the same thing. They can jump to our side and then jump back. And so, create a time machine with the parallax will be land at a different timeline, with it going across the excited control dimension, but also superluminous, because our timelines and conveyor belts are moving opposite we would have to generate a bubble around space-time, and we would have to do something to be able to make this all totally than our antimatter annihilation. And we need each other for both space and time. The other thing I want to talk about is the speaking of backwards time travel. They are moved from space-time. They only respond to gravity. We have the same forces, so that we can travel backwards in time. We also have universes, different energy levels, and basically the universe being both cyclical in time and space. We can actually develop a planet energy universe is a pure energy that can create a time pump. It's something that acts as an energy in the gods themselves. Each of these is a simple form of a very interesting. Back to quantum mechanics. Quantum spatial and temporal entanglement illustrates the cosmic activity of the universe and immediately the previous cycles of the universe. That's why the third continue after the universe exploded and will continue in gas and acid. There are four layers of omniverse that are stated four people really pushing up. That's one of the dimensions here on the surfaces. We pass another layer of fourth axis over the 16 layers of magnets. A little bit of the axis K-axis. That would be another layer beyond the afterverse. Maybe 15 to 25 magnets for the monster. And including the spatial men. So, this is the way it's up. I'll be doing one more. That's a trivial. Both equally written. Very done. Thank you. And hopefully we can come. It is part 32. Speaking for the origins of the omnibus, and I will make it for the last one of the sequel. This one was specifically dedicated to the quantum mechanics. The experience of active time travel and quantum mechanics that occurs across the entire universe, from early existence, connection shared across both time and space, and might also go to other universes which we might be quantum entanglement. Quantum collision. This would mean that each universe is own. It would especially occur with complete alternate like afterwards, and every 16 minutes, but could occur also outside of the quantum collision, which will both spatial and temporal particle university and a continuous with a unified economy. There are more connections to the brains. This is through a network with the quantum mind theory intuition of the university. And this is an example of the universe, the omniverse is often fractal. All brains in all one. Which was already mentioned earlier, because of how matter is called. It's another way. It runs and it's flat. Additional matter, additional something was also developed and would have the same information memory of these structures from past states. Which is really interesting because it would reveal the way the universe reincarnates off the memory over the time. I don't know what that might mean for us. I want to be a trilogy. Dark matter, dark energy, and existence. With the travel clearly starting out in the 16th. You could also have additional forces, additional constants, should not operate. That is something well, bulk, and not working, versions, little to work to roll up. And after versions. The practical ability to be clear to people like awesome. As well as people on the position, as a world of quantum form, all of these things that transport particles both spatially and temporal. We can limit ourselves to large particle shapes. That would be like micromacro from the outside world. Matter, energy, seemingly hard to be to it out of literally traveling with a forward reverse throughout the chapter. Making you wonder if it's just simply traveling instead of going soul and created that's how power in the itself is actually being created. Wouldn't that be something? How would that think that case? And the way that it was done that we were created, we will do. When we do this, new artificial multiverse. If that's the word artificial really be maybe the reason why we consider artificial we're doing it because that's how our universe is created. Nothing is artificial because we are all part of it. And the universe created this understanding. Therefore, we would all be it's all natural. We don't know if the structure of this is like or if the view is that I suspect we can. But it would involve some kind of communication or the benefit of the whole concept. Size of it is not a size of the world. Tiny little particle or massive particle, but in reality, will be in universe in the world. I think it's stuck around because there's no boundary. The journey inside is like what is our own universe. It's global. Create our own dimension inside of it. We could do something for the module and see how it works. Tweak the parameters of the special concept. It's about work to each other. And to see if it's collaborate using these parameters. Is it like writing the words or not like writing the words? And not writing the words. But I'm excited. The DNA would be transferred from how we do it. Okay, so I am done with part 32. This will be the last one before I get to the origin series. I hope you enjoyed it. And leave comments on my Facebook, Twitter, etc. Or perhaps and YouTube. Or if you're reading them, hope you can do it. Hi everyone, I am doing a part 33 of the Origin series and SC intro update. The reason why is I have been doing a lot of analysis of some recent theories that have come out, and they are in the Origin series. I can proudly say I anticipated many of them, and they're also going to be discussed in more depth in the sequel, which basically picks up right where Origin 17 left off. So first of all, I wanted to once again reiterate my multi-layer structure to the omniverse that consists of formulations of Pythagorean triplets, beginning with the 3, 4, 5 basic triplet, which is the 3 plus 2, total 6 plus 2 tetraverse, and is also covered by Karuza-Klein theory, Randall-Sundstrom 1 and 2, and Yang-Mills. These are all multi-dimensional theories of everything. Now, the next layer is the 6, 8, 10 octoverse, 8 plus 2, which covers supergravity, superstring theory, M theory, and 6-dimensional Calabi-Yau manifolds. That is where the octet exists. Now, 9, 12, 15, which is the next level up, includes the previous layers plus the bulk. Now, the interesting thing here is that besides the bulk, it also includes F theory, which has 2 dimensions of time. But the fact that there are 8 total colors in quark gluon pairs means that that must be left for a different level to incorporate. So we go into the next layer, which is 12, 16, 20. Now 12, 16, 20 is another multiple of 8, so that 8 color quark gluon pair, which is covered in the 6, 8, 10 configuration, is also covered in the 12, 16, 20 configuration. This is where the 16 verse F theory with its 2 dimensions of time resides. And there is an extra axis. There's the x-axis, the y-axis, the z-axis, and the a-axis. So 3, 4, 5 only have the x-axis and the y-axis. 6, 8, 10 has the x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis. And 12, 16, 20 has x, y, z, and a. Now, when you combine all of these 4 layers and include the bulk, you get the 25 spatial dimension bosonic string theory. That is covered with the 15, 20, 25 final triplets. That incorporates the entire omniverse. These are energy levels with universes on each level having similar levels of energy, and also factually similar to electron shells and atoms. Now, you also have the fact that these resemble quarks and gluon pairs. And normally we only think of 3 quarks in an elementary particle like a photon. But you can also have combinations of 4, which is a tetraquark, 5 pentaquark, and 6 a hexaquark. And these are reflected in the 3, 4, 5, and the 6, 8, 10. Now, each higher triplet is a higher energy version of the basic 3, 4, 5 triplets, which is at the lowest level. And this explains why gravity is so weak at a basic level versus the others. The more dimensions you have, the stronger gravity gets. Now, going back to quantum chromodynamics for a second, because this theory is very related to that. Remember, we developed a duality here with a strong force and gravity. We must go into that now. There are 12 total quark-antiquark pairs. They can switch between any of 3 RGB colors for quarks and 3 CMY colors for antiquarks. Very related to my theory of dimensionality in the omniverse, which also equals the code model. Now, gluons contain both RGB and CMY paired together. That's how they mediate the interaction between quarks and other quarks and antiquarks and other antiquarks and quarks and antiquarks. Now, this is the core part of the discussion. ER equals EPR is something I anticipated 3 or 4 years before it happened. I anticipated it in 2009, it happened in 2013. It combines with the holographic principle as entanglement between boundary space and exterior black hole interior describes our whole three-dimensional space in 2 dimensions. This is very important. It's like a quantum bridge between the boundary, between the superverse, which exists at the boundary of the black hole that we reside inside, and our universe. And this is why that surface of that black hole contains all the information of our entire universe. Now, many worlds theory combines with quantum superposition to produce multiverse time verses across both dimensions of time. So basically, each universe is like a quantum particle. It's the same quantum particle in multiple positions, which is called quantum superposition. The time-verse multiverses casually separate as they become entangled with their own environment, so they become their own distinct universes separated from each other across the second temporal dimension. Now, we have to go back for a second to EP, or ER equals EPR. What this stands for is Einstein-Rosen bridges, which is wormholes. Basically, wormholes solve the EPR paradox that Einstein conceived to try to figure out why quantum entanglement exists. The answer is that microscopic wormholes in quantum foam enable spooky action at a distance, which is what quantum entanglement is. That's how action can happen instantaneously, but space-time is causally connected with each other. And as it combines with the holographic principle, which shows that 3D space can be modeled on a 2D exterior, it shows how everything combines together to produce these results. And that is the most important part of it is quantum entanglement. Let's remember that. We can still travel across multiverses from the second dimension of time, which separates the different time-verse manifolds. Basically, travel between these time verses, there has to be a way to travel across that second dimension of time to land on these different islands, so-called islands, which are really different time-verse space-time manifolds. They're all basically the same universe, but in quantum superposition with each other, so they're different parts of the same layer that they exist on different manifolds. If you can picture different islands in the same sea, and each sea is its own layer. Space-time is produced by quantum entanglement, which results from micro wormholes across quantum foam. And quantum entanglement is fractal with wormholes, which means that quantum entanglement is the same thing as a wormhole, just on a different scale. Smaller scale wormholes to larger scale. Or macro wormholes at the larger scale, and quantum entanglement is a micro wormhole. Gravity is emergent. That is important. With EPR, ER equals EPR, gravity is emergent and entropic, and naturally arises from quantum entanglement of spacetime. So ER equals EPR, what does it do? It combines gravity with quantum entanglement. This is exactly what we've been seeking, a theory of quantum gravity. And where does it come from? Quantum entanglement. And it arises naturally. It's not something forced like classical gravity would be. It actually is there right from the beginning. This was first formulated by Juan Maldacena, who is previously well known. We're also figuring out the Maldacena conjecture duality. And of course the holographic principle, which is related to ER equals EPR. Now, Maldaceno's conjecture was actually the first step towards ER-EPR. This duality, what it did was combine gravity with quantum field theory. And it was one of the most quoted papers in the last 20 years. Why? Because it showed a way for a theory of everything. It wasn't the theory of everything, but it showed the pathway towards developing one. And this was the duality that showed the relationship between gravity and quantum field theory. The other important duality it showed is the ADS-CFT correspondence. Now what this is also extremely important. This relates to Maldaceno's conjecture in the sense that it shows that gravity can naturally arise from quantum mechanics. So you don't have to go looking for it. It's a magical additional thing that came from some other manifold. It actually arises naturally from quantum mechanics. And that is what the ADS-CFT duality proves. All of it related. All of this combined under the umbrella of the holographic principle, which is really interesting, because that shows how the holographic principle actually works. Because the boundary, the outer layer, is quantumly entangled with the inner layer. This, by the way, also solves the black hole information paradox problem. So basically, all the dominoes are falling. How does it do that? Well, if the particles on the outside of the black hole's event horizon are entangled with each other, they can also be entangled with the particles inside the event horizon. And how is that? It's because they were entangled from the beginning. And so what happens is they can actually mirror each other's state, even though one set is outside the event horizon and the other is inside. In other words, no information is lost. That connection holds. So that solves that paradox. And that is a very easy solution to something that many have been searching for decades. Which, by the way, it was interesting. ER and EPR, both formulated by Einstein and a couple of his colleagues. If he had lived maybe another 10 years, he would have probably come up with the same conclusion. But it took another 80 years after him for someone else to do it. Also a very brilliant theoretical physicist. Von Maldaceno. Now the important thing about quantum entanglement is it solves this issue which quantum mechanics has with space-time. Because quantum mechanics shows that space-time is dynamic, if quantum entanglement didn't exist, space-time would be torn apart. Obviously it's not, it's stable. And the reason is that quantum entanglement is the glue which holds everything together. Otherwise space-time would tear apart because it is dynamic and always moving. Now the other interesting thing is, with all these timelines, it means more entropy. And in a way, entanglement and timelines can be considered as increasing entropic energy. With time, the timelines become more numerous and the entanglement becomes stronger. That corresponds to rising entropy. So the three are intrinsically related. And can possibly be considered different expressions of the same thing. Interesting. Now, as we've discussed before, because of the degrees of freedom we've discovered high energy, very high energy primordial quantum cosmic rays. Space-time is two-dimensional at the time scale, and space is fractal, and time is an emergent property that naturally arises from it. Big news. Negative mass has been discovered by Washington State University in plasma. I'm going to read that article in a bit with the details to follow. Negative mass makes it possible for micro-wormholes to stay stable, and those formed early on in the universe could be expanded to traversable sizes by inflation. Total energy in multiverse always stays the same, as amplitude of each time verse gradually drops with time that total energy inside each time verse is conserved. In higher dimensional spacetime, gravity is much stronger, and black holes become more important in the structure of spacetime and can be produced by particle colliders like the LHC and, naturally, by cosmic rays, which makes it interesting for black hole theory. Which, by the way, it seems that there is a possibility that micro black holes and wormholes could contribute to the issue with dark matter, and could also contribute to why we can't see it, because we're so small, but they add up across the entire universe. Now I'm going to go ahead and read some excerpts that are cogent to the issue. The first one being extra dimension in space. In higher dimensional space-time, the strength of gravity increases more rapidly with decreasing distance than in 3 dimensions. With certain special configurations of the extra dimensions, this effect can lower the time scale to the TeV teravolt range. Examples of such extensions include large extra dimension special cases of the Randall Tundra model and string theory configurations, like VKT solutions. In such scenarios, black hole production could possibly be an important observable effect of the LHC. It would also be a common natural phenomenon induced by cosmic rays. Interesting. Like more dark matter issues. ER equals EPR is a conjecture in physics saying that two entangled particles, so-called Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen or EPR pair, are connected by a wormhole, or Einstein-Rosen bridge, and may be the basis for unifying general relativity and quantum mechanics into a theory of everything. Now, quickly going into the Higgs boson, which I had discussed earlier, but there are interesting issues with that now, because there is a composite possibility that it's not an elementary particle. The composite Higgs boson arises naturally in top color models, top quark, basically. These are extensions of the standard model using a new force analogous to quantum chromodynamics. To be natural without excessive fine-tuning, to stabilize the Higgs mass from large radiative correction, the theory requires new physics at a relatively low energy scale. Placing new physics at 10 TeV, for instance, the model predicts the top quark to be significantly heavier, 600 gigavolts versus 171 gigavolts. Now, there are other models called top seesaw models that are based on top color that circumvent this difficulty. The predicted top quark mass has been proved agreement with the fixed point if there are many additional big scalars beyond the standard model. This may be indicating a rich spectroscopy of new composite Higgs fields at energy scale that can be produced at the LHC as an upgrade. The general idea of a composite Higgs boson connected in a fundamental way to the top quark remains compelling, though the full details may not yet be understood, so stay tuned, as always. Very important, since we have been talking about fractals, and they're a big part of my origin story. Fractals in theoretical cosmology. In the realm of theory, the first appearance of fractals in cosmology was likely with Andre Lind's eternally existing, self-reproducing, chaotic, inflationary universe in 1986. In this theory, the evolution of a scalar field increases and creates peaks that become nuclei, points are called inflating, patches of space develop into bubble universes, making the universe fractal on the very largest scales. Alan Guts, to meet the father of inflation, 2007 paper on eternal inflation and its implications showed that this variety of inflationary universe theory is still being seriously considered today. Inflation, in some form or another, is widely considered to be the best available cosmological model. Now, since 1986, quite a large number of different cosmological theories exhibiting fractal properties have been proposed, while Lind's theory shows fractality at scales likely larger than the observable universe. Theories like causal dynamic triangulation and the asymptotic safety approach to quantum gravity are fractal at the opposite extreme, in the realm of the ultra-small near the Planck scale. These recent theories of quantum gravity describe a fractal structure for space-time itself and suggest that the dimensionality of space evolves with time. So basically 3D becomes 4D, 2D becomes 3D, and 3D becomes 4D. Specifically, they suggest that reality is 2D at the time scale and the space-time gradually becomes 4D at larger scales, and that explains the accelerating expansion of the universe as this new fourth spatial dimension is created. French mathematician Alain Comte has been working for a number of years to reconcile general relativity and quantum mechanics using non-linear geometry. Practicality also arises in this approach to quantum gravity. An article by Alexander Helen in August 2006 issue of Scientific American quotes contemplating that the next important step towards this goal is to try to understand space with fractional dimensions, coupled with gravitation. Try to understand how space with fractional dimensions coupled with gravitation. Work of Hans and physicist Paolo Rovelli suggests that time is an emergent property or arises naturally in this formula. The same way gravity arises naturally. So ER equals EPR. The interesting connection between time and gravity again. Whereas in causal dynamical triangulation, treating those configurations where adjacent building blocks share the same direction of time is an essential part of the recipe. Both approaches suggest that the fabric of space itself is fractal. Now, interesting thing about the Casimir effect, which is a way to show negative energy density and traversable wormholes. The Casimir effect shows that quantum field theory allows the energy density in certain regions of space to be negative relative to the ordinary matter vacuum energy, and has been shown theoretically that quantum field theory allows states where energy can be arbitrarily negative at a given point. Many physicists, such as Stephen Hawking, Kip Thorne, and others, argued that such effects might make it possible to stabilize a traversable wormhole. The only known natural process that is theoretically predicted to form a wormhole in the concept of general relativity in quantum mechanics are put forward by Leonard Susskind in ER equals EPR again. The quantum fold hypothesis is sometimes used to suggest that tiny wormholes might appear and disappear spontaneously at the time scale. And stable versions of such wormholes have been suggested as dark matter candidates. It has also been proposed that if a tiny wormhole held open by a negative mass cosmic string had appeared around the time of the Big Bang, it could have been exploded to macroscopic scales. Like cosmic strings, that could still be around. Now, we also talked about Penrose diagrams. Penrose diagrams, which I had discussed earlier, shows how time and space coordinates can interchange within the horizon of a black hole. It's space is unidirectional within the horizon. Time is unidirectional outside the horizon. They're used to illustrate the hypothetical Einstein-Rosen bridge connecting two separate universes. In the maximally extended Schwarzschild black hole solution, precursor to the Penrose diagrams, or classical Schizeri diagrams. These show the method of aligning the event horizons, past and future horizons oriented at 45-degree angles. Split the singularity into past and future horizontally oriented lines, since the singularity cuts off. Now, the interesting thing here is it does say that you can travel faster than light before as causing a Schwarzschild radius black into flat space, and this is not entirely true. Because in a rotating or spinning black hole, you could actually have the mouth of the wormhole open outside the event horizon. That makes that wormhole traversable. But you would also need negative mass or negative energy to hold it open, but we can do that. There's actually been new evidence that shows that can actually happen. And having that wormhole open outside the event horizon would be key making it traversable. And of course having the negative energy density to keep it open. Now, the maximally extended solution of the Penrose diagram for the black hole. It doesn't describe a typical black hole created from the collapsed star, and so the collapsed star replaces the center of the solution containing the path-oriented white hole geometry. Basically, we're talking about supermassive black holes. This is what we need to have the traversable wormhole. Now, the Penrose diagrams for solutions representing rotating and/or electrically charged black holes illustrates these solutions' inner Cauchy event horizons lying in the future and vertically oriented singularities, which open up what is known as a time-like wormhole, allowing passage into future universes. In the case for the rotating black hole, which is the curved black hole, there is also a negative universe with a complementary dimensions, the antiverse, and also the anti-mirrorverse, that is entered through a ring-shaped singularity, still portrayed as a line in the diagram. When we pass through, we're entering the hole close to its axis of rotation. So again, this place is the opening of the wormhole just outside the event horizon, and that is because the black hole is rotating. Very interesting. Now, when describing parallel universes, the approach that suggests that there are different parallel universes where things are roughly the same and each one is mathematically on a separate space-time manifold. You can go between those manifolds when you travel back in time. Multiple timelines would allow you to travel to a different timeline without calling it a paradox, but the number of timelines doesn't necessarily have to be infinite for this to work. Okay, now we get to the really big article. This is the one about finding negative mass. Washington State University physicists have created a fluid with negative mass, which is exactly what it sounds like. Push it, and like every physical object in the world we know, it doesn't accelerate in the direction it was pushed. It accelerates backwards. Ooh, reminds me of negative absolute zero temperatures. And and also the Luxon wall, which separates the universe and the different directions of time's arrow. The polar world, or to themselves, opposite worlds to each other. The phenomenon is rarely created in laboratory conditions and can be used to explore some of the more challenging concepts of the cosmos, said Michael Forbes, a WSU Assistant Professor of Physics and Astronomy, and an affiliate assistant professor at the University of Washington. The research appeared in the journal Physical Review Letters, where it is featured as an editor's suggestion. Hypothetically, matter can have negative mass in the same sense that an electrical charge can be either negative or positive. People rarely think in these terms, and our everyday world sees only positive aspects of Isaac Newton's second law of motion, which of course is equal to the mass of an object times its acceleration, or F equals ma. In other words, if you push an object, it will accelerate in the direction you're pushing it. Mass will accelerate in the direction of the force. That's what most things that we're used to do, said Ford, thinking at the design is to come. With negative mass, if you push something, it accelerates towards you. Conditions for negative mass. He and his colleagues created a condition for negative mass by cooling rubidium atoms to just a hair above absolute zero, creating what is known as a Bose-Einstein condensate. In this state, predicted by Titania, Max Bose, and Albert Einstein, particles move extremely slowly and, following the principles of quantum mechanics, behave like waves. They also synchronize and move in unison in what is known as a superfluid, which flows without losing energy. Peter Engel, WSU Professor of Physics and Astronomy, researchers on the sixth floor of Webster Hall created conditions by using lasers to slow the particles, making them colder. Now, hot, high-energy particles to escape like steam, cooling the material further. Lasers trapped the atoms as they were in a bowl measuring less than 100 microns across. At this point, the rubidium superfluid has regular mass. Breaking the bowl will allow the rubidium to rush out, expanding as the rubidium in the center pushed outward. To create negative mass, the researchers applied a second set of lasers that kick the atoms back and forth and change the way they spin. Now, when the rubidium rushes out fast enough, it behaves as if it has negative mass. Once you push, it accelerates backwards. The Forbes, who acted as a theorist, analyzing the system. It looks like the rubidium hits an invisible wall, avoiding underlying defects. The technique used by the WSU researchers avoids some of the underlying defects encountered in previous attempts to understand negative mass. What's the first here is the exquisite control we have over the nature of this negative mass, without other complications but force. Their research clarifies in terms of negative mass similar behavior seen in other systems. With heightened intelligence, researchers have used to engineer experiments to study analogous physics and astrophysics like neutron stars and cosmological phenomena like black holes and dark energy, where experiments are currently impossible. It provides another environment to study a fundamental phenomenon that is very peculiar to itself. So this is very interesting and could have application for traversable wormholes, negative mass, or it could be release mass, negative mass equivalent to the Voyager. But hey, this is the beginning. So this is very interesting. It's also interesting that you push an object that will accelerate towards you. That's the thing. It's something that we have to get used to because it's not something that we see every day or at any time. Usually, unless it's theory until this experiment proved it. It's also interesting that you have to do it in your absolute zero, which I expected because that is where all the weirdness begins. That's how we get negative absolute zero. Now, this phenomenon, I believe, will be replicated on a larger scale as it becomes easier to do. And then when that happens, that's when the real fun begins. And we can use it to more exotic applications like traversable world. Maybe even artificial traversable world. Now, I'm looking at string theory and different dualities, and extension of T duality produces mirror symmetry. In many string theory models, this is where mirror matter comes in, that aspect of the tetraverse and octaverse. The extra dimensions form a six-dimensional shape called a Calabi-Yaw manifold. Six dimensions, interesting because it's part of the 6, 8, 10 triad. Now, there are millions of different Calabi-Yaw surfaces, each with a slightly different structure. The properties of the Calabi-Yaw manifolds affect four-dimensional physics. So we must put down the correct possibility for the physics we observe. This also will change the values of constant and the relative strengths of the fundamental forces and many other aspects. This requires a lot of calculation. Math is hard in 6 dimensions, as you might guess, but here where mirror symmetry comes in. In the late 80s, it became clear that Calabi-Yaw shapes come in pairs. For any given pair, both equal the same physics. Very interesting to universe and antiverse, and mirrorverse and anti-mirrorverse pairs. We have a duality, perhaps even a double duality. Physicists could chop and change between mirror pairs, making computations more tractable. Now, we were talking about something called the Wick rotation, which is a way to illustrate imaginary time. It's a way of finding a solution to a dynamics problem of n dimensions by transposing their descriptions in n+1 dimensions, by trading one dimension of space for one dimension of time. More precisely, substitute a mathematical problem in Minkowski space to a related problem in Euclidean space by means of a transformation that substitutes an imaginary number variable for a real number variable. It's called a rotation because when complex numbers are represented as a plane, the multiplication of a complex number by I is equivalent to rotating the vector representing that number by an angle of pi divided by 2. Radians about the origin. For example, Wick rotation could be used to relate a macroscopic event temperature diffusion like in a bath to the underlying thermal movements of molecules. To attempt to model the bath volume with the different gradients of temperature, we would have to subdivide this volume into infinitesimal volumes and see how they interact. We know such infinitesimal volumes are in fact water molecules. If we represent all molecules in the bath by only one molecule and attempt to simplify the problem, this unique molecule should walk along all possible paths that the real molecules might follow. The path integral formulation is the conceptual tool used to describe the movements of this unique molecule, and Wick rotation is one of the mathematical tools that are very useful to analyze a path integral problem. Very interesting background. Now, this is from Sean Carroll's blog, where he discusses quantum mechanics and its relation to Carroll's relativity. The distinction between position space and momentum is not a fundamental aspect in classical mechanics or quantum mechanics, but instead reflects the particular Hamiltonian aspect of our world. It's like a holography implies that space is emergent, but in a very subtle and non-local way. This latter point is one reason why many of us are skeptical of approaches in which there are independent degrees of freedom at each space-time point. And quantum gravity doesn't seem to work that way. Now, this is an interesting thing, first time I read this, about how energy is conserved in multiple timelines. So even though there are more and more branches as time evolves, the contribution of each branch to the total energy is weighed by the factors squared, and those numbers go down, amplitude squared, and those numbers go down over time as branches split. The effects precisely cancel so that the total energy of the universe, all branches included, is constant. It's just that individual branches get thinner over time. Their amplitude gets smaller, so they make smaller and smaller contributions to the total. The spinning process is completely invisible from inside. You have no way of knowing what the amplitude of your particular branch is. It's invisible to you. The fact that the amplitude goes down doesn't mean that the world around you looks somehow less tangible or energetic. The energy we calculate by adding up the individual energies of all of the cells in the universe, stars, planets, black holes, dark matter, etc., goes into the energy of a particular branch. There's no reason for that number to systematically diminish over time. Given the tiny changes in average energy that can happen at measurement events, the energy of the world as seen from inside will undergo a gradual random walk of gradually diminishing steps, but honestly the changes are so incredibly tiny that you'd never notice. This change of the average energy of the universe as seen by observers of individual branches potentially observable in experiments? In principle, absolutely yes. In practice, maybe, but it would be hard. Not particle accelerator the size of the galaxy hard, but a challenge. The trick is that one, it's extremely hard in practice to construct superpositions of very different energy states. Any hope for changes in average energy will be very tiny. Any measurement generates a lot of energy all over the place, which is hard to keep track of. I won't go into detail, but we suggest a general protocol and also specific implementation where one spinning particle is kept stationary, where another travels by it and they become entangled. Then measuring the spin of the moving particle, we can change the spin of the stationary one. By measuring the spin of the moving particle, we can change the spin of the stationary one, hopefully changing its energy in the process. Not sure how feasible this kind of experiment is, but it's interesting. It's a nice example of how thinking carefully about the foundations of quantum mechanics can lead to interesting outcomes. Another interesting aspect of this is the ever-increasing number of ever-radiant branches of timelines as analogous to the ever-increasing entropy of the universe. That makes me wonder if entanglement is entropy increase, or is related in some other way. Also, similarly, if local fluctuations in energy on an ever-radiant timeline branch is similar to local fluctuations in entropy. Okay, so we've gone through all this. This is the basic nature of everything that I've been researching over the past couple of days. Yeah, it's about 150 different articles that I've read in a matter of maybe 6 hours. So that was quite the data download, so to speak. Still trying to wrap my head around this aspect of negative mass that's been discovered. Very interesting. And the funny thing is, we had come to the conclusion we didn't even need negative mass with reversal wormholes to stabilizing them. But you know, it's discovered why not use it. And it does seem to work in the same way as negative absolute zero temperatures. It's counterintuitive in terms of what happens when it's accelerated, like going towards you instead of towards the direction that it's being accelerated in. But that's the other side of the coin. Now, I also wanted to get further into some of these other aspects of these theories. But one of them that I wanted to get into, which I didn't get into before, was that, well, because I don't know if this works this way, but I think that it's worth talking about. Now, when someone mentions different dimensions, we tend to think of things like parallel universe, alternate realities, equals parallel to our own. But when things work or happen differently, however, the reality of dimensions and how they play a role in the ordering of our universe is really quite different from this popular characterization. To break it down, dimensions are simply the different facets of what we perceive to be reality. We are immediately aware of the three dimensions that surround us on a daily basis, those sides that 155 length, width, and depth of all objects in our universe, the X, Y, and Z axes respectively. However, beyond these three visible dimensions, scientists believe that there may be many more. In fact, the theoretical framework of superstring theory posits a universe that exists in 10 different dimensions. These different aspects are what govern the universe, fundamental forces of nature, and all the elementary particles contained within. The first dimension is that which gives length, the x-axis. The description of one-dimensional object is a straight line which exists only in terms of length and has no other discernible qualities. Add to the second dimension the y-axis or height, and you get an object that becomes a two-dimensional shape of a square. The third dimension involves depth. The z-axis gives all objects a sense of area and cross-section. And volume, by the way. The perfect example of this is the cube, which exists in three dimensions and length with depth and hence volume. Beyond these three lie the seven dimensions, which are not merely apparent to us, but could fully perceived as having a direct effect on the universe and reality as we know it. The fourth dimension is time, which governs the properties of all known matter at any given point. Along with the three other dimensions, knowing an object's position in time is essential to plotting its position in the universe. The other dimensions are where the deeper possibilities come into play, explaining the interaction with the others, where things get particularly tricky for physicists. Oh, by the way, time, which is changed in the other three dimensions, can also be viewed as a fourth spatial dimension. So it is the effect of the fourth spatial dimension in changing the other three, making them dynamic. And that is apparent to us and perceived by us as time. According to superstring theory, the fifth and sixth dimensions are where the notion of possible worlds will arise. If we could see on through to the fifth dimension, we would see a world slightly different from our own. That would give us a means of measuring the similarity and difference between our world and other possible ones. In the sixth, we would see a plane of possible world where we could compare the position of all the possible universe and start with the same initial positions with this one. That is the Big Bang. In theory, if you could master the fifth and sixth dimensions, you could travel back in time or go to different futures. This is, by the way, covered also by the second temporal dimension, in which the timeline is. In the seventh dimension, you have access to the possible world to start with different initial conditions. Whereas in the fifth and sixth, the initial conditions were the same and subsequent actions were different. Here, everything is different at the very beginning of time. The eighth dimension again gives us a plate of possible universe histories, each of which begins with different initial conditions and branches out infinitely. That's why they are called infinities. In the ninth dimension, we can compare all the possible universe histories, starting with all the different possible laws of physics and initial conditions. In the 10th and final dimension, we arrive at the point in which everything possible and imaginable is covered. This is the mathematical universe by Max Tegmark. That's what this reminds me of, the hierarchy of the omniverse or the multiverse. Beyond this, nothing can be imagined by us lowly mortals, which makes it the natural limitation of what we can conceive in terms of dimensions. Very interesting. And I believe that it has a chance to be true. So, getting back to what I was talking about earlier. It's this idea of negative matter and negative energy density draws fruit. When we are well on our way to traverse what we'll call improving many of these theories, which is an exciting time to be around. Now, negative mass. In the article, they reminded us that electric charge could also be either negative or positive, but what it reminded me of is that electric charge is one of those mysterious properties that could be transmitted with microwormholes. I mean, why the electric charge exists? Of course, part of the electromagnetic force, quantum electrodynamics, but where exactly does that come from? That can come from entanglement. We've already seen how entanglement influences color confinement for quarks. So entanglement exists on every scale. It's fractal. Unfortunately, people barely think of these terms. But, I mean, every property of a particle can be seen as a quantum entanglement solution. Now, getting back to this issue of entangled states for quarks and for gluons. These are the signals I talked about, where there's 9 different possibilities, which are basically quarks, RGB, antiquarks, CMY, and gluons, which are a combination of CMY and RGB. So you get 3 plus 3 plus 3, 9. And, but since everything needs to pair up, 9 is an odd number that does not become conducive to pairing up. So instead you have 8. 8 is the maximum. So there's an octet. Like the octaverse. So that's how that works. That's what there's 8 colors. Total, pretty cool. Now, I'm going to wrap this up by quoting a couple more articles that I've been reading, which I found interesting. Which I thought you all would also find interesting. Let me just pop them up. I will start reading from them. also seems to me that with negative mass, the fluid like a superfluid might have superconductive properties, especially with a low temperature. So it might actually have another use. We might have a superconductive fluid on our hands. Many practical purposes for this. Now, I wanted to extend further with ADS-CFT. It's a deeply surprising example of duality. It relates two very different theories and at first sight seems very obviously wrong. It states that there is a duality between theories of gravity in 5 dimensions and quantum field theories in 4 dimensions. This correspondence was first formulated by Juan Malvicino in 1997. It was generally thought to be the single most important result in string theory in the last 20 years. Wow. The original example of ADS-CFT linked two very important theories. The gravitational side involved a particular extension of gravity type 2b supergravity on a particular geometry, 5-dimensional anti-de Sitter space. The QFT is a unique theory with the largest possible amount of supersymmetry. There is a specific dictionary that translates between the theories. This relationship has no formal mathematical proof. However, a very large number of checks have been performed. These checks involve two calculations using different techniques and methods of quantities related by the dictionary. Continual agreement with these calculations constitutes strong evidence for the correspondence. The first example has now been extended to many other cases of ADS-CFT, more generally referred to as the gauge-gravity correspondence. Formally, this is a statement that gravitational theories in n+1 dimensions can be entirely completely equivalent to non-gravitational field theories in n dimensions. Again, the holographic principle comes into effect. The ADS-CFT correspondence has a very useful property. When the gravitational theory is hard to solve, the QFT is easy to solve, and vice versa. Wow, they're complementary. This opens the door to previously untractable problems in QFT through simple calculations in gravity theories. Moreover, ADS-CFT allows a conceptual working of the classical problems of general relativity. Indeed, if general relativity can be equivalent to a QFT, then neither one is deeper than the other. So like yin and yang, they correspond to complementary. Finally, physicists can use it to develop new intuitions for both QFT and general relativity. Very interesting. I actually think that would work. One other thing that I found really interesting and I wanted to discuss was this idea about five-dimensional black holes could break general relativity. Researchers showed how a bizarrely shaped black hole could cause Einstein's general theory of relativity, a foundation of modern physics, to break down. However, if such an object could only exist in a universe with 5 or more dimensions, it would definitely work in the 6-8-10 later, the afterwards. The researchers from the University of Cambridge and Queen Mary University of London have successfully simulated a black hole shaped like a very thin ring, which gives rise to a series of bulges connected by strings that become thinner over time. These strings eventually become so thin that they pinch off into a series of miniature black holes, similar to how a thin tube of water from a tap breaks up into droplets. Ring-shaped black holes were discovered by theoretical physicists in 2002, but this is the first time that the dynamics have been successfully simulated using supercomputers. Should this type of black hole form, it would lead to the appearance of a naked singularity, which would cause the equations behind general relativity to break down. The results are published in the journal Physical Review. General relativity underpins our current understanding of gravity, everything from the estimation of the age of the universe to GPS signals we rely on. We navigated based on Einstein's equations. In part, the theory tells us that matter warps its surrounding space-time, and what we call gravity is the effect of that warp. In the 100 years since it was published, general relativity test was at the level that was thrown at it, but one of its limitations is the existence of singularities. A singularity is a point where gravity is so intense that space-time laws of physics break down. General relativity predicts singularities exist at the center of black holes, but any they are surrounded by an event horizon, the point of no return where the gravitational pull becomes so strong that escape is impossible, meaning they cannot be observed from the outside. As long as singularities stay hidden behind an event horizon, they do not cause trouble as general relativity holds. The cosmic censorship conjecture shows this is always the case, as they call it. The Marcus finished a PhD student at Cambridge Department of Applied Mathematics and Physics, IIIb. As long as the cosmic censorship conjecture is valid, we can think of the future outside of black holes. Because ultimately what we're trying to do with physics is predict the future, given knowledge of the state of the universe now. But what if a singularity existed outside of an event horizon? If it did, not only would it be visible from the outside, but it would represent an object that has collapsed to its infinite density state, which causes the laws of physics to break down. Physicists have hypothesized that such a thing called naked singularity might exist in higher dimensions. When naked singularities exist, general relativity breaks down. Also a PhD student from DNTP, and the general relativity breaks down, it would throw everything upside down because it would no longer have any predictive power. It could no longer be considered as a standalone theory to explain the universe. The things the universe existing in 3 dimensions plus the 4th dimension of time, which together are referred to as space-time. But in branches of theoretical physics, such as string theory, the universe could be built up of many of 11 dimensions. The dimensions could be large and expansive, or they could be curled up, tiny and hard to see. Since humans can only directly perceive 3 dimensions, the existence of large dimensions, extra dimensions, can only be inferred through a very high energy experiments such as those conducted by C. Einstein's theory itself does not say how many dimensions there are in the universe, but theoretical physicists have been studying general relativity in high dimensions to see cosmic sensitive skills. Discovery of ring-shaped black holes in 5 dimensions, and researchers hypothesize that it could break up and rise to give rise to a naked singularity. What Cambridge researchers have found, along with Queen Mary University of London, have found that the ring is thin enough to lead to formation of a naked singularity. Using the Cosmos supercomputer, the researchers were able to perform a full simulation of Einstein's theory in higher dimensions, allowing them to not only confirm that these black holes are unstable, but to also identify their eventual fate. Most of the time, a black hole collapses back into a sphere, so that the singularity would stay contained within the event horizon. Only a very thin black ring becomes sufficiently unstable as to form bulges, connected by thinner and thinner strings, eventually breaking off and forming a naked singularity. New simulation techniques and computer code are required to measure these extreme shapes. The better we we get at simulating Einstein's theory of gravity in higher dimensions, the easier it will be for us to help with advancing new computational techniques. We're pushing the limits of what you can do on a computer when it comes to Einstein's theory. If cosmic censorship doesn't hold in higher dimensions, then maybe we need to look at what's so special about a four-dimensional universe like the universe. The cosmic censorship conjecture is why it's supposed to be true in our four-dimensional universe, but should it be disproved, an alternative way of explaining the universe would then needs to be identified. One possibility is quantum gravity, which approximates Einstein's equations far away from the singularity, but also provides a description of mean for what's close to the singularity. Very interesting. And I believe very instructive. And I think that these models are very instructive on how to create artificial black holes in extra dimensions. I will like that. Let me see that one day. Now, another interesting thing I found is that a random substring model predicts traversable wormholes. Unfortunately, it covers time dilation, which means that if you travel 10,000 light years, it might, for you, take an instant in time. Well, outside observers, it would take the full 10,000 years. But the trade-off, the beneficial part is they are entirely safe. Now the China explained that traversable wormholes require special circumstances in order to exist. This includes the existence of negative energy, which is not permissible in classical physics, but is possible within the realm of quantum physics. A good example of this, they claim, is the Casimir effect, where quantum fields produce negative energy while propagating along a closed circle. This effect is typically small because it is quantum. In our previous paper, Traversable Wormholes and Void Dimensions, we realized that this effect can become considerable for black holes with large magnetic charge. The new idea was to use special properties of charge mass of fermions, particles like the electron but with zero mass. For magnetically charged black holes, these travel along the magnetic field lines, in relation to how the charged particles of the solar wind create the auroras in the polar regions of the Earth. The fact that these particles can travel the circle that entered one spot and emerging with the starting in ambient flat space implies that the vacuum energy is modified. It can be negative. The presence of this negative energy then suppose the existence of a stable wormhole, a bridge between points in space-time that won't collapse before something has a chance to traverse them. Such wormholes are possible based on matter that is part of the standard model of physics. The only problem with these wormholes would have to be macroscopic in size and would only exist over very small distances. For even travel, the wormholes would have to be large, which requires that physics beyond the standard model be employed. This is where the random Sundrum 2 model, 5-dimensional warp geometry theory comes into play. Named after theoretical physicists Lisa Randall and Raman Sundrum, this model describes the universe in terms of 5 dimensions and was originally proposed to solve a hierarchy problem in particle physics. The Randall Sunstream 2 model was based on the realization that this five-dimensional spacetime could also be describing physics at lower energies than the ones we usually explore, but that it would have escaped detection because it couples with our matter only through gravity. In fact, its physics is similar to adding many strongly interacting massless fields to known physics, and for this reason give rise to the required negative. From the outside, Malchina concluded that the wormhole would resemble intermediately sized charged black holes that would generate similarly powerful tidal forces that spacecraft would need to be worried of. To do that, they created potential travel would need to use a very large boost factor, like space engine has, as it passed through the center of the wormhole. Assuming that can be done, the question remains of whether or not the wormhole could act as a shortcut between 2 points of space-time. And Daniel Jeffries at Harvard showed that while it's possible, stable wormholes would actually take longer to traverse than normal space for outsiders. According to Maldacena, however, the wormhole would take almost no time to traverse from the perspective of the traveler. From the perspective of an outsider, the travel time would be much longer, which is consistent with general relativity, where people traveling close to the speed of light will experience time dilation. Time slows down. For astronauts going through the wormhole, it would take only 1 second of their time to travel 10,000 light years, 1/10 of the Milky Way size. An observer who does not go through the wormhole is outside, taking more than 10,000 years. And all this with no use of fuel, since the gravity accelerates and decelerates the starship. Oh, that's like space engine. Another bonus is that traversing these wormholes can be done without the use of fuel, since the gravitational force of the wormhole itself would accelerate and decelerate the station. In a space exploration scenario, a pilot would need to navigate the tidal forces of the wormhole at the position where its spacecraft just right, and then let nature do the rest. A second later, they would emerge on the other side of the galaxy. While this might sound encouraging, those who think wormholes could be means of space travel, some of the Malachina work presents some significant drawbacks. For starters, they emphasize that traversing wormholes would have to be engineered using negative mass, which is just a stellar wash. It's a plausible mechanism that exists for natural formation. While this is possible, at least in theory, necessary space-time configurations would need to be present beforehand. Even so, the mass and size involved are so great that tasks would be beyond any practical technology we can foresee at the moment. Second, these wormholes would only be safe if space were cold and flat, which is not the case beyond the random. On top of all that, any object that enters the wormhole would be accelerated, even the presence of pervasive cosmic background radiation would be a significant hazard. And the skin shows that study proven the purpose of showing that traversing the wormholes can exist as a result of the subtle interplay between general relativity and quantum physics. They might be practical for a Type 2 or Type 3 intelligence civilization, but that's speculative. Not beyond the realm of possibilities, certainly encouraged. So, this pretty much concludes part 33. I'm just tying up some ends right now. So that everything done. And I will leave this as the last part, since it's obviously gone extremely long, and I'm not sure if there's anything else to add at this point that will be included in the sequel to the origins of the Omniverse after part of the key, of course. So, this should pretty much cover it. And looking through, pretty much everything. So, oh, just wanted to add, we have some more evidence of sterile neutrinos being detected. I'm just waiting to get an update on that. But it seems like we basically have two studies that they have over 6 sigma degree of certainty. We need 5 for it to be worthwhile. So there's less than more than 6 billion chance of it, not being true. So that will do it for this update. And I think this will be the last one in this series for now, until I complete more of my second book. So this is pretty exhaustive and covered pretty much everything that I needed to cover. I can't think of anything that I left out. If I did, God help me, this is already too much. So, I will leave it here. Part 33. Finally done with this. And hopefully you enjoy the entire series, which is now over 4 hours long. So yes, that's quite a series. Okay, everyone. I will catch you in my comment section on my Twitter, Facebook, WordPress, YouTube videos, as well as Shutterfly, Scribd, etc., etc. We'll be updating those to reflect this new information so that I can have a good starting off point to continue my origin series. Take care, everyone. We'll talk to you soon. Okay, so I apologize for how long parts 33 and 34 were. I'm going to try to summarize some of the details in them. As you know, this is part 35, by the way, of the Origin and IIIb series. And I'm going to do a quick summary of what we discussed. One was, of course, the ER equals EPR breakthrough, which I have been writing about for a few years now, actually before it became well known, or known at all. And ER equals EPR is basically wormholes in quantum foam are the carrier of quantum entanglement. It's brilliant. It gives a connection between quantum mechanics, gravity, and general relativity. Gravity naturally emerges from it, as well as the fact that it's directly connected to the holographic theory, which I have my own theory for catchphrase of amazing, and that's n equals n plus 1. Because any number of dimensions can be described by the boundary of those dimensions or one less dimension. Because of quantum entanglement and wormholes. So ER equals EPR and N equals M plus 1 are closely related. It's the combination of general relativity, quantum mechanics, gravity, and holographic theory. This has very many applications, not just with entanglement, but also with some quantum mind theories, including intuition. If you can take all the information from your environment and process it subconsciously, because we all have outside stimuli that affect our brains, but we can process this on a different level in terms of fight or flight, etc. Know when we're in danger, a loved one is in danger, etc., something big and bad is going to happen. This would be an explanation for intuition, for ESP, for precognition, for all of it. Because space and time would emerge from this. So this would be something that actually could be in our environment, in our surroundings, and we would gather the information subconsciously and act upon it. So that would be a quick summary of ER equals EPR and N equals N plus 1. Now, I also wanted to talk about cosmic strings for a little bit. And the reason why I wanted to talk about cosmic strings is because I came across a theory, or actually a blueprint, for creating a wormhole, a stabilized wormhole, using cosmic strings. Two cosmic strings connected together, and basically have them inside a wormhole, and it would keep the wormhole open. It's a very far-fetched idea, because first of all, cosmic strings probably did exist in the early universe. We don't know if they exist anymore, and secondly, it takes a lot of energy to bring them together. Probably extremely difficult to do that. They're one-dimensional objects that were formed in the early part of the universe during the first spontaneous symmetry breaking when the universe first started to expand. Basically, it's like having a crystal, part of a crystal has a defect in it. As the universe is expanding, that defect stays frozen in place. This topological defect is one-dimensional, about the width of a proton or less, etc., etc. Extremely localized, very high gravity. And this is the way it would be discovered, by the way, through gravitational lensing of a distant galaxy, quasar, etc. So we actually might have discovered one. So, reading this article here, basically they talk about a possible discovery, it's a quasar, good quasar, double quasar, Q0957 plus 561AB. This is a double quasar. It creates a double image. Now, quasar was studied at Harvard between 1994 and 1995. The two images, the double image, the gravitational lens, appeared to have no time delay. Changes in the brightness of the two images occurred simultaneously on 4 separate occasions. The team believes that the only explanation for this observation is that a cosmic string passed between the Earth and the quasar during that time period, traveling at very high speed and oscillating with a period of about 100 days. We have 2 gravitational telescopes, LIGO and LISA, out there. that search for gravitational waves, they are sensitive enough to detect signals from cosmic strings. So hopefully we'll get an answer soon enough. So basically, these one-dimensional topological defects that formed during the phase transition in the early universe, I mean, they were probably pretty common back then. So there might be a few still left over, and if they are, they're actually relics and basically fossils from that time period. They occurred right after cosmological inflation. Basically, from 10 to the negative 36 seconds after the Big Bang or Big Bounce, to somewhere between 10 to the negative 33 or 10 to the negative 32. So just after that meter. So there's a relationship between cosmic strings and string theory also. F strings. And if we find one, it could actually be some observational proof of string theory, which would be really interesting. So, there's also a possibility of a negative mass cosmic string. We have been discussing negative mass, right? Dictated 2 articles that showed that negative mass actually does exist, has been created in the lab, and that was very interesting. Very interesting properties of being the exact opposite. Normal mass, basically, you push on it and it comes towards you instead of going in the opposite direction. The standard model of a cosmic string is a geometric extension with an angle deficit, which thus is in tension and hence has positive mass. In 1995, it was proposed that cosmic strings could theoretically also exist with angle excesses, and thus negative tension and hence negative mass. So it's exotic matter. They suggested that if a negative mass string were to be wrapped around a wormhole in the early universe, that the wormhole could be stabilized sufficiently to exist in the present day. Very interesting. So this could be something that would work. I would actually be quite interested in something like this. Okay, so this is from the original article submitted on September 20, 1994. We have suggested traversable three-dimensional wormholes that could plausibly form naturally during Big Bang inflation. A wormhole mouth embedded in high mass density might accrete mass, giving the other mouth a net negative mass of unusual gravitational properties. The language of such a gravitationally negative anomalous compact halo object, it's a G NATO, will enhance background stars with a time profile that is observable and qualitatively different from that recently observed for massive compact halo objects, MACHOs, or positive mass. We recommend that MACHO search data be analyzed for G nachos. Well, that's interesting. So, there's another article, basically, the sort of more of a layperson's summary of the abstract that I just read. Now, in here it says such wormholes could have been created in the distant past, in the time just following the Big Bang that created the universe. What we discovered at the workshop was that if such wormholes did exist, they could be detected by gravitational lensing. So their telescopes are searching for massive compact halo objects, MACHOs, that have positive mass. That could help explain the vast amount of dark matter in our galaxy, or the whole universe. Now, they haven't turned up enough of it to explain the amount of gravity that's present in the universe. So we want to search for this thing called G-naught, or the gravitationally negative anomalous compact theory. So theoretically, they're consistent with the theory of relativity of wormholes, but they're unstable. Now, previous scientists have detailed the theory, but never suggested plausible means by which one might be created. In this work, we realized that during the formation of the universe, the Big Bang, wormholes could have been stabilized by loops of negative mass cosmic strings. Cosmic strings are discontinuities in the structure of space that have been theorized by cosmologists, and so they could still be here, and it's worthwhile to look for them. If we find one, the implications are enormous. Wormholes provide one possible way to create astronomical objects of negative mass. A key element of the theory is finding that as mass passes through the wormhole, the entrance and exit mounts of the hole gain and lose mass. According to theory, either end of a wormhole can swallow mass, ejecting it out the other end. But a wormhole mouth in a dense region of matter, so near dark matter, swallows mass faster than its other end if that end is in a sparse region. Mass, well, this all makes sense. Obviously, more concentration of mass follows factor. Mass emerging from an end curves space-time oppositely. It's as though the end loses mass, finally reducing to zero mass and then negative. Gravitationally, that negative end looks like a negative mass, maybe even a large stable one. So basically, they want this telescope lens experiment, OGO, expanded, search for these and other possible negative mass objects. That would be relatively simple, because G-naught shows that they provide a distinctive light enhancement profile. Passing between us and the stars, this resembles the twinkling of starlight in the Earth's atmosphere. Ordinary mass causes the sun brightening of a star image, exerting gravitational focusing of light, like focusing of a lens. Ordinary mass causes a single peak in brightness because it focuses the light, but negative matter deflects the light rays, creating a shadowed umbra region where light from the source is extinguished. At the edge of the umbra, the light rays accumulate to form what's a cluster, giving a very large increase in light intensity in two visible peaks of brightness. This light signature is unique. So basically, if they did discover a wormhole, it would be like a shortcut through space, instantaneously traveling between two places that are spatially very distant without contradicting the theory of relativity. You go on one end and you pop out somewhere else. Finding one would completely change our view of how galaxies form, because it would mean that wormhole transport of matter from one part of the universe to another has been a significant evolutionary factor. It would mean that space-time is intimately connected in a way we didn't know. Now, the interesting thing with this, it relates to ER equals EPR because wormholes are a fractal representation of that. And the way it all connects to holographic theory, it was found that wormholes and entanglement are exactly the same thing with wormholes in an extra dimension. So n equals n plus 1. N would be entanglement, n plus 1 is wormholes. So all of it is brought back together into one umbrella. It's complete unification. This is how it happens. Everything is connected literally, like a network. This is the reason why our brains actually resemble the structure of the universe so much. If all of it is connected, we are, in a way, a fractal representation of what the structure of the universe is, wormholes, entanglement, cosmic strings, string theory, all part of it. So getting back to this article that I was reading, I popped off there on my little tangent. It would mean that space-time is intimately connected in a way we didn't know. That the whole universe is knitted together. Knitted. And that's a profound result. It is profound. It's profound for us as a species. But it's profound to a way of understanding things and how everything is connected. Not just all the life here, but the entire universe. So that's my thing on cosmic strings. I would also like to add that in addition to what we discussed about stabilizing the wormhole with two cosmic strings joined together, you could actually form a time machine by having two ends of the string parallel to each other and moving them back and forth to actually create negative energy between the two parts of the cosmic string, and would create a closed time-like curve to close the whole thing together. Basically, you would relive the same way. You'd be like Groundhog Day, basically. Relive the same day over and over again. So that's a paradox, but we know that with time paradoxes it can be resolved because you have different timelines, which by itself, which by the way is quantum superposition, so that's another aspect of quantum theory affecting relativity, different universes. You don't go to your ancestors, you're actually in a different timeline, which is across the second temporal dimension. And the two are separating because the universe is expanding, and all the timelines will come back together again at big balance. Okay, so we discussed all of these. Now, talk about supercritical cosmic strings. The exterior geometry of a straight cosmic string can be visualized in a diagram with one dimension. Focusing on the two-dimensional surface perpendicular to the string, its geometry is that of a cone which is obtained by cutting out a wedge of angle theta and gluing together the edges. The angular deficit theta is linearly related to the string tension, equals mass per unit length. The larger the tension, the steeper the cone. Therefore, theta reaches 2 pi for a certain critical value of the tension, and the cone degenerates to a cylinder. In visualizing the setup, one has to think of a string with a finite thickness. For even larger supercritical values, theta exceeds 2 pi. The two-dimensional exterior geometry closes up and becomes compact, ending in a conical singularity. However, the static geometry is unstable in the supercritical case, unlike for subcritical tension, small perturbation, which is dynamics of space-time, which expands in axial direction at a constant rate. The 2D exterior is still compact, but the conical singularity can be avoided, and the embedding picture is that of a glowing cigar. Interesting. For even larger tensions exceeding the critical value by approximately a factor of 1.6, the string cannot be stabilized in radial direction anymore. Realistic cosmic strings are expected to have tensions of around 6 orders of magnitude below the critical value and are thus always subcritical. However, the inflating cosmic string solutions might be relevant in the context of brane cosmology, where the string is promoted to a 3-brane corresponding to our universe in a 6-dimensional bulk. Very interesting. Okay. Oh god. Now, going into string theory and cosmic rays really quickly. Excuse me. Basically, jumping ahead to when the second superstring revolution in M theory happened, it is now known that string theory, in addition to the fundamental strings which define the theory perturbatively, also contain other one-dimensional objects such as D strings and higher dimensional objects such as D branes, NS branes, and M branes, partially wrapped on compact internal space-time dimensions, while being spatially extended in one non-compact dimension. Possibility of large compact dimensions and large warp factors allow strings with tension much lower than the Planck scale. Furthermore, various duality has been discovered, points to the conclusion that actually all these different types of strings are just the same object, as it appears in different regions of parameter space. These new developments have largely revived interest in cosmic strings. 2002 was predicted that the production of cosmic superstrings during the last stage of brane inflation, a string theory constructed of the early universe that leads to an expanding universe of cosmological inflation. It was subsequently realized by string theorists that the expanding universe could have stretched a fundamental string, so it was superstring theory considered, until it was of intergalactic size. Such a stretched string would exhibit many of the properties of the old cosmic string variety, making the older calculations useful again. String theory cosmologists have discovered cosmic strings lurking everywhere in the undergrowth. Other proposals for rejecting cosmic strings could now be used to investigate superstring theory. Superstrings, these strings, or the other stringy objects mentioned above, stretch to intergalactic scale to radiate gravitational waves, which can be detected using experiments at LIGO, especially the space-based gravitational experiment LISA. They might also cause slight irregularities in the cosmic microwave background, too subtle to have been detected yet, but possibly within the realm of future observability. Note that most of these proposals depend on the appropriate cosmological fundamentals, string strength, etc. Cosmic strings provide a window into string theory. If cosmic strings are observed, which is a real possibility for a wide range of cosmological string models, this would provide the first experimental evidence of a string theory model underlying the structure of space. Very interesting. Okay, so that is very important. We discussed that. I discussed my Pythagorean layer theorem with 3, 4, 5 corresponding to our brain. 6, 8, 10. Well, our brain is the tetraverse. 6, 8, 10 is the octaverse. We discussed 9, 12, 15, and then 12, 16, 20, and then 15, 20, 25. 25 corresponds to 26, well, sometimes spatial dimensions of the Lagrange string theory. The 4 and the 8, that's the tetraverse, octaverse, 16 verse, etc. The 10, as you know, is for M theory, spatial dimensions, and superstring theory, and supergravity, and supersymmetry. All of those have that dimension. I had discussed the thing about quarks and gluons. Quarks, they have 6 flavors, 6 types. So basically, talking about top, bottom, strange, charm, up, down, and of course the RGB colors for the quarks and the CMY colors for the anti-quarks and the gluons. They're actually a combination of a color and an anti-color. Basically, there's 9 combinations, but since everything has to be paired up, quark, gluon, quark, or quark, gluon, anti-quark, or anti-quark, gluon, anti-quark. You get down to basically 8 color combinations. So they get paired up separately, but each color combination. So that's where the 8. And yeah, the bulk is part of those layers. Basically, it undercuts everything, and that's where the wormholes and the entanglement and all that. So I discussed that. This magnetic wormhole that was made, I wanted to quickly get into that. Magnetic wormhole is actually not a real wormhole. Basically, what they made, they use a cloaking device using metamaterial to send an electrical signal from one point to another. Because the signal is cloaked, you can't see it travel through the cloaked area. Basically, it goes in at one point and comes out at the other point. So it looks like a wormhole. Basically, it's like an invisibility cloak. So that's what that is. It wasn't a real wormhole. It makes it like when they make total black holes are not real black holes. Basically, these fluids like water or whatever, and you can use motion theory to create a de facto singularity and eventualize and all that. They use the same thing to create a fluid model for tornadoes and vortices and things like that. They're made of similarly. So there's actually a connection on a practical level between those things, like hurricanes and black holes and galaxies and solar systems and things like that. Even atoms. I mean, practically they all resemble each other. Similar forces going on that create the structures for each. Like the magnetism and the other case was gravity. In some cases, the combination of it shows that the universe is fractal on many levels, on all levels actually. So I'm looking to see if there is anything else that I need to discuss, and I believe that might be it. We discussed the cosmic strings. Oh, just remember, I have not discussed this new thing that I read, which actually resembles my theory quite a bit. Emergent dimensions. So this new idea of vanishing dimensions universe started as a one-dimensional string, expanded into a network that eventually all these different strings overlap, became perpendicular, etc., created a two-dimensional universe, a plane, and so on and so forth, until it became three-dimensional, etc., and now it's expanding into four dimensions, which is why the universe is expanding so much. I had previously talked about evidence for this. We found very high energy cosmic rays that only travel in two dimensions, and what that means is, the very early stages of the universe, that's what the universe was. It was a two-dimensional plane. And we found evidence for this as cosmic rays as they crash into Earth. They're making circular two-dimensional trails. But that, if they're three-dimensional, they're shaped like cones. It's just the shape of the inflection of the way they come in. So three-dimensional would be cones, two-dimensional would be circles. It'd be really interesting if we get one-dimensional, which would be a point. So that would be really early stage of the universe. But yes, during the spontaneous symmetry breaking, we went from one-dimensional, two-dimensional, three-dimensional, four-dimensional. Now with the expanding universe, but the really interesting thing with this is in two dimensions there is no gravity. Two dimension, one dimension, no gravity. So what does that mean? It means there's no singularity. It's a big bang. It's actually a big bounce. Universe in two dimensions, torsion and gravity and quantum mechanics create this bounce. So what happens is, quantum bounce. Basically, since gravity ceases to exist, this force, repellent force takes over. And that expands the universe. So basically, if you can imagine it, picture a contracting universe, previous universe to this one, with the timelines all collapsing into each other, going from 4 dimensions, 3 dimensions, 2 dimensions, 1 dimension. Once this happens, no gravity, it stops contracting, ultimately expands again. When the dimensions come back, 2 dimensions, 3 dimensions, etc., the timeline. Do we have any remnants from past universes? I discussed this, it's a possibility. We've seen some very huge black holes very early on in the history of the universe. That should be there. And it seems like that could be from a previous cycle. And of course, we talked about cosmological constant, how that value is a weird non-zero value that seems to indicate that we're in one of the cycles of the universe. So the value is slowly going down with each cycle, of course, and the universe is a big universe, and maybe some of that is being transported there. Cosmic DNA of universes, we discussed different types of multiverses, Tegmark's model. I think we have 5 layers. Multiverse, I think we have 4 layers in Tegmark's, and Brian Greene had 9. Actually, Brian Greene's a little bit more, but I do like both of them. Brian Greene had more, they had the time verses separately, and universes with different physical laws separately, different layers, etc. In mine, I have 5, so I guess I'm between both of them, between the 4 and the 9. Some of them in their hierarchy seem like a distinction without a difference. In mine, basically, what I have is the tetraverse, the octoverse, the 16-verse. Now, I have 2 others. Basically, I have not gone into detail about those. One is the basic level. It's symbolic. It's not really universe. It's in the structure that underlies everything. Fundamental. So, that's the 4th. Now, the 5th, I had not discussed it. It's not actually about universe. It's basically the connection between everything. So, one is the background. bulk, environment, everything. And I guess you call 2 would be like the wormhole and entanglement that connects everything together. So basically, it's 3 layers of universes, 4, 8, 16, plus the underlying bulk as another layer, and then the wormhole entanglement as another layer. So that's 5. But I mean, I did go into the multiverses, the time verses, which is part of the position. All those really belong on the layer that the universe is making those time verses. So basically, our time verses are on our own layer. It's just a second dimension of time on our own layer. It's part of ours. And same thing would be the case with the octoverse and the 16-verse. I should call that the hexadecimal verse, because 16 is a hexadecimal in computer code. So it's 4, 8, 16. And yeah, those 2 layers have their own laws of physics and their own constants and all that. But you're on a layer, everything in that layer is the same laws of physics, the same constants, even if they're reversing dimension, like negative dimension. Which we also discussed negative dimensions, basically going into like a curved black hole. Well, life in a Nordstrom black hole. A curved black hole would be a spinning variety, life in a Nordstrom is a charged variety. And both of them you create extra event horizons, total of 4. 2 event horizons and 2 Cauchy horizons, and once you get out the other side, you end up in a negative space with the edge. Like, you have to bring a couple of your own space-time with you. You get another universe, and it would still end up. So, likewise for us. And as you know, when we discussed this whole structure with the tetraverse, it was the flow of time would be opposite. Compared to ours, they would be a tachyon universe to ours, and we would be tachyon to them. They would always use the back to the minus vice versa. The only purpose for going there would be to come back to an earlier point in the timeline and avoid the paradox, because we would be going across the same time dimension with a different timeline, or to use wormhole shortcuts to go to other places. You can use it both ways. Either come back to a different timeline, or jump there and jump back to end up in a distant part of space. So we discussed all that. We discussed the fact that black hole event horizons basically collect all of the information, the history of the universe, past, present, and future, which is all combined into one, which is the way I view the universe. So basically, you're talking about another victory for the holographic principle. Since you collect all the history, past, present, future, it shows that all times exist at every point on the boundary. When you're looking from the outside into our universe, the half vibration, we see all of the timelines and all past, present, and futures existing at once. They would be on the outside of the black hole, looking at the event. That's what they do. And Einstein had talked about this century ago, basically saying that time is a landscape, all parts of it exist at the same time. So we can even say, step back further, it's all timelines exist at the same time. And the other thing in association with that would be the fact that since all time exists at the same time, time is a landscape, we can see ahead further. The whole black hole, all the particles of the black hole are entangled. It's also interesting. So basically, no information ever gets lost. Everything that's inside the black hole, outside the black hole, it's all entangled. So that's how all the information gets described. And basically, the black hole, we move wormholes are all over the place, connecting together. We actually hold space-time together. That's why it's not flying apart. Like it's dynamic as quantum foam and it's changing all the time. It would have broken apart. But with little wormholes, with quantum entanglement, everything together, you have the big wormholes that you can use to connect everything together like a blood supply for the whole omniverse. So all of that is connected. And it's basically like, you can consider that equal factor representation of a living being. So it's not just the brain, it's the entire body, it's the heart, the blood supply, all of it connected together. Anyway, so I guess that will do it. I'm trying to figure out how long and have actually wanted to have this go on for about, I would say 40 minutes, okay. Let me see here. So, the previous version that I did was, I believe, 3 hours. And then I did another one. Okay, alright, I'll end it. Alright, you know how to contact me on social media. Hope to talk to you soon. Leave comments, like videos, etc. Quickly wanted to discuss the fact that part 33 was, I believe, an hour, it was hour and 20 minutes long. Part 2 was exactly 3 hours. So that was like 3 hours and 20 minutes. And this is going to be hopefully shorter than either of them. So, I believe I started this at 120, maybe 123. So basically, we are talking about, this is going to be almost 40 minutes. It will be 40 minutes if I keep going for the next 2 minutes, so I'll just do that. So, 40, that would be 5 hours between the 40, is basically what it adds up to. That's a lot. And then I also have the other parts I did for 3 hours. So it ends up being a total of 8 hours. Okay, so I'm going to probably edit some of these because 8 hours is a long time to hear me talk. So I'll probably edit these and try to shorten them a little bit. This one I think I'll keep because this one is the most condensed, with a condensation basically of the previous two. So basically, instead of having the 3 hour one and the 1 hour 20-minute one, we'll just do the 40-minute one. So basically, if you see me going from part 32 to part 35, you know exactly why that happened. It happened because those two in between were probably a little bit too long. And this is a good condensation of the two of those. Or summarization, I should say, summarization. I will leave those two up though, because since they're more detailed, if anyone wants more information, they can always refer to those. Just a warning. Part 33 is an hour and 20 minutes, and part 34 is 43 hours. And, I don't like talking for that long of a time. I have to see my voice is trained. So I think that 40 minutes is actually the appropriate length, the maximum appropriate length for one of these videos. And so basically I'm really excited. 35 parts, I think that will do it. I like the number 35 in this case because if you just want to watch one every day, you'll be done in 5 weeks. 7 days a week. 7 times 5, 35. So this would be a good place to leave off. I really don't want to go to the next level, which would be 42. That would be 6 weeks, 7 times 6. That might be a little bit beyond. But I'm sure I'll come with all the stuff that we've talked about. It's actually goes beyond what I discussed in my book. And so I will be putting that in the sequel. I'm sure when I come up with the ideas that I have and put them down, I'll want to do much more. So basically, we'll leave it at 35, which will cover the first origin, second origin, the sequel. We'll start up from here. I'm really excited about this ER equals ETR, and all of the M equals M plus 1, and how many different implications that has in not just the universe, the omniverse, but in our everyday lives. The way we think, the way we behave, all of it. I have great hope for the future now with all these new discoveries being made, even though we're in pretty dark times right now. Hopefully this enthusiasm carries us through the next period of advancement of human history. Remember, if this proves anything, it proves we, all species, all life, all universes, everything, we're all in it together. So make the time count. Alright. I am about to sign off, and hopefully you will engage me with the comment section and let me know what you think about everything. Read my work on Scribd. It's also on Shutterfly, WordPress. I can be contacted on Twitter and Facebook also. And it was nice. It was really nice being able to express my thoughts this way. Writing was awesome. I love writing. But I found that my mind also works well when I have to talk off the top of my head, come up with ideas, and engage in this way. So, I will leave it here. I just wanted to let you all know what my schedule is as far as book and everything is concerned. And also with SpaceX, with the engine that I mentioned, I am going to see them this week. Book, as far as I know, I have an appointment. They're supposed to call me. I'm supposed to be there on Friday, so we'll do that. And hopefully the editor won't do too much to it. I've already edited it a number of times. He's pretty excited about it, so hopefully we'll just leave it mostly as is. And so everything is all set. Now, one other thing I wanted to say is I hope you look at my other space engine video too, with the new engine being installed, more efficient, higher speed. I'm going to be doing some gravitational slingshots. To test the physics, it should be accurate. I've tested a number of different aspects of it, and everything seems to be in order, working. Okay, so we'll leave it here. Hope to talk to you all soon. Sayonara. Hasta la vista. Adios. Okay, part 36. Sorry about that. I just found a few more things I needed to summarize that I had left out in part 35. Now, we had discussed the Pythagorean triples, 3, 4, 5, tetraverse, which is 3 plus 2 and 6 plus 2 total dimensions. That works with through the Klein theory, Bradley Sundstrom 1, 2, and Yang's Mills. We got 6, 8, 10, which is 8 plus 2 octaverse that works with supergravity, superstring theory, M theory, and 6-dimensional Calabi yaw manifolds. 9, 12, 15, the bulk. This is where the bulk resides. Well, part of the bulk are the ones with the lower levels of 3, 4, 5, and 6, 8, 10. And I talked about F theory, which has 2 dimensions, that actually resides here. And also, I have discussed the gluon core colors. 8 get used because you have to be in pairs. So it's not the 9 total. 3 plus 3 plus 3. 3 plus 3 plus 3 minus 2. Then we have 12, 16, 20, which is the 16 verse F theory, 2 dimensions of time. So you can see where the 4, the 8, the 16 come into play. And then we have the 15, 20, 25, which is where the bulk and the entanglement of the wormholes are. That's 25 plus 1 dimensions in bosonic string theory. These are energy levels, with universes on each level having similar levels of energy. Also fractally similar to electron shells in atoms. Each higher triplet is a higher energy version of the basic triplet at the lowest level, and this explains why gravity is so weak at our basic level versus the others. 12 total quark antiquarks can switch between each of 3 RGB colors for quarks and 3 CMY colors for antiquarks. Gluons contain both RGB and CMY paired together. We already discussed ER equals EPR combining holographic principle and entanglement between boundary space and exterior black hole and interior describes all of 3D and 2D. And by the way, also experimentally confirmed that entanglement in 4 dimensions is the same as wormholes in 5 dimensions. And we have some very interesting things about wormholes in 5 dimensions, where they're much more traversable. And you can have naked singularities and all other fun things. And it's controversial because negative mass is more common, and the wormhole actually opens up outside of the singularity. And the wormhole is much more stable in 5 dimensions. That's awesome. Anyway, we're combining gravity and quantum entanglement. Malvicino projected duality between gravity and quantum field theory. This is where ADS-CFT duality for string theory comes in. Proves it. Black hole information paradox solved. Many worlds theory combines with quantum superposition to reduce multiverse timelines across both dimensions of time. The timeverse multiverse is causally separate as they become entangled with their own environments. Everything is connected through these worlds. Lifeblood of the omniverse. But we can still travel across the second dimension of time, which separates the different timeverse manifolds. Space-time is produced by quantum entanglement, which results from micro-wormholes across quantum fold. Quantum entanglement is fractal with wormholes. Gravity is emergent and entropic and naturally arises from quantum entanglement of space-time. It is the glue which holds everything together, otherwise space-time would tear apart because it is dynamic and always moving. More timelines means more entropy and entanglement, and timelines can be considered as increasing entropy or entropic energy. Space-time is 2D at the Planck scale. We already discussed this, not 2D. Space is fractal and time is an emergent property that naturally arises from it. Okay, so negative mass has been discovered in plasma. Negative mass makes it possible for micro wormholes to stay stable, and also the large wormholes to stay traversable. And those formed early on in the universe could be expanded to traversable sizes by inflation. Total energy in multiverse always stays the same, and the amplitude of each timeverse gradually drops with time. But total energy inside each timeverse is conserved. The higher dimensional space-time gravity is much stronger, and black holes become more important in the structure of space-time and can reach at the LHC and by cosmic rays. So all of this is very interesting. Okay, we had discussed the ADS-CFT conjecture. Basically, it proves that gravity and quantum field theory are very close. They're very closely connected. And all the checks have been performed. This is the first big proof of string theory. 1997, it was formulated by Juan Malvicino, single most important result in string theory in the last 20 years. Now it's soon to be 25 years. So, really glad for that. And I hope you all stay tuned. Part 36 will for sure be the last one I do for a while until I get the second volume of my series in production. I'm going to start working on it soon, so once I have more done there, there will be more to talk about with this. So, anyway, I am very happy that it's now 3 dozen series. So, by the way, so basically, it looks like I am going to take 33 and 34, and instead of having them in the main section, it's going to be 35 and 36, because 33 and 34 add up to something like 4 hours and 20 minutes, 4:20. And these two, it looks more like they're going to add up to 44 and 8 minutes. So basically, I'm replacing 4 hours and 20 minutes with, looks like it will be a total of 52 minutes. So that'll be good. At least a little less than an hour. An hour is a little bit too much. Or more than an hour would be too much. This is probably the right length. Okay, contact me on my media. You know how to get in touch with me. And be sure to listen to and watch my videos and read me on Script, etc. Twitter, Facebook, WordPress, and Shopify. Okay, guys. Have a good one. Talk to you all soon. Hey guys, I have to do one more update because I found another summary that I forgot to add. This is pretty exciting though because there's some new information in here which I wanted to add. Everything really is connected. I'm going to start with the first one that I wrote. This is actually from the research that shows how loop quantum gravity, loop quantum cosmology predicts Big Bang. By combining quantum physics with general relativity, postdoctoral researchers at Penn State were able to develop a model that traces through the Big Bang to a shrinking universe that exhibits physics similar to ours. Research reported in the current issue of Physical Review Letters, the team showed that prior to the Big Bang, there was a contracting universe with space-time geometry that otherwise is similar to that of our current expanding universe. As gravitational forces pulled this previous universe inward, it reached a point at which the quantum properties of space-time caused gravity to become repulsive rather than attractive. Just like I had been saying all along. Using quantum modification of Einstein's cosmological equations, we have shown that in place of a classical Big Bang, there is in fact a quantum bounce. We were so surprised by the finding that there is another classical pre-Big Bang universe that we repeated the simulations with different parameter values over several months, but we found that the big bounce scenario is robust. It stays. While the general idea of another universe existing prior to the Big Bang has been proposed before, this is the first mathematical description that systematically establishes its existence and deduces properties of space-time geometry in that universe. The research team used loop quantum gravity, a leading approach to the problem of the unification of general relativity with quantum physics, which was also pioneered by the Penn State Institute of Gravitational Physics and Geometry. In this theory, space-time geometry itself has a discrete atomic structure, and the familiar continuum is only an approximation. This would be quantum, of course. The fabric of space is literally woven by one-dimensional quantum threads. We're back to that. Quantum, cosmic strings, quantum threads, quantum entanglement, and wormholes. All connected. Near the Big Bang, this fabric is violently torn, and the quantum nature of geometry becomes important. It makes gravity strongly repulsive. By the way, this would be 2 dimensions and 1 dimension, giving rise to the big bounce. So we got our single dimension stuff in there too. All connected. Our initial work assumes a homogeneous model of our universe. However, it has given us confidence in the underlying ideas of loop quantum gravity. We will continue to refine the model to better portray the universe as we know it and to better understand the features of quantum gravity. Research was sponsored by the National Science Foundation, the Alexander von Hope Foundation, and Penn State Everly College of Science. Great. We're off to a great start with this. And so, let it continue with this interesting article. The annoying mathematical roadblock of infinity may have a bypass. The inspiration for the bouncing universe came from a mathematical trick to avoid the formation of singularities and black holes. The idea was first formulated in 1968 by U.S. physicist James Bardeen. He found an alternative explanation for the general relativity equations used to describe black holes. What defines a black hole isn't a singularity, but an event horizon. Outside the event horizon, or regular black hole, there are no major changes, but inside it, the changes are deep-seated. There is a different space-time, and different universe, that avoids the formation of a singularity. It would still be super dense, but it would just not be constant. A black hole's density depends on how far from its center you are. This means mass, the stuff the universe is made of, still acts as though it has a physical volume, even though it is still squeezed into a singularity like space. It has a volume, because space has a minimum size, just like group quantum gravity predicts. So there is no infinite density, or infinite physical volume, or real volume. He says Bardeen's argument can be applied to the other known type of singularity, the one that produces the Big Bang. Another duality, commonality. In order to measure the rate at which the universe is expanding with standard cosmology, the model in which there is a Big Bang, mathematical function is used that depends only on the cosmological time, you said. The argues scale also plays a part, and once this is incorporated in the equation, the Big Bang evaporates. It eliminates the need for the infinitesimally small quantum universe to burst out into the physical space 13.82 billion years ago. These arguments this is the Big Bang segment. These arguments propose that the universe without singularities would produce an eternal cycle of expansion and contraction. The universe races outwards until it reaches a tipping point. The space between the widely dispersed mass acts as a rubber band, reversing its motion. Now, in my theory, the rubber band is the innermost Cauchy horizon of the black hole in which the universe resides, inside the superverse. This rubber band also reminds me of, guess what? Just strong force. Yes. Quarks, antiquarks, and gluons. The way gluons keep quarks together, and antiquarks, and the hybrids, quarks and antiquarks. Further away, let's them get a little bit away. The further away they get, the tighter the rubber band gets, and then it snaps right back. And this is what's happening here. Another duality, another fractal representation. This contraction would continue, with galaxies moving ever faster and ever closer towards the common point, light. And then the timelines would also converge after the word convergence first. Then we have deflation now. Then they merge in a big crunch, which produces a rebound. Rebound comes from gravity becoming a repulsive force in 2 dimensions and 1 dimension. Never gets to the singularity point. Once again, it's not a new idea. Right? So space expands in 4 dimensions. It fits the singularity of the superverse, the black hole that resides with it, which might actually be in the same number of dimensions, comes right back. The application of Bardeen's mathematical argument gives it extra credibility. Why can't it be tested? There's a way to test it. He says, each contraction and expansion event may not eliminate all evidence of the previous state of the universe. There may be remains of black holes in the ongoing expansion that predate, or that date from the prior contraction phase and pass intact through the bottleneck of the Gauss. Yes, as a matter of fact, we have a few candidates for that. Identifying these would clinch the argument and kill off the original Big Bang theory once and for all. What trace is it? Candidates include remnants of black holes from a previous phase of universal contraction that may have survived the bounce. Okay, excellent. Now, we have another thing that's extremely interesting. This combines with my theory of two-time universe. And it's interesting how it's a black hole in this case, and a wormhole, and it goes so well with the Big Bang, the Big Bang, etc., and the Tetraverse, and all of my layers. Does the intense gravity of black holes twist time and space so much that the future gets turned on its head? Some mind-bending new ideas by U.S. astrophysicists suggest so. Think of a holographic picture. Go back to the holographic theory again. Holographic principle. It's a flat, two-dimensional film that contains all the information our eyes need to perceive a three-dimensional projection. That's how scientists think of black holes, and guess what? That's how they think of the universe and our reality, all of it. The event horizon is a region where the dimensions in which we live, up, down, and around, get squashed and time itself is stretched. It's one of the aspects of black holes where the mathematical principles which govern our universe appear to go wrong. The confounding concept of infinity just keeps rearing its ugly head and breaking all the equations. It's a similar problem with time. We would perceive a spaceship approaching a black hole as eternally slowing down. But what happens once it passes through the event horizon? The event horizon is a region where all of the three-dimensional information about the black hole can be contained on a two-dimensional surface, just like a hologram. What if it is a holographic photo with two sides? This is where entanglements and wormholes come in. ER equals EPR. Recent study in the journal Physical Review Letters has unusual implications for the whole time bit. Would the spaceship come out the other end, slowly speeding up? Backwards? Yes. It's all balanced, fractal, and connected. Perspective. Given the way physicists define the formation of a black hole, event horizons must be aware of the entire history of our universe. So this is where the memory of the universe goes with how our Gaia theory and fossils, etc. planets. From Big Bang to Big Crunch, Big Chill, Big Rip, all of it must be etched on that weird, Big Dots too, all of it must be etched on that weird point where light can no longer travel along its merry way. Black holes are stars which have collapsed under their own gravity. A paradox kicks in at this point, throwing our understanding of universal laws into confusion. The event horizon, the point at which light falls into the black hole, cannot know anything about what's deeper inside because light cannot escape. But the location of the event horizon is defined by the matter which is inside it. Yes, holographic theory. As such, the event horizon must know how much matter will ever cross it in the entirety of the universe to know how big to be. This is called the teleological paradox. It's unlikely to work that way, but it is just a consequence of the idealized way we view black hole formation. The idea of a two-dimensional hologram puts all the massive theoretical constructs into a new perspective by defining black holes in a slightly different way. It's a perspective which fits what we know about space and time, right, because of the holographic principle. And entanglement and wormholes. ER equals EPR. N equals N plus 1. It's a perspective which twists entropy, that immutable force in the universe which sees everything gradually tumble into a state of chaos. Many physicists believe entropy must be part of what causes our perception of time, called thermodynamic time. So, what happens to time at the event horizon? Point difference. The idea is that time is projected backwards once it crosses the event horizon of a black hole. This is like the universe before the Big Bang. Think about it. Maybe it's actually that universe. At the black hole's event horizon, think about something. So if we're connected to the antiverse, maybe our black holes are what connects together. More than one. Or there could be multiple antiverses. Of course, we're talking about superposition and time verses and all that. It could all be different superpositions of the same antiverse. Or other ones. Okay, let me go on. At a black hole's event horizon, entropy from its most active and orderly state at the Big Bang, all the way down to the fuzzy chaos of the end of time, reaches a boundary. It's caught between two regions of very strong gravity, producing a two-sided 2D hologram. The idea is that it's all there, forming a projection that reaches back into the past and forward into the future. Maybe it contains all the data of both universes, all of their different time verses. I think so. This idea shows how the event horizon could know everything there is to know about the past and future, and act accordingly. On one side of this hologram, entropy and time are expanding, going forward. This is time as we know it. On the other hand, they are contracting, going backwards. Entropy and time are reversed. It's like the other side of the Big Bang. An interesting consequence of this would be that if the universe stopped expanding and began to contract towards a big crunch, it implies that time would slow down as the universe got smaller and smaller, until it collapsed into its own universal event horizon. But maybe the Big Bang also has been referred in the previous history of the universe on the inside of that event horizon. Something to think about for research in the previous cycle. Sort of like a CMBR for a previous cycle. This would be the holographic opposite of the Big Bang. Great. At that point in time, the universe would reverse. That's the great saying, reverse the universe. Keeping things relative. It's a neat, compact concept which could help solve some of the mind-bending paradoxes black holes present to the mind of physicists. In particular, it fits neatly with Einstein's seminal law of relativity. Black holes have long been a thorn in this idea's side. Relativity states that we live in a four-dimensional universe, where space and time are relative to your movement through these dimensions, while the force of gravity curves and warps both space and time in strange ways. It's a theory that has been repeatedly demonstrated in the universe as we know it. But apply it to black holes, the idea falls apart. That's because quantum mechanics never been brought in. Until now, the concept of a two-directional entropy hologram being part of an event horizon appears to preserve relativity's role at the center of our understanding of physics, along with quantum mechanics. But, like all of physics, it needs to be put to the test repeatedly. No tell. I love this idea, by the way. It's great. Okay, so I think I am just about done. Okay, so basically I found all these connections. And it all really makes a lot of sense. So I will just leave it here. This is going to be another, looks like 20 minutes. And yeah, that's plenty of time. So basically, everything combined, I did like 44 minutes, and 8 minutes, that's 52. This is going to be, gonna look like another 20 minutes. So, 20 minutes, let's see, what did I get up to? So yeah, it's probably a little bit over an hour with the three combined. But still, shorter than shorter of the two long ones. So that one was an hour 20 minutes, so it's more maybe like like an hour 15 minutes, maybe a little bit less than that. So hopefully you like the discussion, that we got everything done. And I will see you on my social media. Okay. Take care, everybody. Okay, this is going to be quick because I actually found some more proof for our cyclic model, so I wanted to go through with it really quick. This is from Cornell University. The first one is the Planck 2013 satellite results, and this is Origin Update 38. And here we go. Okay, we showed that the results from the Planck satellite reported in 2013 are consistent with the simplest cyclic models for natural parameter ranges. That is, order unity dimensionless coefficients, assuming the standard entropic mechanism for generating curvature perturbations. With improving precision, forthcoming results from Planck and other experiments should be able to test the parameter ranges by confirming or refuting the core predictions. That is, no observable primordial dipole polarization, detectable local non-Gaussianity. A new prediction given Planck 2013 constraints on the bispectrum is a sharp constraint on the local trispectrum parameter G underscore sub NL. Namely, the simplest models predicted is negative, with G underscore subscript NL less than minus 17. Okay, and here is the robustness of key features of loop quantum cosmology. Loop quantum cosmology of the k equals 0 FRW model with a Maxwell scalar field is shown to be exactly soluble if the scalar field is used as the internal time already in the classical theory. And analytical methods are then used, one, to show that the quantum bound is generic, and two, to establish that the matter density has an absolute upper bound, which furthermore equals the critical density that first emerged in numerical simulations and effective equations. 3, to bring out the precise sense in which the Wheeler-DeWitt theory approximates loop quantum cosmology and the sense in which this approximation agrees. And 4, to show that discreteness underlying LQC is fundamental. Finally, the model is compared to analogous discussions in the literature. Effort has been made to make the underlying structure transparent and also to those who are not familiar with details of loop quantum cosmology. Two changes from the published version. Use of the scalar field clock already in the classical field theory leads to a soluble model without any assumptions. LQC now stands for soluble rather than simplified LQC. Some intermediate steps corrected, also simplified the analysis. Final results unchanged. Now here's the research from Nikodym Poplawski, very popular, that figures very strongly into the new models. The Einstein-Cartan-Sciama Kibble theory of gravity removes the constraint of general relativity that the affine connection be symmetric by regarding its asymmetric part, the torsion tensor, as a dynamic variable. The minimal coupling between the torsion tensor and direct spinors generates a spin-spin interaction with a significant in fermionic matter at extremely high densities. We show that such an interaction averts the unphysical Big Bang singularity, replacing it with a cusp-like bounce at a finite minimum scale factor before which the universe was contracting. This scenario also explains why the present universe at larger scales appears spatially flat, homogeneous, and isotropic. Okay, and here is towards a non-singular bouncing cosmology. We present a non-singular bouncing cosmology using a single scalar field matter with non-trivial potential and non-standard kinetic terms. The potential source is a dynamical attractive solution with equiparatic contraction which washes out small amplitude anisotrophies. At high energy densities, the field evolves into a ghost condensate, leading to a non-singular bounce. Following the bounce, there is a smooth transition to standard expanding radiation and matter-dominated phases. Using linear cosmological perturbation theory, we track each Fourier mode of the curvature fluctuation throughout the entire cosmic evolution. Using standard matching conditions for non-singular bouncing cosmologies, we verify that the spectral index does not change during the bounce. We show that there is a controlled period of exponential growth of the fluctuation amplitude for the perturbations, but not for the gravitational waves around the bounce point, which does not invalidate the perturbative treatment. This growth induces a natural suppression mechanism for the tensor scalar ratio of the fluctuations. Moreover, we study the generation of the primordial power spectrum of curvature fluctuation for various types of initial conditions. For the pure vacuum initial condition on scales which exit the Hubble radius in the phase of equiparatic contraction, the spectrum is deeply blue. For thermal particle initial condition, one possibility for generating a scale invariant spectrum makes use of the special value of the background equation of state during the contracting equiparatic phase if the equiparatic phase is preceded by a period of matter-dominated contraction. The primordial power spectrum is nearly scale invariant on large scales, scales which exit the Hubble radius in the matter-dominated phase, but acquires a large blue tilt on small scales. Okay, and then there's one more. Bouncing cosmologies progress. We reviewed the status of bouncing cosmologies as alternatives to cosmological inflation for providing a description of the very early universe and a source for the cosmological perturbations which are observed today. We focus on the motivation for considering bouncing cosmologies, the origin of fluctuations in these models. And also, we go forward and compare the models to each other to see which one compares the best with observations that have been made both with visible and infrared data. Okay, so that's basically it. So this is basically not just loop quantum cosmology, it's also string theory and a bunch of other cosmologies. So we were talking about the universe contracting, and as it contracts, we notice that dimensionality goes down to 2 dimensions and then 1 dimension, with gravity basically ceases to be an attractive force and repel, and that's the cycle of the universe. So, that's why there's a critical density. Once it reaches that density, gravity spells it out. Basically, causes it to bounce. And it's not just one bounce, it's not singular, meaning it happens over and over again. At least as many times as it would take for the cosmological constant to go from 1 to 0. Okay. this is definitely going to be final one for the first book, 30 parts. I did put part 33 and 34 aside because 33 and 34 are very long. I mean, one of them is 4 hours long, the other one's almost an hour and a half. So, if you do want to listen and watch those, I will add them to a separate video. By the way, when he mentioned, when Nitin Pavlovsky mentioned the touch-like bounce, with an non-singular bounce cosmology, what he's actually talking about is a bounce that occurs without hitting bottom. In other words, there is no singularity. It goes to a very small size of cusp. It's a U-shape cusp. And then it comes right back. Which makes it all the more interesting. Because parts of the previous universe could still be preserved because of that cusp structure. Since it does not go down to a 0-point size. A finite minimum scale factor. And in the sequel, I'll also explain more about what causes the other dynamic and opposite effect, which is when it's all the way 4 dimensions, it bumps up against the boundary horizon of the superverse, and then back at the lower band and starts contracting. And the time verses start converging in the second temporal dimension for the next 6 hours. And then emerge again, diverge, second temporal dimension, etc., etc. Maximum separation is achieved in the fourth one. The universe has 4 spatial dimensions, right as it's about to hit the event, the second Cauchy horizon of the superverse inside the black hole that we inhabit, that our universe inhabits. Anyway, that should do it. I guess I will look forward to the comments, and you can also contact me on social media, etc. Okay, alright, take care, guys. Hi, guys, I just wanted to quickly do an update because I found some more interesting connections, especially with this negative space that I've been talking about, the antiverse. Right, the article that I had recently mentioned. Now we get more confirmation from Penrose diagrams. Now, Penrose diagrams are basically about black holes and the interior geometry of them. As we know, static black holes are not traversable, but either spinning, rotating, or charged black holes can be, which makes it highly interesting. Penrose diagrams are often used to illustrate the hypothetical Einstein-Rose bridge connecting 2 separate universes in the black hole solution. Now, a time-like wormhole allowing passage into future universes. In the case of the rotating black hole, there is also a negative universe entered through a ring-shaped singularity, still portrayed as a line in the diagram, that can be passed through its entering the hole close to its axis of rotation. Need some careful line technique here, if we can ever get to one. Now, it's not an exact solution. We really don't know what the exact true character of the series is, but hi all. There was a problem with the encoding of part 40 of the Origin series, so I have to redo this part. It was about 40 minutes long, so hold on. I am going to go back to my notes and go back to what I had done in part 40 and redo it so that there is nothing missing from the series. So in part 40, the first thing we discussed was Penrose diagrams and black holes. Now, Penrose diagrams are frequently used to illustrate the causal structure of spacetime containing black holes. Singularities are denoted by a space-like boundary, unlike the time-like boundary found on conventional space-time diagrams. This is due to the interchanging of time-like and space-like coordinates within the horizon of a black hole. Since space is unidirectional within the horizon just as time is unidirectional outside the horizon. The singularity is represented by a space-like boundary to make it clear that once an object has passed the horizon, it will inevitably hit the singularity even if it attempts to take a wave of action. This is only for Schwarzschild black holes, the standard. Penrose diagrams are often used to illustrate the hypothetical Einstein-Rosen bridge connecting two separate universes in the Schwarzschild black hole solution. The Penrose diagrams adds conformal crunching to the regions of flat space-time far from the hole. These introduce the method of aligning the event horizon into past and future horizons oriented at 45 degrees. Since one would need to travel past the light to cross from the Schwarzschild radius back into flat space-time and splitting the singularity into past and future horizontally oriented lines. Since the singularity cuts off all paths into the future once it enters the hole. The Einstein-Rosen bridge closes off forming future singularities so rapidly that passes between the two asymptotically flat exterior regions would require faster light travel. In addition, highly blue-shifted light rays called the blue sheet are right at the wall. The maximally extended solution does not describe a typical black hole created from the collapse of a star, as the opening of the collapsed star replaces the sector of the solution containing the past-oriented white hole geometry in other universe. While the basic space-like passage of a static black hole cannot be traversed, the Penrose diagram for solutions representing rotating and electrically charged black holes illustrates these solutions' inner event horizons lying in the future and vertically oriented singularities, which open up what is known as a time-like wormhole, allowing passage into future universes. In the case of the rotating hole, there is also a negative universe, an antiverse, as we have discussed, entered through a ring-shaped singularity, still portrayed as a line in the diagram, that can be passed through if entering the hole close to its axis of rotation. Okay, now, we are going to discuss the curve geometry, or the curve metric. Curve metric is for rotating black holes. The curve metric, or curve geometry, describes the geometry of empty space-time around a rotating, uncharged, axially symmetric black hole with a quasi-spherical event horizon. The curve metric is an exact solution of Einstein's field equations of general relativity. Okay, so, going back into the curve solution. The curve geometry exhibits many noteworthy features. The maximum analytic extension includes a sequence of asymptotically flat exterior regions, each associated with an ergosphere, stationary limit surfaces, event horizons, calculus horizons, closed time-like curves, and a ring-shaped curvature singularity. Very interesting. The geodesic equation can be solved exactly in closed form. The surface on which light can orbit on a black hole is called a photon sphere. The curved solution has infinitely many photon spheres lying between an inner and an outer one. In a non-rotating Schwarzschild solution, with A equals O, the inner and outer photon sphere degenerate so that there is only one photon sphere at a single radius. The greater the spin of the black hole, the further from each other the inner and outer photon spheres move. A beam of light traveling in a direction opposite to the spin of the black hole will circularly orbit the hole at the outer photon sphere. a beam of light traveling in the same direction as the black hole spin will circularly orbit at the inner photon sphere, orbiting geodesics with some angular momentum perpendicular to the axis of rotation of the black hole orbit on photon spheres between these two extremes. Okay, so you have the beam of light traveling in direction opposite to the spin of the black hole is the outer photon sphere, and the beam of light traveling in the same direction, the inner photon sphere. Because the space-time is rotating, such orbits exhibit a precession, since there is a shift in the theta variable after completing one period in this variable. The photon sphere is located further from the center of a black hole than the event horizon. Within a photon sphere, it is possible to imagine a photon that's emitted from the back of one's head, orbited the black hole, only then to be intercepted by the person's eyes, allowing one to see the back of the head. For non-rotating black hole, the photon sphere is a sphere of radius 3/2 r sub s. There are no stable free-fall orbits that exist within or across the photon sphere. Any free-fall orbit that crosses it from the outside spirals into the black hole. Any orbit that crosses it from the inside escapes to infinity or falls back in and spirals into the black hole. An unaccelerated orbit with a semi-major axis less than distance is possible, but within the photon sphere, constant acceleration will allow the spacecraft to hover above the event horizon. Another property of the photon sphere is centrifugal force reversal. Outside the photon sphere, the faster one orbits, the greater the outward force one feels. Centrifugal force falls to zero at the photon sphere, including non-free-fall orbits at any speed. That is, U weigh the same no matter how fast you orbit, to become a negative inside it. Inside the photon sphere, the faster you orbit, the greater your felt weight, or inward force. This has serious ramifications for the fluid dynamics of inward fluid flow. A rotating black hole has two photon spheres. As the black hole rotates, it drags space with it. The photon sphere that is closer to the black hole is moving in the same direction as the rotation, whereas the photon sphere further away is moving against it. The greater the angular velocity of the rotation of the black hole, the greater the distance between the two photon spheres. Since the black hole has an axis of rotation, this only holds true if approaching the black hole in the direction of the equator. If approaching at a different angle, such as from the poles of the black hole to the equator, there is only one photon sphere. This is because approaching at this angle, the possibility of traveling with or against the rotation does not exist. In contrast to a Schwarzschild black hole, a curve-spinning black hole does not have spherical symmetry, but only an axis symmetry, which has profound consequences for the photon orbits. A circular orbit can only exist in the equatorial plane, and there are two of them, prograde and retrograde, with different radii. There exist other constant coordinate radius orbits, but they have more complicated paths which oscillate in latitude about the equator. Okay, so we are going to now go back to the curve metric. Location of the event horizon is determined by the large root of delta equals 0. When r sub s divided by 2 is less than alpha, g m2, g stands for the gravitational constant, mass squared, is less than jc. There are no real value solutions to this equation, and there is no event horizon. With no event horizon, to hide it from the rest of the universe, the black hole ceases to be a black hole, and will instead be a naked singularity. Although the curved solution appears to be singular at the roots of delta equals 0, these are actually coordinate singularities. And with an appropriate choice of new coordinates, the curved solution can be smoothly extended through the values of r corresponding to these routes. The larger of these routes determines the location of the event horizon, the smaller determines the location of a Cauchy horizon. A future directed timeline curve can start in the exterior and pass through the event horizon. Once having passed through the event horizon, the r coordinate now behaves like the time coordinate, so it must decrease until the curve passes through the Cauchy horizon. The region beyond the Cauchy horizon has several surprising features. The r coordinate again behaves like a spatial coordinate and can vary freely. The interior region has a reflection symmetry, so that a future directed timeline curve may continue along a symmetric path, which continues through a second Cauchy horizon and to a second event horizon and out into a new exterior region, which is isometric to the original exterior region of the curve solution. So basically you're going through two event horizons and two Cauchy horizons. The curve could then escape to infinity in the new region, or enter the future event horizon of the new exterior region and repeat the process. The second exterior is sometimes thought of as another universe. On the other hand, in the curve solution, the singularity is a ring, and the curve may pass through the center of this ring. The region beyond permits closed timeline curves. Since the trajectory of observers and particles in general relativity are described by timeline curves, it is possible for observers in this region to return to their past. This interior solution is not likely to be physical, and is considered mathematical. While it is expected the exterior region of the curve solution is stable and that all rotating black holes will eventually approach a curve metric. It's like a pencil balanced on its point. Okay, so the curve geometry is often used as a model of a rotating black hole. But if we hold the solution to be valid only outside some compact region subject to certain restrictions in principle, we should be able to use it as an exterior solution to model the gravitational field around the rotating massive object other than a black hole, such as a neutron star or the Earth. This works out very nicely for the non-rotating case where we can match the Schwarzschild vacuum exterior to a Schwarzschild fluid interior, and indeed more general static, spherical, symmetric, perfect fluid solutions. Okay, so we are going to into what a Cauchy horizon is. Cauchy horizon is the light-like boundary of the domain of validity of the Cauchy problem. Particular boundary value problem is a theory of partially differential equations. One side of the horizon contains space-like geodesics and the other side contains closed time-like geodesics. Named after Augustin Louis Cauchy. Under average weak energy conditions, AWEC, Cauchy horizons are inherently unstable. However, cases of AWEC violations, such as the Casimir effect caused by periodic boundary conditions, do exist, and since the region of space-time inside the Cauchy horizon has closed time-like curves, it is subject to periodic boundary conditions. If the space-time inside the Cauchy horizon violates AWEC, then the horizon becomes stable and frequency-boosting effects will be cancelled out by the tendency of the space-time to act as a divergent length. Were this conjecture to be shown empirically true, it would provide a counterexample to the strong cosmic censorship conjecture, and this is where we are headed, so that's a heads up. In 2018, it was shown that the space-time beyond the Cauchy horizon of a charged, rotating black hole exists, but is not smooth, so the strong cosmic conjecture is false. And we are headed here. Simplest example is the internal horizon of a Reisner-Nordstrom black hole. Reisner-Nordstrom is a charged black hole. So, just letting you know where we're headed. Now we're talking about the Kerr-Newman metric. This is basically taking Kerr metric and expanding it to active galactic nuclei and supermassive black holes. So I can go back, and we can now talk about mathematicians disprove conjecture made to save black holes. Mathematicians have disproved the strong cosmic censorship conjecture. Their work answers one of the most important questions in the study of general relativity and changes the way we think about space-time. This is very, very important. Nearly 40 years after it was proposed, mathematicians have settled one of the most profound questions in the study of general relativity. It has been proven that the strong cosmic censorship conjecture, which concerns the strange inner workings of black holes, is false. This is a tremendous achievement. The strong cosmic censorship conjecture was proposed in 1979 by Roger Penrose. It was meant as a way out of a trap. For decades, Albert Einstein's theory of general relativity had reigned as the best scientific description of large-scale phenomena in the universe. Yet, mathematical advances in the 60s showed that Einstein's equations lapsed into troubling inconsistencies when applied to black holes. Penrose believed that if his strong cosmic censorship conjecture were true, this lack of predictability could be disregarded as a mathematical novelty, rather than a sincere statement about the physical world. Penrose came up with a conjecture that basically tried to wish this bad behavior away. This new work dashes Penrose's dream. At the same time, it fulfills his ambition by other means, showing that his intuition about the physics inside black holes was correct, just not for the reason he suspected. In classical physics, the universe is predictable. If you know the laws that govern a physical system and you know its initial state, you should be able to track its evolution indefinitely far into the future. The dictum holds true whether you're using Newton's laws to predict the future positions of a billiard ball, Maxwell's equations to describe an electromagnetic field, or Einstein's theory of general relativity to predict the evolution of the shape of space-time. This is the basic principle of all classical physics, going back to Newtonian mechanics. You can determine evolution from initial data. But in the 1960s, mathematicians found a physical scenario in which Einstein's field equations, which form the core of general relativity, ceased to describe a predictable universe. Mathematicians and physicists noticed that something went wrong when they modeled the evolution of space-time inside a rotating black hole. To understand what went wrong, imagine falling into the black hole yourself. First, you cross the event horizon, the point of no return, though it looks just like ordinary space to you. Here, Einstein's equations still work as they should, providing a single deterministic forecast for how space-time will evolve into the future. Black hole's other horizon. Past the event horizon and black hole's point of no return lies the Cauchy horizon. The second horizon has given mathematicians headaches for decades. Troubles with boundaries. Einstein's equations appear to give many different possible answers beyond the Cauchy horizon, which suggests that the universe is fundamentally unpredictable. Block it off. The strong cosmic censorship conjecture says that space-time stops at the Cauchy horizon, which absolves Einstein's equations of having to describe the world beyond. Weak but effective. New research shows that space-time does exist beyond the horizon, but it isn't smooth enough to use the Einstein equations, thus saving determinism. For now. Just for now. But as you continue to travel into the black hole, and eventually you pass another horizon. known as the Cauchy horizon. Here things get screwy. Einstein's equations start to report that many different configurations of spacetime could unfold. They're all different, yet they all satisfy the equations. The theory cannot tell us which option is true. For a physical theory, it's a cardinal sin. The loss of predictability that we seem to find in general relativity was very disturbing. Roger Penrose proposed a strong cosmic censorship conjecture to restore predictability to Einstein's equations. The conjecture said that the Cauchy horizon is a figment of mathematical thought. It might exist in an idealized scenario where the universe contains nothing but a single rotating black hole, but it can't exist in any real sense. The reason Penrose argued is that the Cauchy horizon is unstable. He said that any passing gravitational wave should collapse the Cauchy horizon into a singularity, a region of infinite density that rips space-time apart. Because the actual universe is rippled with these waves, the Cauchy horizon should never occur in the wild. As a result, it's nonsensical to ask what happens to space-time beyond the Cauchy horizon, because space-time as it's regarded within our theory of general relativity no longer exists. This gives us a way out of this philosophical conundrum. This new work, however, shows that the boundary of space-time established at the Cauchy horizon is less singular than Penrose had imagined. It was proved that the situation at the Cauchy horizon was not quite so simple. Their work is subtle. A refutation of Penrose's original statement of the strong cosmic censorship conjecture, but not a complete denial of its spirit. Building on methods established a decade ago, the pair showed that the Cauchy horizon can indeed form a singularity, but not the kind Penrose anticipated. The singularity is milder than Penrose, as they find a weak, light-like singularity where he had expected a strong space-like singularity. This weaker form of singularity exerts a pull on the fabric of space-time but doesn't sunder it. Our theorem implies that observers crossing the Cauchy horizon are not torn apart by tidal forces. They may feel a pinch, but they are not torn apart. Because the singularity that forms at the Cauchy horizon is in fact milder than predicted by the strong cosmic censorship conjecture, the theory of general relativity is not immediately excused for considering what happens inside. It still makes sense to define the Cauchy horizon because one can, upon which this continuously extend the space-time beyond it. They prove that space-time extends beyond the Cauchy horizon. They also prove from the same starting point it can extend in any number of ways. Past the horizon, there are many such extensions that one can entertain, and there is no good reason to prefer one to the other. Yet, and here's the subtlety in the work, these non-unique extensions of space-time don't mean that Einstein's equations go haywire beyond the horizon. Einstein's equations work by quantifying how space-time changes over time. In mathematical language, it takes derivatives of an initial configuration of space-time. In order for it to be possible to get derivatives, space-time has to be sufficiently smooth, free of discontinuous jumps. It was indicated that while space-time exists beyond the Cauchy horizon, this extent of space-time isn't smooth enough to actually satisfy Einstein's equations. Thus, even with the strong cosmic censorship proven false, the equations were still spared the ignominy of outputting non-unique solutions. It makes sense to talk of the Cauchy horizon, however, you can continue beyond it as a solution of Einstein's equations. You've offered pretty convincing evidence that that is true. You can think of this outcome as a disappointing compromise. Even though you can extend space-time beyond the Cauchy horizon, Einstein's equations can't be solved. But it's precisely the fact that this middle ground seems to exist that makes this work so interesting. This is people really discovering a new phenomenon in the Einstein equations. So now, we are going to talk about this work. the interior of dynamical vacuum black holes. CO stability of the current Cauchy horizon. We initiate a series of works where we study the interior of dynamical rotating vacuum black holes without symmetry. In the present paper, we take up the problem starting from appropriate Cauchy data for the Einstein vacuum equation defined on a hypersurface already within the black hole interior, representing the expected geometry just inside the event horizon. We prove that for all such data, the maximal Cauchy evolution can be extended across a non-trivial piece of Cauchy horizon as a Lorentzian manifold with continuous metric. In subsequent work, we will retrieve our assumptions on data, assuming only that the black hole event horizon geometry is suitably asymptotes to a rotating Kerr solution. In particular, if the exterior region of the Kerr family is proven to be dynamically stable as is widely expected, then it will follow that the CO inextendability formulation of Penrose's celebrated strong cosmic censorship conjecture is in fact false. The proof suggests, however, that the CO method Cauchy horizons thus arising are generally singular in an essential way, representing the so-called weak null singularities, and thus that a revised version of strong cosmic censorship holds. Okay. So, before we go any further, I wanted to introduce these Penrose diagrams. First is the Penrose diagram of a Schwarzschild black hole. The Penrose diagram shows that the horizon is really two distinct entities, the horizon and the anti-horizon. The horizon is sometimes called the true horizon. It is the horizon you actually fall through if you fall into a black hole. The anti-horizon might reasonably be called the illusory horizon. In a real black hole formed from the collapse of the core of a star, the illusory horizon is replaced by an exponentially redshifted image of the collapsing star. As the collapsing star settles towards its final no-hair state, its appearance tends to be that of a no-hair black hole. Penrose diagram illustrates that light rays that start from the anti-horizon or from the horizon and hit the observer. The diagram shows that when you look at the black hole from the outside, you are looking at its anti-horizon or illusory horizon. When you fall through the horizon, you fall not through the anti-horizon, but rather through the horizon or true horizon. The horizon becomes visible only after you have fallen through it. The anti-horizon continues to remain ahead of you, and you never fall through it. What is beyond the anti-horizon of a black hole? In a real black hole, the other side of the anti-horizon or illusory horizon is a star that collapsed redshifted to blackness. However, the Schwarzschild geometry is a simple mathematical form, and that form can be considered analytically. The mathematical extension consists of a second copy of the Schwarzschild geometry reversed in time, glued along the anti-horizon. The complete analytical extension of the Schwarzschild geometry contains not only a universe and a black hole, but also a parallel universe and a white hole. This is a mathematical construction, and it's amazing, although cute, that even the simplest kind of black hole, a Schwarzschild black hole, harbors alien mathematical patterns. Okay, now moving on to charged or Reisner-Nordstrom black holes. Shows on inpolar sees infinitely bright, infinitely blue-shifted bursts of light. On passing inward through the inner horizon, the inpolar sees the infinite past of the universe, reflected in the gravitationally repulsive singularity. On passing back through the inner horizon, the inpolar sees the infinite future of the universe. On passing outward through the outer horizon of the white hole, the infaller sees the infinite past of the new universe. Penrose diagram of an extremal Reisner-Nordstrom black hole. The horizon exists only if the black hole's charge Q is less than or equal to its mass, and in natural units. The extreme case where the charge equals the mass is called an extremal black hole. For an extremal black hole, the inner and outer horizons coincide. As illustrated by its Penrose diagram, the topology of an extremal Reisner-Nordstrom black hole differs from the standard Reisner-Nordstrom topology. For this reason and others, it is thought that an extremal Reisner-Nordstrom black hole cannot be constructed even in principle by adding charge to a standard Reisner-Nordstrom black hole. Indeed, adding charge to a near extremal black hole takes energy, which increases the mass of the black hole, keeping it sub-extremal. Mathematical solutions for super extreme horizon Nordstrom black holes, those with charge exceeding mass, have no horizons at all, which is an even more drastic change in topology. Zero charged particles, such as electrons and protons, have charge greatly exceeding their mass. For example, an electron has a charge to mass of E divided by ME is equivalent to 10 to the power 21, the ratio of the square root of the fine structure constant of the electron mass in the Planckian. However, the character of such particles is dominated by quantum mechanics, not by classical general relativity. Now we're moving on to Kerr spinning rotating black holes. The Penrose diagram of the Kerr geometry for a rotating black hole looks like the Penrose diagram of the Reisner-Nordstrom geometry for a charged black hole, except that it is possible to pass through the disk bounded by the ring singularity of the rotating black hole to an antiverse. Now the fun begins. The antiverse. So basically, here we have two parallel paths, one to a new universe, one to a new parallel universe, intersected by a white hole, and then you have a parallel antiverse, a parallel wormhole, an antiverse and a wormhole, back through the black hole, and then the parallel universe and the very interesting. Okay. So, let's see how far we can go with this. Ring singularity or singularity with a gravitational singularity of a rotating black hole or a curved black hole that is shaped like a ring. When a spherical, non-rotating body of a critical radius collapses under its own gravitation under general relativity, theory suggests it will collapse to a single point. This is not the case with the rotating black hole, a curved black hole. With a fluid rotating body, its distribution of mass is not spherical, it shows an equatorial bulge, and if it has angular momentum, since a point cannot support rotation or angular momentum in classical physics, the literal shape of the singularity that can support these properties is instead a ring with zero thickness but a non-zero radius, and this is referred to as a ringularity or Kerr singularity. A rotating hole's rotational crane dragging effects described by the Kerr metric cause space-time in the vicinity of the ring to undergo curvature in the direction of the ring's motion. Effectively, this means that different observers placed around a Kerr black hole are asked to point to the hole's apparent center of gravity, then point to different points on the ring. Falling objects will begin to acquire angular momentum from the ring before they can actually strike it. And the path taken by a perpendicular light ray, initially traveling towards the ring's center, will curve in the direction of ring motion before intersecting with the ring. An observer crossing the event horizon of a non-rotating and uncharged black hole or Schwarzschild black hole cannot avoid the central singularity, which lies in the future worldwide of everything within the horizon. This is not necessarily true with the Kerr black hole, and an observer falling into a Kerr black hole may be able to avoid the central singularity by making clever use of the inner event horizon associated with this class of black hole. This makes it theoretically possible for the Kerr black hole to act as a sort of wormhole, possibly even a traversable wormhole. The Kerr singularity can also be used as a mathematical tool to study wormhole theoretic problems. If a particle is passed through a wormhole, the continuity equations for the electrical field suggest that the field line should not be broken. When electrical charge passes through a wormhole, the particle's charged field line appears to emanate from the entry mouth, and exit mouth gains a charge density deficit due to Bernoulli's principle. For mass, the entry mouth gains mass density, and the exit mouth gains a mass density deficit. If the Kerr singularity has the same feature, it also allows the issue to be studied. It is generally expected that since the usual classical point singularity under general relativity involves arbitrarily dense conditions, quantum effects may become significant. To prevent the singularity from quantum fuzz. Without quantum gravitational effects, there is good reason to suspect that the interior geometry of a rotating black hole is curved geometry. The inner event horizon of the curved geometry is probably stable due to the infinite blue shifting of infalling radiation. The observed observation was supported by the investigation of charged black holes, which exhibited similar infinite blue shifting behavior. So, a Wormhole-Einstein-Rosen bridge is a speculative structure linking disparate points in space that is based on a special solution of the Einstein field equations. It is a transcendental bijection of the space-time continuum, an asymptotic projection of the Cauchy-Yell manifold in manifesting itself in anti-de Sitter space. A wormhole can be visualized as a tunnel with two ends at separate points in space-time. Different locations, different points in time, or space, or both. Wormholes are consistent with geometry relativity, and sometimes we talk to wormholes are projections of a fourth spatial dimension. Analogous to a two-dimensional 2D being only experience only part of two-dimensional space. Theoretically, a wormhole might connect extremely long distances, such as a billion light years, or short distances, such as a few meters, or different points in time, or even different universes. In 1995, it was suggested there may be many wormholes in the universe if cosmic strings with negative mass were generated in the early universe. Some physicists have suggested how to make wormholes artificially. Okay, so four-dimensional space is really interesting. We're talking about a hypersphere, which is a three-dimensional sphere extended into a fourth dimension. Four-dimensional cube, also called a tesseract. You draw two ordinary 3D cubes in 2D space, one encompassing the other separated by an unseen distance, and then draw a line between their equivalent shapes. And their vertices. This can be seen in the animation, one of which shows a smaller inner cube inside a larger outer cube. The A lines connecting the vertices of the two cubes in the cube represent a single direction in the unseen fourth dimension. Higher dimensional spaces have become a way of formally expressing modern mathematics and physics. Einstein's concept of space-time uses such a 4D space, though it has a Minkowski structure that is slightly more complicated than Euclidean 4D space. Coordinates are x, y, z, and then w. So we don't go back to A, it's x, y, z, w. There's only one such location that are linked together into more complicated shapes and the full richness and geometric complexity of higher dimensional spaces emerges. And into that complexity can be seen in the accompanying animation of one of the simplest possible 4D objects, a tesseract, also called a hypercube. The geometry of four-dimensional space is much more complex than that of three-dimensional space due to the extra degree of freedom. Less than 3 dimensions, there are polyhedra made of 2-dimensional polygons. In 4 dimensions, there are 4 polytopes made of polyhedra. In 3 dimensions, there are 5 regular polyhedra known as the platonic solids. In 4 dimensions, there are 6 convex regular polytopes, the analogs of the platonic solids. Relaxing the conditions for regularity generates a further 58 convex uniform for polytrips analogous to the 13 semi-regular Archimedean solids in 3 dimensions. Relaxing the condition for convexity generates a further 10 non-convex or polytrips. A hypersphere is the 4D version of a sphere. A set of points in the Euclidean fourth space having the same distance r from a fixed point PO forms a hypersurface known as a 3-sphere. Hypervolume, the enclosed space, is V equals half pi squared r quadruple. This is part of the Friedman, Lemaitre, Robertson, Walker metric in general relativity, where r is substituted by the function rt, with t meaning the cosmological age of the universe. Remember though, we need scale. Scale is what actually measures the universe. Growing or shrinking r with time means expanding or collapsing universe depending on the mass, density, and size. Research using virtual reality finds that humans, in spite of living in a 3-dimensional world, can, without special practice, make spatial judgments about line segments embedded in 4-dimensional space, based on their length, 1-dimensional, and the angle, 2-dimensional, between them. The researchers noted that participants in our study had minimal practice in these tasks, and it remains an open question whether it is possible to obtain more sustainable, definitive, and richer 4D representations with increased perceptual experience in 4D virtual environments. In another study, the ability of humans to orient themselves in 2D, 3D, and 4D mazes has been tested. Each maze consists of 4 path segments of random length connected with orthogonal random bands, but without branches or loops. Actually labyrinths. The graphical interface was based on John McIntosh's free 4D maze game. The participants had to navigate through the path and finally estimate the linear direction back to the starting point. The researchers found that some of the participants were able to mentally integrate their path after some practice in 4D. To understand the nature of 4-dimensional space, a device called dimensional analogy is commonly employed. Dimensional analogy is a study of how n-1 dimensions relate to n dimensions, and then inferring how n dimensions relate to n plus 1 dimensions. Dimensional analogy was used by Edwin Abbott in the book Flatland, which narrates the story about a square lives in a 2-dimensional world like the surface of a piece of paper. From the perspective of the square, a 3-dimensional being has seemingly godlike powers, such as the ability to remove objects from the safe without breaking it open, by moving them across the 3rd dimension. See everything that, from a 2-dimensional perspective, is enclosed behind walls, and to remain completely invisible by standing a few inches away in the 3rd dimension. By applying dimensional analogy, one can infer that a 4-dimensional being would be capable of similar feats from a 3-dimensional perspective. Lee Rucker illustrates this in the novel Spaceland, in which the protagonist encounters 4-dimensional beings who demonstrate such power. As a 3-dimensional object passes through a 2-dimensional plane, 2-dimensional beings in this plane would only observe a cross-section of 3-dimensional objects within this plane. For example, if a spherical balloon passed through a sheet of paper, beings in the paper would see first a single point, so that the circle is gradually growing larger until it reaches the diameter of the balloon, then getting smaller again, until it shrank to a point and then disappeared. It is important to note that 2D beings would not see a circle the same way as we do. Rather, only a 1-dimensional projection of the circle on their 1-dimensional retina. Similarly, if a 4-dimensional object passed through a 3-dimensional hypersurface, one could observe a 3-dimensional cross-section of the 4-dimensional object. For example, a 3-sphere would appear first as a point of a growing sphere, with the sphere then shrinking to a point and then disappearing. This means of visualizing aspects of the 4th dimension was used in the novel Flatland, and also the several works of Charles Howard Hinton. And in the same way, 3-dimensional beings such as humans with a 2-dimensional retina are unable to see a sphere in its entirety in the same way that 4D beings would with their 3D solid array. A useful application of dimensional analogy in visualizing higher dimensions is projection. A projection is a way of representing an n-dimensional object in n-1 dimensions. For instance, computer screens are two-dimensional, and all the photographs of three-dimensional people, places, and things are represented in two dimensions by projecting the object onto a flat surface. By doing this, the dimensional orthogonal depth of the screen is removed and replaced with indirect information. The retina of the eye is also a two-dimensional array of receptors that the brain is able to perceive the nature of three-dimensional objects by inference from indirect information, like shading, foreshortening, binocular vision, etc. Artists often use perspective to give an illusion of three-dimensional depth to two-dimensional pictures. The shadow cast by a fictional grid model results in tesseract on a plane surface as shown in the figure is also the result of projections. Similarly, objects in the fourth dimension can be mathematically projected into the familiar three dimensions where they can be more conveniently examined. In this case, the retina of the four-dimensional eye is a three-dimensional array of receptors. The hypothetical being with such an eye would perceive the nature of four-dimensional objects by inferring four-dimensional depth from indirect information with three-dimensional images in the retina. The perspective projection of three-dimensional objects into the retina of the eye introduces artifacts such as foreshortening, which the brain interprets as depth in the third dimension. In the same way, perspective projection from four dimensions produces similarly foreshortening effects. By applying dimensional analogy, one may infer four-dimensional depth from these effects. Following sequence of images comparing various views in three-dimensional cube with analogous projections of the four-dimensional tesseract into three-dimensional space. Okay, let's now go to this. This is an article about wormholes and entanglement, which we already talked about. ER equals EPR. Now we're going to go more in depth into it and how it might combine to some quantum mind theory, like intuition, empathy, and how we're all connected. Wormholes, shortcuts that in theory can connect distant points in the universe, might be linked with the spooky phenomenon of quantum entanglement, where the behavior of particles can be connected regardless of distance. These findings could help scientists explain the universe from its very smallest to its biggest scales. Scientists have long sought to develop a theory that can describe how the cosmos works in its entirety. Currently, researchers have two disparate theories, quantum mechanics and general relativity, which can mostly explain the universe on its tiniest and largest scales, respectively. These are currently several competing theories seeking to reconcile them. One prediction of theory of general relativity devised by Einstein involves wormholes, also known as Einstein-Rosen bridges. In principle, these warps in the fabric of space and time can behave like shortcuts, connecting any black holes in the universe, making them a common staple of sci-fi. Intriguingly, quantum mechanics also has a phenomenon that could link objects such as electrons, regardless of how far apart they are. Quantum entanglement. This is true even when the electrons are light years apart. Einstein derivatively called a seemingly impossible connection, spooky action at a distance. However, numerous experiments have proven quantum entanglement is real, and it may serve as the foundation of advanced future technologies such as incredibly powerful quantum computers and nearly unhackable quantum encryption. Entanglement is one of the most bizarre but important features of quantum mechanics. And if entanglement really is connected to wormholes, that could help reconcile quantum mechanics with general relativity, the two examples of this phenomenon on tiny and deep scales. Recently, theoretical physicists Maldacena and Susskind argued that wormholes are linked with entanglement. Specifically, it suggested that wormholes are each pairs of black holes that are entangled with one another. Entangled black holes can be generated in any number of ways. For instance, a pair of black holes could in principle be made simultaneously, and these would automatically be entangled. Alternatively, radiation given off by a black hole could be captured and then collapsed into a black hole, and the resulting black hole would be entangled with the black hole that supplied the previous source. Maldacena and Susskind not only suggested that wormholes are entangled black holes, but they argued that entanglement in general was linked to wormholes. They conjectured that entangled particles, such as electrons and photons, were connected by extraordinarily tiny wormholes. Yeah, micro wormholes. Okay, so now we're talking about throats of wormholes. Exotic matter, which has less energy than a pure vacuum, does exist, at least in small amounts, thanks to the ghostly virtual particles in certain quantum physics experiments, basically the Casimir effect. Number of theorists have claimed to construct special wormholes that do not require exotic matter. They require quantum mechanical effects. Approaches rigorously define a wormhole throat to the narrowest point and show that because light rays spread out as we emerge from it, there must be a kind of anti-gravity. In the process, they found that time-dependent wormholes actually have two throats, one for each direction of travel. The theoretical tablet could paradoxically pass the middle of the wormhole without actually reaching the throat for a direction. Part of the problem is the lack of a good physical picture for dynamic black hole, which is a complicated four-dimensional object. The usual image is legitimately only for one that doesn't change with time. Okay. So now, we're going to move beyond. Talking about ER equals EPR. Wormholes entangle a black hole paradox. A bold new idea aims to link two famously distorted descriptions of nature. In doing so, it may also reveal how space-time owes its existence to the spooky connections of quantum fluctuation. Physicists are still stuck with perhaps the greatest incompatibility problem in the universe. The smoothly worked space-time landscape that Einstein described is like a painting by Salvador Dali. Seamless, unbroken, geometric. But the quantum particles that occupy the space are more like something from George Seurat. Pointillist, discrete, described by probabilities. At their core, the two descriptions contradict each other. Yet a bold new strain of thinking suggests that quantum correlations between specks of impressionist painter actually create not just Dali's landscape, but the canvases that it sits on, as well as the three-dimensional space around them. And Einstein, as he so often does, sits right in the center of it all, still turning things upside down from beyond the grave. Like initials carved in a tree, ER equals EPR, as the new idea is known, is a shorthand that joins two ideas proposed by Einstein in 1935. One involves the paradox implied by what he calls spooky action of a distance between quantum particles, the EPR paradox. The other showed how two black holes can be connected through far reaches of space through wormholes, ER, short for Einstein-Rosen bridges. At the time that Einstein put forth these ideas, and for the most of the 8 decades since, they were thought to be entirely unrelated. But if ER equals EPR is correct, the ideas are disconnected. They're two manifestations of the same thing. And this underlying connectedness would form the foundation for all space-time. Quantum entanglement, the action at a distance that so troubled Einstein, could be creating the spatial connectivity that sews space together. Without these connections, all of space would atomize. This idea was developed by Juan Maltesino along with Leonard Susskind. In other words, the solid and reliable structure of space-time is due to the ghostly features of entanglement. What's more, ER equals EPR What's more, ER equals EPR has potential to address how gravity fits together with quantum mechanics. The rule that led to ER equals EPR is a Mobius strip of tangled twists and turns that fold back on itself like a drawing by M.C. Escher. A fair place to start might be quantum entanglement. If two quantum particles are entangled, they become, in effect, two parts of a single unit. What happens to one entangled particle happens to the other, no matter how far apart they are. Very much like empathy on the human scale. Maltesino sometimes uses a pair of gloves as an analogy. If you come upon the right-handed glove, you instantaneously know the other is left-handed. There's nothing spooky about that. But in the quantum version, both gloves are actually left and right-handed, and everything between up until the moment you observe them. Spookier still, the left-handed glove doesn't become left until you observe the right-handed one, at which moment both instantly gain a definite handedness. Entanglement played a key role in Stephen Hawking's 1974 discovery that black holes could evaporate. This too involved entangled pairs of particles. Throughout space, short-lived virtual particles of matter and antimatter continually pop into and out of existence. This is the Casimir effect. Hawking realized that if one particle fell into a black hole and the other escaped, the whole would emit radiation glowing like a dying ember. Given enough time, the whole would evaporate into nothing, raising the question of what happened to the information content of the stuff that fell into it. But the rules of quantum mechanics forbid the complete destruction of the information. Hopelessly scrambling information is another story, which is why documents can be burned and hard drives smashed. There is nothing in the laws of physics that prevents the information lost, or the smoke and ashes from being reconstructed, at least in principle. So the question becomes, would the information that originally went into the black hole just get scrambled, or would it be truly lost? The argument set off what Susskind called the black hole wars, which have generated enough stories to fill many books. Eventually, Susskind and the discovery that Shakti and Hen realized would show that all the information that fell into the hole was actually trapped on the black hole's two-dimensional event horizon, the surface that marks the point of no return. This is where the holographic principle comes in. The horizon encoded everything inside, like a hologram. It was as if the bits needed to recreate your house and everything in it could fit on the walls. The information wasn't lost. It was scrambled and stored out of reach. Susskind continued to work on the idea with Maltesino, whom Susskind called the master, and others. Holography began to be used not just to understand black holes, but any region of space that can be described by its boundary. That, by the way, includes our universe and the black hole on the outside, black hole cosmology inside the superverse, and also the full tetraverse and the octaverse and the 16-verse, by the way, with their own black hole boundaries. Over the past decade or so, the seemingly crazy idea that space is a kind of hologram has become rather humdrum. A tool of modern physics using everything from cosmology to condense matter. One of the things that happens to scientific ideas is they often go from wild conjecture to reasonable conjecture to working tools. It's gotten routine. Holography was concerned with what happens on boundaries, including black hole horizons. That left open the question of what goes on in the interiors. And answers to that were all over the map. After all, since no information could ever escape from inside a black hole's horizon, the laws of physics prevented scientists from ever directly testing what was going on inside. 2012, The group came up with an idea for Starling and basically said the physicists told everything, we know nothing. The so-called AMPS paper presented a doozy of an entanglement paradox. One so stark it implied that black holes might not, in effect, even have insides. For a firewall just inside the horizon would fly anyone or anything attempting to find its secrets. Scaling the firewall. Here's the heart of the argument. If a black hole in the horizon is a smooth, seemingly ordinary place, as relativity predicts, in the Lagrange condition, the particles coming out of the black hole must be entangled with particles falling into the black hole. Yet for all information not to be lost, the particles coming out of the black hole must also be entangled with particles that left long ago and are now scattered about in a fog of Hawking radiation. If one too many kinds of entanglement, one of them would have to go. The reason is that maximum entanglements have to be monogamous, existing between just two particles. Two maximum entanglements at once, quantum polygamy simply cannot happen, which suggests that the smooth continuous spacetime inside the core of black holes can't exist. A break in the entanglement at the horizon would imply a discontinuity in space, a pilot of energy called a firewall. The AMPS paper became the real trigger. Captain Sharp relieved just how much was not understood. Of course, physicists love such paradoxes because they're fertile ground for discovery. Both Susskind and Valdicina got on it immediately. They'd been thinking about entanglement and wormholes, and both were inspired by work of Mark Ramsdonk, a physicist at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, who had conducted a pivotal thought experiment suggesting entanglement and space-time are intimately related. Then one day, I received a very cryptic message that contained the equation ER equals EPR. I instantly saw what he was getting at, and from there on we went back and forth expanding the idea. The investigation, which they presented in a 2013 paper, Cool Horizons for Entangled Black Holes, argued for a kind of entanglement that said the ANPS authors had overlooked. The one that hooks space together according to Susskind. ANPS assumed that the parts of space-time inside and outside of the event horizon were independent. But Susskind and Valdicina suggests that, in fact, particles on either side of the border could be connected by a wormhole. The ER equals EPR entanglement could kind of get around the current paradox. The paper contained a graphic that some refer to have jokingly as the octopus picture, with multiple wormholes leading from the inside of a black hole to Hawking radiation on the outside. In other words, there was no need for an entanglement that would create a kink in the smooth surface of the black hole's throat. The particles still inside the black hole would be directly connected to particles that left long ago. No need to pass through the horizon, no need to pass go. The particles on the inside and the far out ones could be connected one and the same, Valdicina explained. Like me, myself, and I. Complex octopus wormhole would link the interior of the black hole directly to particles along the target cloud of Hawking radiation. The ER equals EPR idea posits that entangled particles inside and outside of black holes and horizon are connected via wormholes. Holes in the wormhole. No one is sure yet whether ER equals EPR will solve the firewall problem. At first, with ER equals EPR may sound fresh and sweet, but it will have to ripen on the shelf for a while. Whatever happens, the correspondence between entangled quantum particles of geometry of smoothly worked space-time is a big new insight. It's allowed him and his collaborator, a researcher at the University of Advanced, to study to tackle complex problems in quantum chaos through what is called simple geometry that even I can understand. To be sure, ER equals EPR does not yet apply to just any kind of space or any kind of entanglement. It takes a special type of entanglement and a special type of wormhole. This recently co-authored a paper describing wormholes with more than two ends. ER equals EPR works in very specific situations. but AMPS argues that the firewall presents a much broader challenge. Now, for the ER equals EPR modified standard quantum mechanics, a lot of people are really interested in the ER equals EPR conjecture, but there's a sense that no one but Lenny and Watt really understand what it is. Still, it's an interesting time to be in the field. Cool horizons for entangled black holes. General relativity contains solutions in which two distant black holes are connected through the interior via a wormhole, or Einstein-Rosen bridge. These solutions can be interpreted as maximally entangled states of two black holes that form a complex EPR pair. We suggest that similar bridges might be present for more general entangled states. In the case of entangled black holes, one can formulate versions of the AMPS paradox and resolve that. This suggests possible resolutions of the firewall paradox for more general situations. A bound on chaos. We conjecture a sharp bound on the rate of growth of chaos in a thermal quantum system with a large number of degrees of freedom. Chaos can be diagnosed using an out-of-time order correlation function closely related to the commutator of operations separated in time. We conjecture that the influence of chaos on this correlator can develop no faster than exponentially with Lyapunov exponent. We give a precise mathematical argument based on plausible physical assumptions establishing this conjecture. Multi-boundary wormholes and holographic entanglement. The ADS-CFT, which is the anti-disorder space conformal field theory conjecture, or correspondence, string theory relates quantum entanglement between boundary conformal field theories and geometric connections in the dual asymptotically anti-de Sitter space. We consider entangled states in the n-fold tensor product of a 1 plus 1 dimensional CFT Hilbert space defined by the Euclidean path integral over a widening surface with n-holes. In one region of moduli space, a dual bulk state is a black hole with n asymptotically ADS sub 3 regions connected by a common wormhole, while in other regions the bulk fragments into disconnected components. We study the entanglement structure and compute the wave function explicitly in the functional limit of the Riemann surface in terms of CFT endpoint functions. We also use ADS minimal surfaces to measure entanglement more generally. In some regions of the moduli space, the entanglement is entirely multipartite, though not of the GHZ type. However, even when the bulk is completely connected, in some regions of the moduli space, the entanglement is almost entirely bipartite. Significant entanglement occurs only between pairs of CFTs. We develop new tools to analyze intrinsically n-partite entanglement and use these to show that for some wormholes with n similar-sized horizons, there is intrinsic entanglement between at least n-1 parties, and that the distillable entanglement between the asymptotic regions is at least n plus 1 divided by 2 parties. Okay. So here's the paper by Mark Ramsdorff, Building Up Space-Time with Quantum Entanglement. In this essay, we argue that the emergence of classically connected space-time is intimately related to the quantum entanglement of degrees of freedom in a non-perturbative description of quantum gravity. This entanglement of degrees of freedom associated with two regions of space-time results in these regions pulling apart and pushing off from each other in a way that can be quantified by standard measures of entanglement. External black holes and ADS anti-de Sitter space. We propose a dual non-perturbative description for maximally extending Schwarzschild anti-de Sitter spacetimes. The description involves two copies of the conformal field theory associated to the ADS spacetime and an initial entangled state. In this context, we also discuss the version of the information loss paradox and its resolution. Holographic derivative of the entanglement entropy from ADS CFT. A holographic derivative of the entanglement entropy in quantum conformal field theories is proposed from ADS CFT correspondence. We argue that the entanglement entropy in D plus 1 dimensional conformal field theories can be obtained from the area of D-dimensional minimal surface in ADS, sub D plus 2. Analogous to the Bekenstein-Hawking formula for black hole entropy. We show that our proposed perfectly reproduces the correct entanglement entropy in 2D CF2 applied to ABS sub 3. We also compare the entropy computed in ABS sub 5 divided by times s to the fifth exponent with that of the 3 n equals 4 super Yang mills. Grandstein proposes that the quantum entanglement is the fundamental ingredient underlying space-time geometry. John Wheeler came up with an idea in the 50s that everything is geometry. One particularly interesting idea we call charge without charge. There are no point-length electrical charges, Wheeler proposed. Rather, electrical field lines can thread the mouth of a wormhole. What looks to you like an electron is actually a tiny wormhole mouth. If you are small enough, you could dive inside the electron and emerge from a positron far away. Yes, and it's the antiverse. Okay. Classical physics as geometry. The classical physics can be regarded as comparing the gravitation source, free electromagnetism, unquantized charge, and unquantized mass of concentration, electromagnetic energy, field energy, geons, and classical physics can be described in terms of curved empty space and nothing more. No changes are made in existing theory. The electromagnetic field is given by the Maxwell square root of the contracted curvature tensor of Ricci and Einstein. Maxwell's equations then reduced as shown 30 years ago by raising it to a simple statement connecting the Ricci curvature as rate of change. In contrast to unified field theories, one then secures from the standard theory of Maxwell and Einstein already unified field theory. This purely geometrical description of electromagnetism is traced out in detail. Charge receives a natural interpretation in terms of source-free electromagnetic fields that 1 are everywhere, subject to Maxwell's equations for free space, while 2 are trapped in the wormholes of a space with multiply connected topologies. Electromagnetism in such a space receives a detailed description in terms of the existing beautiful and highly developed mathematics of topology and harmonic vector fields. Elementary particles and real masses are completely excluded from discussion belonging to the world of quantum physics. Okay. Wow, that's a lot. I'm hoping that I'm close to done on this part 40 because this has stretched on way more than an hour. We conjecture a sharp bound on the rate of growth of chaos in thermal quantum systems with a large number of degrees of freedom. Chaos can be diagnosed using an out-of-time order correlation function closely related to the commutator of operations separated in time. Okay. Let me check this out, see if this is something I need to go over. Okay, so far, I only have a little bit more to go through. This paper presents strong observational evidence of numerous previously unobserved circular spots in the cosmic microwave background sky. The spots have angular radii between 0.03 and 0.04. This is for Penrose's theory on the universe, or for cosmic cyclic cosmology. Angular diameter between 3 and 4 degrees. There was a clear cutoff at that size, indicating that each round spot would have originated from a highly energetic point-like source located at the end of inflation, or else point-like at the conformally expanded Big Bang. If it is considered that there was no inflationary phase, the significant presence of these anomalous spots was initially noticed in the Planck 7 GHz satellite data with comparison with 1,000 standard simulations, and then confirmed by putting the comparison to 10,000 simulations. Such anomalous points were then found at precisely the same locations in the W map, Wilkinson microwave anisotropy probe data. Their significance was confirmed by the comparison with 1,000 W map simulations. Planck and W map have very different noise properties, and it seems exceedingly unlikely that the observed presence of anomalous points in the same direction, and both maps may come entirely from the noise. Subsequently, further confirmation was found in the Planck data by comparison with 1,000 FFP 8.1 MC simulations, with L is less than or equal to 1,500. The existence of such anomalous regions resulted from point-like sources at the conformally stretched out Big Bang to the predicted consequence of conformal cyclic cosmology. These sources being the Hawking points of the theory, resulting from the Hawking radiation from supermassive black holes in the cosmic eon prior to our own. CCC and the Fermi paradox. Within the scheme of conformal cyclic cosmology, information can be transmitted from eon to eon. Accordingly, the Fermi paradox and the SETI program of communication by remote civilizations may be examined from a novel perspective, such as information could, in principle, be encoded in the cosmic microwave background. The current empirical state of CCC is also discussed. It was purely an excellent byproduct of these developments in gravitational theory that another possibility for time travel was uncovered by a New Zealand mathematician named Roy Kerr. It came from the study of black holes. Schwarzschild's solution had served well for many decades, but it was clearly unrealistic in one respect. A real star would undoubtedly be spinning or in collapse, and nobody knew the solution to Einstein's equations corresponding to a rotating black hole until Kerr found it. Outside the event horizon, the properties of Kerr's black hole solution are broadly similar to those of the Schwarzschild case, but the interior is structured quite differently. Whereas a particle, not a tachyon, falling into a Schwarzschild black hole necessarily hits the central singularity, after a short time, a particle falling into a Kerr hole may avoid the singularity altogether. Where does it go? Nobody really knows. The Kerr solution gives a possible answer. Just as Schwarzschild's solution can be extended into an anti-world, another universe, an antiverse, by the way, where time runs backwards, as I suggested, so Kerr's solution extends into an infinity of other universes, both worlds and antiworlds. In addition, there is a weird region within the black hole where the light goes over, Gödel light, and permit world lines to form closed loops. A closed time like Kerr's, by the way. Unfortunately for aspiring temponauts, most experts think the Kerr solution will only apply in specific regards throughout the interior of a real black hole. Quite apart from its idealized mathematical form, which may or may not resemble a real spinning black hole, the gateway to the other universes and the time travel region described by this solution turns out to be intrinsically unstable, except for specific cases. Furthermore, the singularity inside the Kerr black hole is naked. This means it can be seen by an observer in the interior region. By contrast, the singularity inside the Schwarzschild hole lies to the future of all observers. They don't know it is there until they hit it. A naked singularity is far more fearsome. Remember, singularities are only the boundaries where space and time cease to exist, because the laws of physics break down there. It is impossible to know what might come out of a singularity. So long as the singularity remains hidden, we need not worry too much about it, but a naked singularity could influence events in an unknown way, making attempts to draw any physical conclusions, providing alternative routes to dash lines. Possibility of two loops connecting the same point in space is another example of how, in general, relativity spacetime may be bent around far enough to reconnect with itself, thus providing a possibility of loops in both space and time. As shown, the wormhole loop looks longer, but this is because my drawing is largely symbolic. Remember that space-time diagrams can really distort distances. A careful mathematical study shows that wormholes in space 2 points A and B may be connected by a path in normal space, either line or one that leads to the wormhole dashed line. The length of these loops may be very different. As shown, the wormhole path looks longer, but under some circumstances it can be much shorter. Wormholes can actually shortcut the distance from A to B. This is made more plausible if the diagram is folded over, where the wormhole now appears on the short tube. Remarkably, Einstein anticipated this type of geometry and wrote code that was made in Rosen in the mid-30s. For that reason, the wormhole is sometimes known as the Einstein-Rosen bridge. It may happen that an abstract can get from A to B through the wormhole faster than light can get there via the normal route. By outpacing light, in this manner, the abstract can also travel backwards in time. Actually, for him, time is going normally. The distance is shown here. If you want to turn the wormhole into a time machine, the wormhole mouths have to be regarded somewhat like our twin Stan and Betty. One and Betty needs to be accelerated somehow close to the speed of light relative to the other end and stopped and accelerated back again. The inner mouth. Okay. So basically, you move one mouth of the wormhole fast at the speed of light relative to the other, and then you create a closed time-like loop in the region in between, and that creates your time travel machine. For both this and for the space travel, you need to have a negative mass or negative energy density canceling effect, and both of those we've already covered. That holds open the wormhole so it remains stable, and it gives a source for anti-gravity. And it's also going to be opening to the wormhole outside of the event horizon of the black hole. So, you need to both space and time travel. The Kerr space and a brief introduction. This chapter provides a brief introduction to the Kerr space and rotating black holes. Touching on the most common coordinate representation of the space-time metric and the key features of geometry, the presence of horizons and ergospheres. The cover is by no means complete, and so it's easy to orient oneself when reading subsequent chapters. Alright, here's the movie, The Journey into the Reisner-Nordstrom Black Hole. There's a map, a clock, and an artificial grid on the black hole's horizon. A Reisner-Nordstrom black hole is a black hole with mass and electric charge but no spin. Real black holes probably spin, but probably have almost no electric charge because the universe appears to be electrically neutral, and a charged black hole is quickly neutralized by attracting charge at the opposite side. Nevertheless, the internal geometry of an electrically charged black hole resembles mathematically that of a rotating black hole. For this reason, the behavior inside a charged black hole is often taken as a surrogate for that inside a rotating Kerr black hole. The big difference between a charged Reisner-Nordstrom and an uncharged Nordstrom black hole is that the mathematical solution of the charged black hole is inside its horizon is a one-way wormhole, that connects to a white hole that propels you to another space-time. Okay. Gravitationally repulsive core. Remember, the no-hair theorem states that an isolated black hole is characterized outside its horizon by the three quantities, mass, charge, and spin. Whereas the geometry for black holes, mass, and charge, the Reisner-Nordstrom geometry, was discovered within a few years of Einstein's development of general relativity. It took until 1963 for Roy Kerr discovered the geometry of a rotating black hole. After that, Newman quickly generalized Kerr's solution to a black hole that has both charge and spin. The no-hair theorem part of Kerr-Newman geometry constitutes the most general description of an isolated black hole outside its horizon. As might be imagined, for a long time it took to discover black hole solutions with spin, the Kerr-Newman geometry is technically much more complicated than the comparatively simple Reisner-Nordström geometry. For this reason, as of this 2009 period, I have yet to implement rotating black holes in a black hole flight simulator. Instead, use the Reisner-Nordström geometry as a surrogate for the Kerr geometry. You can be sure that one day to have the opportunity to implement the Kerr-Newman geometry, but it will not be easy and it will take time. Reisner, Nordström, and Kerr-Newman, which is Maxwell's charge and Maxwell's charge plus spin geometry, is assume that the black hole is empty except at its singularity, which forms a ring in the Kerr-Newman geometry. Empty here means empty of energy momentum, such as that produced by matter or light, aside from the energy momentum of the electric field produced by electrical charge located at singularity. So it may come as a surprise to learn that a Reisner, Nordström, or Kerr-Newman black hole is gravitationally repulsive at its core. Indeed, the singularity is infinitely gravitationally repulsive. In the case of a charged black hole, the gravitational repulsion of the core comes from the tension or negative pressure of the radioelectric field. In relativity, mass is a form of energy, so it is not surprising to learn that not only mass but also energy in any form, including photons, which have energy but no less mass, gravitate. In a rotating black hole, the gravitational repulsion of the core can be explained more simply. It's produced by the centrifugal force. Outside the outer horizon, the orbital structure of the charged Reisner-Nordström black hole is similar to that of the uncharged Schwarzschild black hole, with regions where circular orbits are stable, unstable, and non-existent. But whereas the uncharged black hole is a single horizon, the charged black hole is two horizons, an outer and an inner horizon. You follow a real free fall trajectory through the charged black hole. The blue line inside the inner horizon marks the periapsis of the trajectory, the radius of the closest approach to the center of the black hole. The clock records the time you left until you hit the inner horizon, which in a real black hole is where you would be vaporized by mass inflation and stability. The time is in seconds with the black hole's mass equals that of the supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy 5 million times. On your trajectory, it takes 20 seconds to fall from the outer to the inner horizon. The trip to the outer horizon, the Reisner-Nordström black hole, similar to that of the Schwarzschild black hole. If you pass through the outer horizon, the horizon splits in two, same as for the Schwarzschild black hole. Without the horizon grids, there is no sign that you have crossed the horizon. For a while, the black hole appears to increase in size. For a while, the view inside the Reisner-Nordström black hole continues to look similar to that of the Schwarzschild black hole. As you fall deeper inside the horizon bubble enlarges. But then the black hole appears to shrink. But as you approach the inner horizon, the black hole ahead stops expanding and starts to shrink. It looks like you are moving away from the black hole, but that is not true. You are still free-falling inwards towards the black hole. The shrinking is caused by relativistic beaming, which concentrates the view ahead. The same relativistic beaming causes light from the outside universe to become brighter and more blue-shifted around the black hole. Through the inner horizon, as you fall deeper into the black hole, the inward flow of space is slowed by the gravitational repulsion produced by the negative pressure of the radioelectric field. At a certain radius, the inner horizon, the flow of space goes back down to the speed of light. Down to this point, it has been impossible for light or other information to propagate upwards to you from parts of the black hole below you. For example, if you look at your feet, you do see them below you, but in fact the feet that you see emitted their light at a time when they were outside the current condition of your body. At the inner horizon, you are hit by an infinitely bright, infinitely energetic burst of light. The bright point of light is an image of the outside universe reflected by the gravitational repulsive singularity. The burst of light contains infinitely, speeding up the entire history of the universe. The infinitely bright burst of light signals the breakdown of the Reisner-Nordström geometry. The Reisner-Nordström geometry assumes that all matter and charge inside the black hole is concentrated at the central singularity. This assumption leads to the prediction of light from the outside universe concentrates ultimately at the inner horizon, which contradicts the assumption that the black hole is empty, except by its singularity. In reality, if there is such a thing as a charged black hole, as you approach very close to the inner horizon, you'll see rapidly growing dispersion of light from the outside universe. Light triggers the mass inflation stability. From the inner horizon on, the horizon in geometry is not physically realistic despite being an exact mathematical solution to Einstein's equation. Journey through the horizon north from black hole. This one keeps this all the way through. Version of the movie at the left includes horizon grids all the way through. The horizon grids are colored with the black body color. You would see if the object emitting at the horizon had a temperature of 4,096 Kelvin and were free falling radially from zero velocity in infinity. As we fall inward through the inner horizon, a new grid appears marking the ingoing inner horizon. The dark red grid markings marking anti-horizon are temporarily invisible as we turn around inside the wormhole, but then reappear as we approach the inner horizon going outwards. As you pass back through the inner horizon, the third grid appears, the outgoing inner horizon or inner anti-horizon. As this Penrose diagram shows, the outgoing inner anti-horizon is not the same as the ingoing inner horizon. As the white hole catapults you outward into a new universe, a fourth grid appears marking the white hole's outer horizon, through the wormhole. Inside the inner horizon, the flow of space slows down, turns around, and accelerates you back out again, back towards the radius of the inner horizon. This region inside the inner horizon is the wormhole. The wormhole part of the longer movie linked at the top of these pages. In the movie, the camera is initially pointed inwards towards the black hole, but as space turns and accelerates back out, the camera turns around and points outward, away from the black hole. Flow of time accelerates back outward, back out through the inner horizon. The place where it accelerates back up to the speed of light marks the inner horizon. As you pass once again through the inner horizon, the time going outward rather than inward, you see a second infinitely bright until the energetic burst of light. Whereas on your inward passage to the inner horizon, you saw the entire history of the universe go by. This time, on your outward passage, you see the entire future of the universe go by. Wow, that's incredible. The fact that you see the outside universe infinitely bright, that blue shifted as we pass outward through the inner horizon was first pointed out by Roger Penrose. Through a white hole. Accelerating past the speed of light, the outward flow of space deposits you in a white hole, where space is pushed outward faster than the speed of light. A white hole is like a black hole, except time reversed in the sense that space in a white hole falls outward faster than light. So basically, for the anti-black hole, this like particle antimatter, so this is a fractal representation of that in the macro world. So instead of electron positron, we have black hole, white hole, universe, antiverse, all connected at different scales. Time reversed in the sense that space in the white hole falls outward faster than light, whereas space in the black hole falls inward faster than light. You, inside the white hole, perceive your own proper time to continue to move forward in the usual way. So basically, in the antiverse, what we consider a black hole would be a white hole in our universe, and what we consider to be a black hole would be a white hole in their universe, and vice versa. Time reversed. You might have thought that since you originally fell through the inner horizon from a black hole, when you pass back out through the inner horizon, you would rejoin the black hole. But this is not true. It cannot be true because space cannot simultaneously fall inward and outward faster than light. The white hole is actually a completely separate piece of space-time. That is occurring in Penrose diagram of horizon or Nordstrom geometry. You need to protect the bubble so that you don't get annihilated by the antimatter. You would need a bubble of our own space-time protection. The white hole continuation and vice versa prevention. The white hole continuation of the horizon or Nordstrom geometry in an exact mathematical solution. Into a new universe. The outflow of space in the white hole has been propelled by the gravitational repulsion produced by the negative radial pressure of the electric field. As you move outward, the gravitational repulsion weakens and the gravitational attraction from the mass of the black hole reasserts itself as the dominant force. The outward flow of space decelerates. The place where space slows back down to the speed of light marks the outer horizon of the white hole. As you pass outward through the outer horizon of the white hole for the third time, you see infinitely bright, energetic bursts of light. This type of light is from the new universe, into which you have been deposited by the white hole. Burst of light contains the entire past history of the new universe. As long as you're inside the white hole, light from the new universe could not penetrate into the white hole, so space in the white hole falls outward past of light. Only when you reach the outer horizon of the white hole, where the outflow of space has slowed to the speed of light, do you get to see light from the new universe. The new universe is a two-master. Where is the new universe into which the white hole thrusts you? Since the right-hand motion geometry is a mathematical solution, does not specify who or where or when the new universe is. If you're right, you can imagine that the new universe might be another place and time in our own universe. But in reality, motion geometry, we have no idea. Looking back at the white hole. Turning around and looking back to see the white hole from which you emerged. You see light from the original universe. Light will traverse the same journey as you through the black hole, through the wormhole, through the white hole, into a new universe. Okay, we're looking at the rising Northshire waterfall. It works equally well for a charged black hole. However, whereas the torch star geometry of the waterfall falls at ever-increasing velocity all the way to the central singularity, in the rising Northshire geometry, the waterfall slows down thanks to the gravitational repulsion produced by the potential negative pressure of the electric field. Centrifugal. The rising Northshire waterfall is described by exactly the same metric as the Schwarzschild metric, but the mass m and the escape velocity is replaced by the mass mr inferior to radius r. The interior mass mr equals the mass m at secant infinity minus the mass energy q2 divided by 2r in the electric field. Electromagnetic mass q2 divided by 2r is the mass outside r associated with the energy density e2 divided by 8 pi of the electric field. E equals q divided by r squared surrounding a charged cube. The inflow velocity v of space has the speed of light at the outer horizon. R plus equals m plus bracket m squared minus 2 squared bracket half power or square root of. That goes back down to less than the speed of light at the inner horizon. R sub equals m minus m squared minus q squared to the half power or square root. The velocity slows all the way to 0 at the turnaround point. R0 equals q2 divided by 2m inside the inner horizon. At this point, space turns around and accelerates back out, putting the speed of light 1/4 the inner horizon r. Space now enters a white hole where space is moving outward faster than light. The diagram at left seems to show the white hole in the same place as the black hole, but actually just as we compared the pendulum diagram, the white hole and black hole in distinct regions of space-time. Where space falls outward in the white hole, The gravitational repulsion produced by the negative pressure of the electric field weakens relative to the gravitational attraction produced by the mass. The outgoing states slow back down to the speed of light at the outer horizon r plus of the white hole. Space then emerges into a new region of space-time, a new universe. The geometry of a rotating black hole is described as a Kerr metric described by Newsland Leroy Kerr in 1963. The Kerr geometry shows that the horizon or Nordstrom geometry the property of having an inner horizon which connects to a white hole which connects to a new universe. The centrifugal force following the horizon of the black hole to bulge out into an ellipse. The same centrifugal force opens the singularity into a ring. The outer horizon and inner horizon form confocal ellipsoids with the ring singularity at the focus of the ellipsoid. The rotating black hole drags space around with it. Outside the horizon black hole is a region called the ergosphere, where space is dragged around so fast that nothing can remain at rest there. A former student once called the ergosphere the place where little children come from, because nothing can remain at rest there. The Kerr antiverse. The antiverse. Favorite subject of mine. If you pass through the bounded by the ring singularity of the Kerr black hole, then you enter a different region of space, the antiverse. The antiverse continues the Kerr geometry to negative radius and ellipsoid coordinates. An observer in the antiverse perceives the Kerr geometry to be rotating black hole of negative mass. Opposite of one, as I said. Winding around the ring singularity is a toroidal region, which I call the vicissitude, containing closed time-like curves. CCC, the observer who circulates retrograde around the torus, shape of the universe, can find themselves joining their old past. Like Sisyphus, they are doomed to repeat the same loop of time forever. Sadly, from its inner rising inward, it is subject to the inflationary instability at its inner horizon. Bright object was exactly behind the black hole. The light from the bright object appears a ring on the black hole called the Einstein ring. Singularity is not a point, rather it is a three-dimensional spatial boundary where general relativity commits suicide. New physics, presumably quantum gravity, in some form must replace general relativity as singularities. What that new physics is remains a profound and absurd question. If time fall intermorpho at the same time but at different locations in latitude and longitude, you do not approach each other as you approach the singularity. Rather than divergent tidal force channels, parts of the body along the inward radial direction. So after meeting in front of the singularity, you cannot even put your arms to touch it. Oh, very sadly thought. Extreme limits in black hole entropy. Taking the extreme limit of a non-extreme riser Nordstrom black hole by externally varying the mass or charge. The region between the inner and outer event horizon experiences an interesting fate. While this region is absent in the extremal case, it does not disappear in the extremal level, but rather approaches a factor of ADS2 squared times 2 squared. In other words, the approach to extremality is not continuous, as the non-extremal right-hand Nordstrom solution splits into two states times that extremality, an extremal black hole and a disconnected ADS anti-de state. We suggest that the nature of this limit may help in understanding the entropy of extremal black holes. With ADS sub 2 times S squared. Okay, so we're just going to do a few conformal cyclic cosmology, and then we should be done. Conformal cosmology is a cosmological model of the framework of relativity. Advanced by the theoretical physicist Roger Penrose. In CCC, the universe iterates through infinite cycles with a future timeline infinity. Each previous iteration being identified with the Big Bang singularity of the next. And the topic of this theory in his 2010 book, Cycles of Time. Extraordinary view. Penrose's basic construction is a connected, countable sequence of open FORW spacetimes, each representing a Big Bang followed by an infinite future expansion. Penrose notices the past conformal boundary. One copy of FORW can be attached to the future conformal boundary of another after an appropriate conformal rescaling. In particular, each individual FRW metric is multiplied by the square of the conformal factor GAB and omega. It approaches zero at time like infinity, effectively sloshing down the future conformal boundaries of conformal regular hypersurface with the space-out equals a positive cosmological constant, as is currently believed. The result is a new solution to Einstein's equations, which Penrose takes to represent the entire universe, and which is composed of a sequence of sectors that Penrose calls eons. The conformal cosmology hypothesis claims that all massive particles eventually vanish from existence, including those which become too widely separated from all other particles to annihilate with them. As Penrose points out, photon decay is a possible possibility contemplated in very speculative extensions of the standard model that has never been observed. Moreover, all electrons must also decay lose their charge and or condense as and no conventional speculations allow for this. There is no more prior lecture video. Penrose moderated his previous requirements for no mass beginning at 26:30 in the video, allowing some mass particles to be present, as long as the amounts are insignificant with nearly all of the energy being kinetic and in a conformal geometry dominated by photons. The significant feature of this construction for particle physics is that since photons obey the classical laws of conformally invariant quantum theory, they will behave in the same way in the rescaled eons as in their FLW counterparts. Classically, this corresponds to light cone structures being preserved in the conformal rescaling. For such particles, the boundary between eons is not a boundary at all, but just a space-like surface that can be passed across like any other. Fermions, on the other hand, remain confined to a given eon, thus providing a convenient solution to the black hole information paradox. According to Penrose, fermions must be irreversibly converted into radiation during black hole evaporation to preserve the smoothness of the boundary between eons. The curvature properties of Penrose's cosmology also communicate other aspects of cosmology. First, the boundary between eons satisfies the wild curvature hypothesis of a certain kind of low entropy path required by statistical mechanics and by observation. Second, Penrose has calculated that a certain amount of gravitational radiation should be preserved across the boundary between eons. Penrose suggests this extra gravitational radiation may be enough to explain the observed constant acceleration without appeal to a dark energy matter field. Okay, so they're basically using the hypothetical background, which was mapped by the mapped inline experiment to show evidence of this in the concentric circle. In excess of them compared to the simulation in the standard lambda fluidity model, holding a fixed sigma for significance of the result. This is disputed. Reason for the disagreement was tracked down to the issue of how to construct simulations that are used to determine significance. The three independent attempts to repeat the analysis all use simulations based on the standard lambda CDM model of Penrose used an undocumented non-standard approach. In 2013, they published further development of the work introducing a new method we termed the sky twist procedure not based on simulations in which WMAP data is directly analyzed. good enough for confirming those that do not really inhomogeneous distribution of those structures. In 2018, we presented a continued analysis of the IIIb data that showed anomalies pointing to a lot of important new input to cosmology irrespective of the validity of CCTV also suggested that those anomalies could be Hawking point remnants, signals from Hawking evaporation of supermassive black holes in the eon prior to ours. This is a local improvement from the speed location highlighted by some two teams looking at what indeed Hawking points. This claim was later removed. The 2020 analysis claimed that the anomalies were not statistically significant, however, further 2020 paper, the Penrose group argued for further evidence of anomalies in the CMB that could be explained by Hawking points and not by current conventional inflationary picture. New analysis of the CMBs and the remap data supports earlier indications of non-Gaussian features of concentric circles with low temperature varying. Performance cycle technology predicts such features for supermassive black hole encounters in beyond preceding our Big Bang. Significance of low individual low circles in the true data has been disputed. Did a recent independent analysis of confirmed CCC's expectation that CMB circles have a non-Gaussian temperature distribution. Here we examine concentric sets of low varying circular rings and we give you map data, citing a higher asymptotic distribution. In these characteristics proceed directly analyzing from the map, data without appeal to simulation shows that the prevalence of these concentric sets depends on the rings being circular rather than being slightly elliptical numbers drop dramatically with decreased ellipticity. This is consistent with CCC's expectations, so also the crucial fact that whereas some of the rings radii found to reach around 15 degrees none exceeds 20 degrees. Non-isotropic distribution in concentric sets will be increased in more anomalous and non-Gaussian features. On CCC predicted concentric low varying circles in the CMB. Okay. In this book, Cycles of Time, he talked about CCC, which is essential general relativity. Run's implication of technical dynamics and retro march towards maximum entropy. And also illustrates entropy of information state-based space and fundamental gravity freedom where particles end up moving through everyone frames of the space based on smaller grains over time due to random motion. Heroes aren't escaped over enormous scale of time beyond 10 to 100 years. Real physics seems to be meaningful as all mass-based down to extremely small, shifted photon energy whereupon time has no influence and the universe continues to expand without a net to infinity. This creates a Big Bang to infinite expansion, primarily defined as an eon. The Harris infinite oblivion of the previous eon and low entropy Big Bang state of the next eon cycle. One leads right to the other. All the formal geometry compares the angles but not distance in the previous eon, allowing the new universe to appear quite small at its inception as its space starts again. Penrose has concentric rings and the map complementary background survey as preliminary evidence for his model as he predicted black hole collisions in the previous eon. Will leave such structure due to ripples of gravitational waves. So, we're going to roll that. Let's see how far beyond this we can go. Two dimensions versus higher dimensions. The number of independent conformal transformation is infinite in two-dimension and finite in higher dimensions. This means conformal symmetry is much more constrained in two dimensions. All conformal field theories carry the ideas of techniques of the conformal bootstrap. The resulting equations are more powerful in two dimensions, where they are sometimes exactly solvable, for example, in the case of minimal models, and in higher dimensions, where numerical approaches dominate. Development of conformal field theory has been earlier and deeper in the two-dimensional case, in particular after the 1983 article of Development of the Real China. The term conformal field theory is sometimes used as the meaning of two-dimensional conformal field theory, as the title of a 1990 higher-dimensional conformal field theory has become more popular with the CMP correspondence in the late 90s, and the development of the normal conformal bootstrap in the 2000s. Hawking oscillates the black hole under software, giving the black hole more degrees of freedom. Previously thought said permeates at a very low energy state, which why didn't come up in previous calculations, the topsoils and no theorem. This was the subject of Hawking's final paper, which was published posthumously. Elijah provides evidence to the nature of the known theorems. Observations consistent with Stephen Hawking's theoretical work in black holes in the 70s. Mass, electric charge, and angular momentum. Okay, I just finished. Extreme black hole. The black hole is a minimal possible mass that can be compiled with a given charge and angular momentum. In other words, this is the smallest possible black hole that can exist for a located given fixed constant speed. It is suggested by the concept of an extreme black hole is theoretical and none has been proved. Many theories are based on this. Supersymmetric theories, extreme black holes are often supersymmetric, but invariant under several supercharges. The consequence of the being is found. Such black holes are stable, but with no Hawking radiation. The black hole entropy can be calculated in string theory. It has been suggested by Sean Carroll that the entropy of an extreme black hole is equal to 0. Carroll theory of the black hole entropy by creating a separate dimension for the black hole to exist within. Hawking radiation of extreme black holes are considered non-thermal, non-factor with no associated temperature. Black hole physics and inflationary cosmology try to tag-team problem with the problem of the appearance of quantities beyond the Planck scale, which raises doubts on the physical validity of some results in these theories. You can expect the physical lessons of a radical modification beyond the Planck scale. In black hole physics, the original derivation of Hawking radiation while field models that made a black hole as an arbitrarily high frequency, the physical high order with inverse time, all of these cannot appear in the final results. A number of different alternative derivations have occurred to overcome this problem. Trans-Planckian problem can consider the framework of sonic black holes connect matter systems which can be described with similar ways as real black holes. In these systems, the analog of the Planck scale is the interatomic scale, where the continuing description was its validity. Planck can study whether in these systems the analogous process of Hawking radiation still occurs despite the short scale cutoff represented by the interatomic distance. The Trans-Planckian problem also appears in inflationary cosmology. The cosmological scales that we nowadays observe correspond to length scales smaller than the Planck scale at the onset of human inflation. Okay, so further on with the Trans-Planckian problem in Hawking radiation. Now, the Trans-Planckian problem also appears in inflationary cosmology. The cosmological scales that we nowadays observe correspond to length scales smaller than the Planck length at the onset of inflation. The Trans-Planckian problem is the issue that Hawking visual calculations includes quantum particles where the wavelength becomes shorter than the Planck length near the black hole's horizon. This is due to the peculiar behavior there where time stops as measured from far away. A particle emitted from a black hole with a finite frequency traced back to the horizon must have an infinite frequency and therefore a Trans-Planckian wavelength. The unreal effect that the Hawking effect both talk about field modes in the superficially stationary spacetime that changes frequency relative to other coordinates which are regular across the horizon. This is necessarily so, since the state outside the horizon requires acceleration, which constantly downward shifts the modes. An outgoing Hawking radiating photon, if the mode is traced backwards in time, has a frequency which diverges from that which it has at great distance as it gets closer to the horizon, which requires the wavelength of the photon to scrunch up infinitely at the horizon of the black hole. In a maximally extended short-style solution, that photon frequency is regular only if the mode is extended back into the past region where no observer can go. That region seems to be unobservable and is physically suspect. So Hawking used the black hole solution without a past region, which forms at a finite time in the past. In that case, source of all outgoing photons can be identified in microscopic point right at the moment the black hole first formed. The quantum fluctuations of those tiny point in Hawking's original calculations contain all the outgoing radiation. The modes that eventually contain the outgoing radiation at long times are redshifted by such a huge amount by their long sojourn next to the event horizon, that they start off as modes with a wavelength much shorter than the Planck. Since the laws of physics and such short distances are unknown, some find Hawking's original calculations unconvincing. The transplanting problem is nowadays mostly complete a mathematical artifact at horizon calculations. The same effect occurs for regular matter falling into a white hole solution. Matter which falls onto the white hole accumulates on it but has no future region into which it can go. Taking the future of this matter, it is compressed onto the final singular endpoint of the white hole evolution in the trans-Planckian region. The reason for these types of divergences is that orbs at which end at the horizon from the point of view outside coordinates are singular in frequency there. The only way to determine what happens classically is to set some other coordinates across the horizon. There exists alternative physical pictures which give the Hawking radiation which transplanting problem is addressed. The key point is that similar transplanting problems can occur when the modes of the radiation are traced back in time. In the unknown effect, the magnitude of temperature can be calculated for ordinary Minkowski field theory and is not controversial. Hawking radiation is seen in both thermal and miniaturization. Where does Hawking radiation originate? A common picture is a variety of excitations very near or at the horizon. These are support the firewall argument and arguments for keywords of UV dependent entanglement entropy and describing the quantum mechanics of black holes. So back to IIIb. On a closer investigation of both the total emission rate and the stress test of Hawking radiation supports the statement that its source is a near-horizon quantum region or atmosphere, whose radial extent is set by the horizon radius scale. This is potentially important since Hawking radiation needs to be modified to restore unitarity, and is a natural assumption that scales relative to such modifications are comparable to those governing the Hawking radiation. Moreover, related discussions suggest a resolution of questions regarding extra energy flux and non-violent scenarios that does not spoil black hole thermodynamics, as governed by the Bekenstein Hawking entropy. Alright, back to wormholes. Geometrical wormholes can be described as regions of space-time that constrain the incremental deformation of closed surfaces. For example, Enrico Rodriguez's physics of stargates, the wormhole is defined conformally as a region of space-time containing a world tube. The tighter the region of a closed surface that cannot be continuously deformed, shrunk to a world line, the time evolution of a point. First type of wormhole solution discovered a Schwarzschild wormhole, which will be present in the Schwarzschild metric, described the internal black hole that it was found that it would collapse too quickly for anything to cross from one end to the other. Wormholes are could be crossed in both directions from the traversable wormholes. This would only be possible if the black matter is moving energy but could be used to stabilize. How the physicists later reported that microscopic traversable wormholes may be possible and not require any exotic matter. Instead, requires only electrically charged fermionic matter, a small enough mass that it cannot collapse into a charged black hole. Oh, this is E equals EPR. Also, wormholes are possibly may be limited to transfers of information. Humans who transfer their wormholes may exist if reality can be broadly described as a random Sundrum model 2, a brain-based theory consistent with string theory. Is interesting. Schwarzschild well, wormholes are connections between areas of space that can be modeled as vacuum solutions to the Einstein field equations and are now understood to be intrinsic parts of the maximally extended version of the Schwarzschild metric, describing an external black hole with no charge and no rotation. Here, maximally extended refers to the idea that the space-time should not have any motion. It should be possible to continue this path arbitrarily, following the particle's future or past, or any possible trajectory of a free-falling particle following a geodesic in the space-time. We should demonstrate model of wormholes that do not require exciting matter. The researchers show the comparatively simple from a classical approach that combines relativity with quantum theory classical electrodynamics. They consider certain electromagnetary particles such as electrons and the electric charge as matter that is passed through the wormhole. The mathematical description which shows a Dirac equation equivalent to describe the probability density function of a particle according to quantum theory and relativity, so-called Dirac field. As the physicists reporting their study, it is the Dirac field into the model that permits the existence of a wormhole, reversible by matter, following the ratio between the electric charge and the mass of the wormhole reads a certain limit. In addition to matter, signals, for example, electromagnetic waves could also traverse the tiny tunnels in space-time. A microscopic wormhole postulated by the team would probably not be suitable for interstellar travel unless humans can be sized out. Moreover, the model would have to be further quantified whether such unusual structures could actually exist. We also think that wormholes could exist in complete models. Virtual wormhole is an active nuclear radiation colliding accreting flows. The underlying hypothesis of this work is that the active galactic nuclear wormhole now cells in supermassive black holes under so-called general assumptions such wormholes may emit gamma radiation as a result of a collision or creating flows inside the wormholes. This radiation is a distinctive spectrum much different from those of jet accretion disks of ATMs. Observation of such radiation report as evidence of the existence of wormholes and AGMs. Radiation produced by a wormhole will be confined to a giant sphere. goes further away from the galactic center, it would be more traversable because the temperatures would not be so high. Unlike the black hole, a wormhole will leak some gravity from the objects located on the other side. This weak gravitational action would add a tiny kick to the motion of stars near the galactic center. According to studying specific effect should be measurable in observations in the near future, once the sensitivity of our instruments gets a little bit more advanced. Coincidentally, in a way we can study has reported the discovery of some odd radio circles in the sky. These circles are strange because they are enormous and yet not associated with any visible object. Right now, we define any conventional explanations, so one more time in advance of a possible cause. Wormholes are an interesting topic in physics. Not only is the idea of travel through these theoretical pathways different regions of space-time debatable, but the very existence and the paper suggests a method to look for a wormhole inside a black hole. These observations could occur within a decade. I'm a pre-cryptozoic old astrophysicist detailed tests determine whether Sagittarius A supermassive black holes are the galaxy harbors of wormhole black holes are thought to be potential holes of wormholes because of the extreme conditions both types of objects have in common. If the wormhole does exist, then say the stars looking at the other side would conceivably observe a subtle but detectable gravitational influence of those on our end. The research paper has been accepted for publication in Physical Review B. Particles can go through them, the fields can go as well, like the electromagnetic field and the gravitational field. When I'm sitting on one side, I can feel what's on the other side. In order for it to work, any wormhole within Sagittarius A must lack an event horizon, the boundary in which gravity control will go off or nothing, not even light to it. So it will be different from the Einstein rules of the black hole on one side of the white hole on the other. Basically, there is no event horizon. Here is this gate where you can go to the other side and come back. It is true in some cases that black hole can be a wormhole, but in this case we are talking about a traversable wormhole. For the wormhole to be traversable, its mouth must be larger than the black hole event horizon. Observe that outside of the wormhole would just be a black hole that supports the structure of the wormhole. If the mouth is small or equal to the event horizon, the wormhole is not traversable because nothing can come out of the horizon. Using a very large telescope in Chile to detect wormhole-induced perturbations. Of course, also is ideal sooner rather than later. All we have to do is a little bit better statistical analysis. Let's say 10 years. It's not crazy. You're almost there. Gravitational echoes could reveal colliding wormholes. A unique signature in gravitational wave observation could show that hypothetical tunnels in space-time exist. When two wormholes collide, they could produce ripples in space-time that ricochet off themselves. Future instruments could detect these gravitational echoes, highlighting evidence that these hypothetical tunnels through space-time actually exist. Using LIGO. Second images from many observations supporting the existence of black holes. These exotic objects still pose theoretical problems. For instance, they seem to be inconsistent with the laws of quantum mechanics. One way to resolve these problems is if black holes are actually wormholes. One of the main features of black holes is the event horizon. The regional space-time beyond which nothing can escape out of light. If you throw anything into a black hole, it's lost forever. Stephen Hawking discovered that the extra phenomenon known as quantum doppler. Black holes can actually produce a tiny bit of radiation which would come to be known as Hawking radiation. Over a long period of time, black holes even evaporate away due to this radiation. What comes out is random. Radiation contains no clue as to what went into the black hole. In quantum mechanics, if you know everything about a system, then you should be able to describe its past and future. Because any information that goes into a black hole is not recorded, and the horizon doesn't drive with quantum mechanics. Some physicists have suggested that event horizons don't exist. Instead of abysses from the term black holes, could be a host of speculative black hole-like objects that lack an horizon, boson stars, gravel stars, pug balls, and physicists hypothesize that if two wormholes collided, they would produce gravitational waves very similar to those generated from working black holes. The difference in the signal would be the last stage of the merger called a ring down, when the newly combined black hole and wormhole would into the wormholes run out of event horizons, gravitational waves that hit these objects bounce back, producing an echo during the ring down. We created the object sort of cavity where gravitational waves are reflected. Production of gravitational echoes is not very different from ordinary sound echoes. In the paper published in January, the team of physicists developed a space-time life wormholes that rotate, which are more realistic than the non-spinning variety study in 2016. What the result of gravitational wave signal will look like if the wormholes merge. Because the strength of the signal drives during the ring down, that section of the signal will be 2 equal LIGO's current configuration. But that could change in the future, researchers continue to update and fine-tune the instrument, the researchers said. By the time we are running at full design sensitivity, I believe it will be possible to resolve the ring down phase of these echoes and predictability. The gravitational wave ring down occurred of the event horizon. It is commonly believed that the ring down signal from the binary coalescence provides a conclusive proof of the formation of event horizon after the merger. This expectation is based on the assumption that the ring down waveform at intermediate times is dominated by the quasi-normal mode of the final object. We point out that this assumption should be taken with great care and that very compact objects with the light ring will display a similar ring down stage, even when the quasi-normal mode spectrum is completely different from that of a black hole. In other words, universal ring down waveforms include the presence of light rings rather than horizons. As a precision observations of the late ring down signal, where the differences in the quasi-normal mode spectrum eventually show up, can be used to rule out exotic alternatives to black holes. plus quantum effects at the horizon scale. Echoes of chloride wormholes. Signatures at the horizon scale of black holes would give rise to echoes of the gravitation wave signals associated with post-merger ring bouncers and binary coalescence. We study the waveform of echoes, static and stationary traversable wormholes, which perturbations are governed by symmetric effective potential. We argue that echoes are dominated by the wormhole quasi-normal frequency nearest to the fundamental black hole frequency that controls the primary signal. We put forward an accurate method to construct the echo waveforms from the primary signal and the quasi-normal frequencies of the wormhole, which we characterize. We illustrate this in slide the more Lucan wormhole and an immediate rotating generalization that approximates a clear black hole outside the probe. Rotation gives rise to a potential with the intermediate small fill region that breaks the degeneracy of the quasi-normal frequencies. Rotation also leads to late time instabilities that however fade away for small angular momentum. Reversible wormholes are a double trace deformation. After turning on an interaction that coupled with two batteries of an internal VTZ black hole, because the quantum matter stress tensor with negative average null energy is gravitational, back reaction renders the Einstein-Rosen-Bridge reversible. Such a reversible wormhole has an interesting interpretation in the context of ER equals EPR, which we suggest that might be related to quantum teleportation. However, it cannot be used to follow causality. We also discussed the implications for the energy and holographic entropy of the dual CO2 description. So, reversible wormholes and Einstein-Dirac Maxwell theory. We construct a specific example of the fact that reversible wormholes and Einstein-Dirac Maxwell theory explore space-time dimension without using informal magnetic matter. Restricting to a model of two mass fermions in a single square state, we show the examples of spherically symmetric, asymptotically flat configurations which are free of singularities, representing localized states. These solutions satisfy a generalized small relation being connected with the extreme Weisler nodes from black holes. We also possess a finite mass m, electric charge QE, with E divided by m greater than 1. Exact wormhole solution with undrawn massless fermions is also recorded. Nearly traversable wormholes. We point out that there are nearly traversable wormholes in some previously considered theories for physics span the standard model, namely the Randall Sundstrom model. is a traditional wormhole solution that requires no exotic matter. The two model the wormhole using a semi-classical framework in which matter is traced for a set of model the wormhole using semi-classical framework in which matter is treated as a set of genetic fermion spin-half particles with electrons and positons. By quantum wave functions. Matter interacts through classical electromagnetic fields which simplifies the equations. While varying parameters including the functions, charge and mass, how much rest of the wormhole exists when the ratio between the charge to the mass the wormhole exceeds the theoretical limit that applies to black holes. Researchers speculate that the solution can be followed in a more complete model where the fields correspond to matter interactions are possible. The wormholes and its colleagues of vision are microscopic. Wormhole schema has four wormholes that will feed samples to an coupled wave shift. This model assumes that wormholes form a five-dimensional spacetime with involving some string theory of molecules. Researchers show that a human-friendly wormhole with accelerations less than 20 g could allow a cross-galaxy journey in less than a second. The duration will be applied to the person in the wormhole as an outside observer is measured as lasting thousands of years. Requires at least 9 spatial dimensions, and proponents only claim that all but 3 of them are compactified or only accessible if they are already part of the equation. An alternative to compact dimensions, Lisa Randolph and Raman syndrome describe this ability as an extra infinite dimension to have remained undetected. Other researchers have pointed out that extra dimensions exist, the strong weak electromagnetic forces that were associated with particles might operate within a three-dimensional subspace on the high-dimensional level. Like beads on a wire that lie on the table, the particles would be restricted to their own set of dimensions, unable to move beyond them. But gravity is different and consists of the motion of space-time, which includes all dimensions simultaneously. So in one assumption, imagine a world with 4 spatial dimensions where gravity exists in all 4, but the other forces our experience is equally within a 2-dimensional point along the 4 spatial dimensions. Following Einstein's general relativity equation for this arrangement, the teams on the gravity would not have the same shape everywhere in the universe. Players of the gravitational force in this graviton would be restricted to an extra dimension and could only rarely straight at the neighborhood near our 3 brain, making gravity weaker far away. But the very important result is that according to Roman's factors, relations, experiments, and its 2 brain will be very closely with Newton's law of gravity because the gravitons we observe would have very little experience of the extra dimension. Observing the effects of an extra dimension is difficult, but sheer scientists are still hoping to come up with a way to look for it. Because in human science, theory evades experimental detection. If we really change our perspective, if we're an extra dimension, and it's hard to thought it would be obvious in experiments, and they're surprised by the result. It's a very clever idea, and as it's so simple, no one is why first. Okay. Mass hierarchy from a small dimension. We propose a new high-dimensional mechanism for solving the hierarchy problem. The weak scales are made from time scales with exponential hierarchy. However, this exponential is not from Gauss interactions, but from the background metric which is the size of ABS5 and the center space-time. Demonstrate a simple explicit example of this mechanism with two free-branes, one of which contains the standard model fields. The phenomenology of these models is more dramatic. None of the current constraints on theories with very large extra dimensions apply. Monitoring the motions of stars in our perspective as two unknown star orbiting 17 light years from Sagittarius A, we look for tiny but perceptible accelerations caused by a wormhole's presence. Static observation of that whose motion reach completion of 1 millionth of a meter per second squared, we do a calculate such measurements to reveal the phase of the star. Now the flight of the sun pulling out as two from the wormhole's far side. If wormholes do exist, there is the question as to whether they link 2 points in their own universe or in 2 different parallel universes. The difference is academic because either scenario should produce similar detectable effects. We'll also be providing hints that unseen smaller black holes nearby that is uncommon. Wormholes may even be time machines providing a way to travel backwards, as suggested by late Stephen Hawking in his final book. Wormholes also represent quantum mechanics, which will ruins the world of atoms and particles. Particles do not automatically space, only to disappear a moment later. This notion is being held experiments, and the particles can be created by not wormholes. Basically, wormholes may have formed in the early universe when the form of particles topic in and out of existence. Some of these primordial wormholes may still be around today. Recent experiments on quantum teleportation with disembodied transfer of quantum information from one location to another have turned out to work in a very similar way. The two black holes connected to a wormhole. These experiments appear to solve the quantum information paradox, which suggests physical information to permanently disappear in a black hole. But they also reveal a deep connection between the notoriously incompatible quantum physics and gravity, wormholes being relevant to both. VR equals EPR, which will be instrumental in the construction of the theory of everything. The fact that wormholes play a role in spectral developments is unlikely to go unnoticed. We may not have seen them, but they could certainly be out there. We may even help us understand some of the deepest cosmic mysteries of whether our universe is the only one. Let's say a particle falls into a newly forming particle. Can, if it has high enough energy, spontaneously decay into two new particles. One of these particles can escape through the tunnel, while the other will be reflected back through the opening due to the strange physics operating inside these tunnels. When a new particle enters the wormhole and collides with the reflected particle, the author of the paper found that this collision can reach arbitrarily high energies. This means that what we see on our end of the wormhole can be shallow high-energy radiation, and that's the burst of energy. Now that we know these kinds of particle showers are possible, for opening wormholes, we can look around the universe to see if anything fits the bill, and if we can travel through it. Experimental proposals go. This one certainly doesn't lack ambition. First, take a black hole. Now, make a second black hole that is sparkling envelope with it, which means that anything that happens to one of the black holes will seem to have an effect on the other, regardless of how far apart they are. So that sounds pretty weird, but a lot weirder. Feed some information into the first black hole encoded in a quantum particle. It falls beyond the event horizon, point beyond which not even light can escape. The information is rapidly smeared throughout the black hole, experiment seemingly beyond recall. But have patience. If you link the two black holes in the right way, after a short wave, the quantum information will pop out of the second one, fully refocused in readable form. To get there, it will travel through a shortcut in space-time that links the two objects, a wormhole. That at least is what physicists have predicted. Now, a group by Sophia Nirvana of the California Institute of Technology has suggested that we're actually perform this extraordinary experiment, and they are beginning to work with collaborators with the idea for the test. If the predictions are borne out, the work can offer clues about which is the most elusive theory in physics that unites quantum mechanics with the theory of general relativity that describes gravity. And for good measure, it would support the idea that space-time is not the fundamental backdrop against which the universe plays out, but is itself woven from the interconnections between particles described by quantum entanglement. ER equals EPR again. Death and resurrection of information. This experiment, as you might have guessed, only requires black holes in the usual sense, meaning massive stars that are collapsed by their own gravity to infinitesimally small bodies. The researchers say it can be done on a lab benchtop using just a few atoms or ions. All the same, the ideas arise out of theoretical research and astrophysical black holes that struggle to resolve the deep and unsettling question. Do these all-divine masters destroy information irreversibly? It's widely thought that information like energy should obey conservation. Total amount of information in the universe will always stay the same. That's what quantum mechanics seem to imply. The wave function that describes quantum entities always evolves smoothly in an information-conserving way and can't be suddenly snapped out. But black holes do seem to remove information from the universe. Let's say a quantum bit or qubit falls into a black hole, it can no longer be observed from outside the event horizon. One possible resolution. of this black hole information paradox can be found within the radiation the black holes emit from their event horizons. Hawking radiation, predicted by Stephen Hawking in the 70s, will cause a black hole to produce gravitational energy and thus mass. In effect, black holes are not eternal, they slowly evaporate. Hawking initially believed that even if a black hole fully evaporated, the information it consumed would remain lost forever. But an idea known as the AD&CFT correspondence, string theory, shows how the photons of Hawking radiation might be able to encode information about the interior of a black hole, thereby carrying that information back up to the universe at large. The AD&CFT correspondence was postulated by theoretical physicist Juan Valentino in 1997 as widely regarded as one of the most promising directions in which to pursue theories of quantum gravity. It suggests that the physical structure of space-time in, say, 4 dimensions is equivalent to the operation of quantum theory at a 3-dimensional boundary. The holographic principle. This connection is strange, deep, and surprising. Whereas if you construct a space-time with a particular kind of curvature with gravity known as anti-de Sitter space, that's the ADS part, the mathematical description turns out to be equivalent to the description of part of quantum field theory, calling the conformal field theory. That's the CFT part. In one field dimension. In other words, the correspondence works like a hologram. All of the information in the higher dimensional space-time projection is encoded within the lower dimensional quantum interactions. The holographic principle was first proposed by the physicist Nobel laureate Joe Koff and Martinez Ortiz. CFT correspondence provided the first concrete proof and picture of how it might work for a particular form of space. In this view, what looks like continuous space in the ADS universe manifests in the CFT quantum view as entanglement. The interdependence of quantum bits. Here, some models seen as the emergence of space-time is supposed to happen in systems with a large number of qubits that are highly entangled and highly interactive. In other words, quantum entanglement can produce a space-time that seems to have gravity in it. Gravity, you might say, is one of quantum effects. There is gravity in time of both emergent. And so what does all this have to do with black holes? The black hole information paradox asks what happens to the information that gets tossed into a black hole. The AD&CFT correspondence is a key component of one proposed solution since it supplies the means by which quantum entanglement would encode the information in Hawking radiation and can be irrevocably lost. In 2004, Hawking explained, assuming the AD&CFT conjecture is true, we could recover this information by capturing a single Hawking photon of black hole radius in its entire lifetime before it fully evaporated. If you were God, you could collect those Hawking photons, then in principle some ungodly calculation you could use and extract the information each swallowed qubit. Maybe generate a whole new universe. Up until the halfway point of the black hole evaporation, information inside it remains concealed. After that point, however, the black hole starts to reveal the information of Hawking radiation. So you have a long way to wait before you can start to get at it. To quote an argument made in 1993, it will then seep out gradually at a constant rate. In 2007, they revised this picture by showing that in fact, after the halfway point, the information emerges more rapidly than that. Weirdly enough, once the black hole is half evaporated, the first quantity of information tossed into it literally bounces right back. That's because the black hole has by that stage become so quantum entangled that the Hawking radiation is already emitted. If any more information is felt, it is effectively registered at once in any further radiation emits. The black hole then acts like the information bearer. How does gravity work in the quantum regime? A holographic duality. The string theory offers a powerful tool for unraveling the mystery. ADS, EFT. Get on a connection between black hole thermodynamics and quantum information theory that invokes a phenomenon called quantum scrambling. This effect is rather like the way heat gets evenly distributed to the system over time and becomes equilibrium, a process called thermalization. Imagine creating two systems in localized pockets of energy and then bringing them into contact. The energy is spread throughout both systems until they have lost the memory of the initial starting state, and you can no longer distinguish them. Scrambling is the same in essence, but much slower. You can distinguish two scrambled systems, even if you want to do it not just locally, with correlations across both systems. Scrambling is a very strong form of thermalization. It is the delocalization of quantum information. It's a quantum analog of shuffling. If you start with an ordered pack of cards, you say shuffle, you look at the cards and think there's an obvious pattern with it. This is not the same thing that you made it entirely random. It's sufficiently mixed up that you have to be very sophisticated to know that it's not random. It happens much sooner than genuine random. Almost any main-body quantum system is eventually going to scramble. The black holes are special just in the rate at which the pack of cards gets shuffled. Depending on the technique you use to spread the grade of the system depends on the details of how the particles in that system interact. These details are described mathematically by a function called Hamiltonian. And if you know the Hamiltonian from the black holes means to spread the quantum information at the fastest rate possible. And that's what leads to the conclusion. Black holes have more fast quantum scrambling circuits, so once they are sufficiently entangled with their own Hawking radiation, the information entered them shows up very quickly in that radiation. All of a sudden, you have to read up the black hole, and with Hawking radiation are entangling better they are until they're half evaporated before they happen. If there is a faster alternative for getting up information, entangle that black hole maximally with something else, like another black hole. That's the information reported in 2019 or 2016 at Princeton. To entangle a pair of black holes this way, they say that if students followed by the first black hole, you registered in the other. Showed that adding further couplings between the black holes, you can use the transfer of quantum information between them formally identical to a process called quantum teleportation. Where the entanglement between two particles is used to transfer the quantum state of one of them to the other. The quantum particle ends up looking identical to the initial one. In fact, there is a meaningful way to say that it is not the same particle. Vanished for one part of space and reconstituted in another. The entanglement acts like a bridge for the information. Systems with the dynamics of black holes allow teleportation on the fastest possible timescale. That's because any information that enters one of them is quickly shared from all its particles and thus, because of the entanglement of the second black hole, it's shared quickly with that one too. Plasma teleportation has been demonstrated experimentally many times and has already been used to send secure encrypted information to a quantum device. It does not, however, allow us to send messages instantly because the signal can't be decoded or it looks broken without adding additional information sent by the classical mechanism which means it can't fire faster. The scheme requires addition means beyond impact couplers in a black hole. The rule of coupling is to send the essential classic data, which entanglement teleports the signal from one black hole to another. For these our quantum information theorists review the process according to the ADS-CFT, corresponding to the channel between the black holes created by the entanglement. Forward in description based on general relativity to a wormhole in space-time that connects them. In this way, qubits enter one black hole and travel down the wormhole to the other. Notice that wormholes, while created by general relativity, have been thought to be non-traversable. You couldn't actually set anything down them, but it showed how quantum information theory teleportation could be used with an ADS-CFT to make a wormhole that is traversable. If the ADS-CFT correspondence is real, it allows a radical change in perspective. In principle, researchers can construct systems entirely equivalent to one hole connecting black holes by entangling quantum circuits in the right way and teleporting qubits between them. We've come up with a practical proposal for how to do that. What you need to make is a group of quantum particles act like a black hole. In this context, they say, to assign their interactions to a Hamiltonian that makes them very rapid scramblers. On this scrambling was in fact only demonstrated unambiguously for the first time last year, adding to an experimental proposal, created a quantum circuit made from electrically charged ions whose quantum states had been entangled in real systems. Like this, scrambling can be hard to spot among other unruly processes such as classical memory and quantum decoherence. Like scramble, decoherence arises from the interaction, confluence, and entanglement of particles. But in this case, we have particles in the environment surrounding the quantum systems themselves. When decoherence precedes, the information leaks into the environment and essentially lost for good. Decoherence is impossible to avoid entirely, which makes it above both quantum computers. Any quantum calculation has to be completed before decoherence randomizes the information. Usually decoherence has effect on so it has been very hard to see the latter clearly. But we have figured out how to distinguish the two with quantum teleportation algorithm encoding a circuit made from 7 coupled ytterbium ions held in a row, each acting as a single qubit. The process of quantum computation effect teleported a single qubit from one end of the row to the other. To measure the rate of scrambling, the researchers compared the teleportation process and the algorithm of all forward, and then in reverse. As to put what happened backward. Without scrambling, the two processes remain correlated. But if scrambling distorts the information initially encoded qubits among the others, the outcomes of the forward and backward computation became both correlated. The system has changed its initial state, and so the teleportation can be precisely reversed. If they're correlated, not much is happening. But if they're scrambling, correlation goes to zero. That's what we call a sky compressed. While the colleagues not suggest the quantum circuits very much proposed, these can be used to construct a simple analog of the situation wishing for a traversable one that could teleport a qubit. In this version, one application with two black holes is made of just qubits, all of which are acting entangled with one another. Their protocol traces a further interaction between the two groups of qubits which act as the additional channel needed by Guile with colleagues to improve the teleportation process. Intuition tells us that a handful of ions in a electromagnetic trap is nothing like a collapsed star and has no light to escape. But here's the mind-bending thing: if the ADS-DFT correspondence is right, then these experiments would be more a laboratory analog of black holes. These two types of systems would be entirely equivalent. The coupled ions are precisely what in an ADS space or a tiny black hole would look like. If the illustration of how Martinez conjecture told us something real about the way the universe is constituted, our intuitions about what things are would be shattered. Described as work with a quantum circuit, Monroe recognized that it was more or less precisely the kind of circuit that people used to demonstrate quantum scrambling. Although Monroe had been aware of using ideas of using quantum entanglement because of quantum information for black holes, he said to his team had chosen their circuit to illustrate quantum scrambling without really thinking about the connection to gravity. If the circuit was also simple, the colleagues could indeed be built, it should be rather straightforward to look for the effect they predicted. And what we done, absolutely no. What one would expect to see is that freshly quantitative information coming to one of the two black holes qubit systems would be scrambled in a period of time, but after a predictable amount of time it would pop out again unscrambled in the other qubits, and it jumped down the black hole. The surprise is not so much that the information is transferred, but the two systems are coupled after all. If the information reappears in a readable form, needing no decoding, even though the first black hole is fully scrambled. At this stage, experiments using quantum circuits can both create only a simplified toy model of the space-time we inhabit, described by general relativity. The goal is to get a space-time governed by Einstein's equations of non-achievement, and the only systems that are known to be useful are very special. Probably hard to make in the lab, but you have the goal of these authors is to create a system complex enough to have some features of gravity, though not all, but simple enough to actually be done. If the results of such an experiment bear out the predictions with ADS and quantities to be proved correct, that depends on what point of view. Where it's nothing but theoretical analysis of quantum circuits that will be fully consistent with standard quantum theory. It is simpler and more economical to describe what is going on in the language of gravity as a passage through a wormhole. One could explain it all using the Schrödinger equation. There is a much simpler explanation that invokes black holes. Then as the goal of physics, to look for such a common describe a meaningful reality for a description, you could take what describe superconductivity, another quantum phenomenon purely in terms of electron wave function. So it's much simpler to use a quasi-particle picture to consider so-called superpairs or entangled electrons. We don't question the reality of these quasi-particles, and so why should we deny the reality of pseudo ones? For this reason, from observation patterns, we might learn something that has nothing to do with that, namely black holes. A more ambitious version experiment using many pseudo systems could reveal interesting properties of space-time itself. Experiments can be done where we can possibly create more and more complex mechanical systems that detect more aspects of the emergence of space-time for quantum systems. For experiment of this type, we even provide an experimental code of the mathematical string theory. As for the process of such an experiment, somebody is talking to their experimenters by adapting quantum scrambled circuits into revealing technically far-out ideas. All their concerns that get too much. The conversations themselves are something of a possible. We have theoretical physics from quantum gravity talking to experimental atomic physicists. Historically, they have been about as far apart as any two groups in the physics department. So this is amazing, and it's great. The rest of the wormholes are a double trace deformation. After carrying out interaction with closing two boundaries in the internal BTZ black hole, we find the quantum matter stress tensor with negative average null energies, gravitational back-reaction renders Einstein-Rosen-Rich traversable. Such a traversable wormhole is an interesting interpretation in the context of ER equals EPR, which we suggest might be related to quantum teleportation. However, it cannot be used to violate causality. We also discussed the implications for energy and holographic entropy in the dual CFT description. Quantum gravity and lab teleportation by size and traversing the world. With a long-term goal of studying models of quantum gravity in the lab, we propose holographic teleportation protocols that can be readily executed in tabletop experiments. These protocols exhibit similarities that see the recent traversing wormhole constructions are born to. Information will split that the one half of an entanglement system will follow will be coupled between the two halves and scrambled to the other half. We introduce the concept of teleportation by size to capture how the physics of operations growth naturally leads to information transmission. In addition to the signal to a semi-collapsible holographic wormhole, corresponds to another special property of the operator size distribution we call size widening. For near-general systems, which we have not clean emergent geometry, we argue that perfect size widening is a generalization for traversible wormhole phenomena. In addition, within a single and continuous function at high temperatures with large times of general periodic systems, even though it does not correspond to a signal going through a geometric wormhole. So either to interference effects involving macroscopically different emergent geometries. Finally, we outline implementations suitable with current technology into experimental platforms, like both atom trapped H-curve of Hawking radiation from semi-classical geometry. We consider a gravity theory coupled to matter where the matter was a higher dimensional holographic tool. In such a theory, finding quantum extreme surfaces become equivalent to finding RT surfaces in a higher dimensional theory. Using this, we come to the entropy of Hawking radiation of particle follows the H-curve. Suggested by recent computations of the entropy and entanglement orbits for A black holes. The higher dimensional geometry connects the radiation to the black hole interior in the spirit of PR equals BPR. The black hole interior then becomes part of the entanglement wedge of the radiation. Inspired by this, we propose a new rule for computing the entropy of quantum systems entangled with the gravitational system, which involves searching for islands and determining the entanglement wedge. First of all, wormhole by a double trace deformation. Okay, I will continue this later because this will be the next one. Let's move de facto part 47. I will continue it a little bit because it's very intriguing. Okay, this is really part 47 of the Origin XE series, but because I am adding on to part 40, which the original version was corrupted, I saved this. It's labeled as 40C. So we were talking about holographic theory and quantum entanglement, which there have some new breakthrough discoveries. Currently, I'm reading with paper aspects of holographic entanglement. This is an extended version of our short report where an holographic interpretation of entanglement entropy in conformal field theories is proposed from ABS, CF2, and diversity conformal field theory correspondence. In addition to a concise review of relevant recent progress on entanglement entropy and details noted in the earlier letter, this paper includes the following new results. Give a more direct derivation of our claim which relates the entanglement entropy with the minimal area surface in the ADS3 CFP2 case, as well as some further discussions on higher dimensional cases. Also, the relation between the entanglement entropy and central charges, and for the conformal field theory is examined. We check that the logarithmic part of the 4D entanglement entropy computed in the CFT side agrees with the ADS5 result, at least for a specific condition. Finally, we estimate the entanglement entropy of math theories in generic dimensions by making these proposals. Okay, now let's get to the articles. Notice that about neutron wormholes allow information to the black holes. Physicists theorize that a new traversal behind the wormhole could resolve the Doppler paradox and rescue information that falls into black holes. Simplest theoretical wormholes immediately collapse and disappear before anything can get through. Kip Thorne wondered whether it might be possible for an advanced sci-fi civilization to stabilize a wormhole long enough for something or someone to traverse it. He figured out that such a civilization could in fact align the flow of a wormhole with exotic material. He calculates the tendency to collapse. The material will possess negative energy, which will direct radiation and will repulse space-time apart from itself. Reagan used this trick in contact attributing the invention of exotic material to an area of lost civilization to avoid getting into the Meanwhile, those particulars enthralled Thorne with students and many other physicists spent years exploring traversable wormholes and their theoretical implications. They discovered that these wormholes can fill with time machines and multi-time travel paradoxes, which were evidence that galactic material is forbidden in nature. Maybe not. Now, decades later, a new species of traversable wormholes emerged through the galactic material with their potential for helping physicists resolve the fractal paradox about black holes. Things that fall into black holes seem to vanish without a trace. This polarization of information breaks the rules of quantum mechanics and it so puzzles experts in recent years. Some argue that black holes in theory don't really exist, but space and time strangely end at the horizon. Where your findings started last year, paper. Okay, so this is part 47, also part 40D, which are continuing off from 40. So, consider either way. This may or may not be the last version of this series. I'm not sure because there's a lot more that I need to go through. Anyway, the first paper I'm going to read from is talking about holographic theory and time notice combined. This is an extended version of the short report where holographic interpretations of time number entropy and conformal field theory was proposed from ABS CFP about considering conformal field theory correspondence. In addition to a concise review of relevant recent progress on the time limit entropy and details omitted in the earlier letter, this paper includes the following several new results. A more direct derivation of our code which relates the entanglement entropy with the minimal area surfaces in the ABS3 CFD2 case, as well as some further discussion from higher dimensional cases. Also, relation between the entanglement entropy and central plugins and theory conformal field theories is examined. We expect that the logarithmic part of the 4D entanglement entropy computed in the CFT side agrees with the ADS5 result, at least under a specific condition. Finally, estimate the entanglement entropy of massive theories in generic dimensions by making use of our proposal. Okay, let's get back to that first article where I was reading about traversable wormholes, which have just been discovered while information to escape black holes. Physicists theorize that a new kind of traversable wormhole could resolve a Doppler paradox and rescue information that falls into black holes. While the simple theoretical wormholes immediately collapsed, it's beautiful anything to get through. Kip Thorne wondered whether it might be possible for an infinitely advanced sci-fi civilization to stabilize the wormhole long enough for something or someone to traverse it. He figured that such a civilization could in fact line the fill of the wormhole with exotic material, but counteracts its tendency to collapse. The material would possess negative energy. It can deflect radiation and repulse space-time apart from itself. Carl Sagan used a trick of contact, attributing the invention of the exact material for an earlier lost civilization to avoid getting into difficult affairs. Meanwhile, those particulars enthralled Kip Thorne, his students, and many other physicists who spent years exploring traversable wormholes and their theoretical implications. They discovered that these wormholes can serve as time machines invoking time travel paradox, evidence that not a material is forbidden in nature, but maybe not, as referenced from an earlier article. Now, decades later, a new species of traversable wormholes emerged, further exotic material and full of potential for helping physicists resolve a baffling paradox about black holes. Paradox is a very problem that plagued the early draft of Contact. There's left Thorne to contemplate traversable wormholes in the first place. Things that fall into black holes seem to vanish without a trace. The total erasure of information breaks the rules of quantum mechanics, and it so puzzles experts that believe that years from the logic black hole theories don't even exist. That space and time strangely in at overlaps. Earlier findings started last year's paper that reported the first traversable wormhole that doesn't require the insertion of exotic materials to facilitate it. They have found that the repulsive negative energy derivatives approach can be generated from the outside by a special quantum connection between the pair of black holes that form the wormhole's two mouths. When the black holes are connected in the right way, something tossed into one will shimmy along the wormhole and, following certain events in the outside universe, exit the second. Remarkably, it was noticed that their scenario is mathematically equivalent to a process called quantum teleportation, which is key to quantum cryptography and can be demonstrated in laboratory experiments. Very interesting. I would say groundbreaking. Black hole and quantum gravity for Caltech as the new traversable wormhole comes as a surprise, with implications for the black hole information paradox and black hole interior. The observer can enter the black hole and the state can tell about what she saw. This suggests that black hole interiors really exist, and that what goes in must come out. How to get a traversable wormhole? The wormhole connects specific locations. Simple theoretical wormholes immediately goes off because the throat is attracted to itself. A quantum connection between the mouths or a throat collapse allows something to travel through the wormhole. The cryptic equation. The new wormhole work began in 2013. The Jaffreys attended an extreme conference. Speaker Juan Lagotina, professor of physics at the Institute of Advanced Studies at Princeton, recently concluded based on very simple arguments that ER equals EPR. That is, wormholes between distant points of space-time, the simplest of which are called Einstein rules of the ER version, are equivalent with an ill-defined way to entangled quantum particles, also known as Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen or EPR pair. The ER equals EPR conjecture posed by Baldacci, Leonard Susskind, Stanford, was a test of the modern incarnation of the infamous black hole information paradox of tiny space-time geometry governed by general relativity, for the instantaneous quantum connections between particles that Einstein called spooky action at a distance. Paradox is used since 1974 when Stephen Hawking determined that black holes evaporate, so giving off heat in the form of particles now known as Hawking radiation. Hawking calculated that this heat is completely random. It contains no information about the black hole's contents. As the black hole brings out of existence, so does the universe's record of everything that went inside. This violates a principle called unitarity, the backbone of quantum theory. It shows that if particles interact, information about them is never lost. Only scramble so that if you reverse the arrow of time in the universe's quantum evolution, these two things unscramble into an exact recreation of the past. Almost everyone believes in unitarity, which means information must escape black holes, but how? In the last 5 years, some theorists at the University of California have argued that black holes are empty shells with no at all. Joseph Koczynski, upon hitting a black hole dynamizer would fizzle into a firewall and radiate out again. The theorists believe in black hole materials and form a transition across the horizon, but in order to understand them, we must discover the bit of information that falls in time. It's critical to building a working quantum theory of gravity, the long-suffering quantum and spin descriptions of nature that come into sharpest relief in black hole integrators. Where extreme gravity acts on quantum scale. The quantum gravity connection is what drew Baldacci and later Jeffreys to the ER equals EPR idea and to wormholes. The implied relationship between space-time and quantum entanglement imposed by ER equals EPR resonated with the popular recent group that spaces initially reached into existence by quantum entanglement. Seems that wormholes had a role to play in stitching together space-time and in letting black hole information worm its way out of black holes. But how might this work? When Jeffreys heard Baldacci talk about a specific equation and the evidence for it, he was aware that a Stanford ER wormhole is unstable and non-traversable. He wondered what Baldacci's duality would mean for a traversable wormhole after once explored and others played with decades ago. 3 years after that talk, Jeffreys and his collaborators presented their answer. The work extends the ER equals EPR idea by equating not a standard wormhole and a pair of particles, but a traversable wormhole and quantum teleportation. A protocol discovered in 1993 that allowed the quantum system to disappear and reappear unscathed somewhere else. Baldacci read the paper and viewed it as a very nice idea, but the idea after someone tells you it's obvious. Baldacci and 2 collaborators immediately began exploring the new wormhole's ramifications for the black hole information paradox. Their paper appeared in April. Study of Stanford followed this with a paper about wormhole teleportation in July. The wormhole gives an interesting geometric picture of how teleportation happens in Baldacci's life. The map which actually goes through the wormhole. In their paper diving into the wormholes published by Baldacci, Stanford began to consider a wormhole in the Yukon that connects 2 black holes. The parent black hole and the daughter one formed from half of the quantum radiation given off by the parent balance evaporates. Two systems are as entangled as they can be. Here, the fate of the older black hole's information is clear. It worms its way out of the daughter black hole. During an interview this month in his office, Argentina observed Argentina's American track record of influential insights, described as radical music. On the right side are a top-dusty blackboard mounted to the same picture of two black holes connected by a traversable wormhole. On the left, he sketched a quantum teleportation experiment formed by the famous fictional experiment with Alice and Bob who were in possession of the tangled quantum particles A and B. Say Alice wants to teleport a huge box. She proposed a combined state of Q and A, measures that combined state, reducing it to pair class 6, 1, or 0, and sends the result of this measurement to Bob. We can then use this as a key for operating on B in a way that recreates the state Q. Voila! The unit of quantum information is teleported from one place to the other. Now the finger turned to the right side of the blackboard. You can do operations with a pair of black holes that are barely equivalent to what I discussed about quantum teleportation. And that picture, this message really goes through the world. The Alice goes through the key into black hole A. She then measures the particle of its Hawking radiation A and transmits the results of the measurement to the external universe to Bob, who can use this knowledge to operate on B, the Hawking particle comes out of black hole B. Bob's operation reconstructs Q, which appears to pop out of B a perfect match for the particle that fell into A. This is why some physicists are excited. John Jeffries and Wald wormhole allowed information to be recovered from black holes in their paper that set up their wormhole in the negatively curved space-time geometry that often serves as a useful figure for quantum practice. However, their wormhole ideas seem to extend to the real world as long as two black holes are coupled in the right way. They have to be causally connected, and with the nature of the direction that we took, it's the simplest thing you can imagine, Jeffries. If you allow the Hawking radiation from one of the black holes to fall into the other, the two black holes become entangled, and the quantum information falls into one and exits the other. The quantum teleportation format includes using these traversable wormholes as time machines. Anything that goes through the wormhole has to wait for Alice's message to travel to Bob in the outside universe before it can exit Bob's black hole. The wormhole doesn't offer any superhuman boost that could be exploited for time travel. It seems traversable wormholes might be permitted in nature as long as they offer no speed advantage. Traversable wormholes are like building a basketball. Where you can only get one if you are rich enough to need it. The naive optimist. While traversable wormholes will revolutionize space travel, according to press for the new wormhole discovery, provide a promising resolution to the black hole firewall question, suggesting there is no firewall at black hole horizon. The discovery rescues what we call black hole complementarity, which means the interior black holes are not really two different systems, but rather two very different complementary ways of looking at the same system. If complementarity holds, that we widely assume they will passing across the black hole horizon from one to the other. Contacts every hour wouldn't notice anything strange. It seems more likely if in a certain condition, she could even slide all the way through a Gall-Jeffries wall wormhole. The wormhole also safeguards unitarity. The principle that information is never lost, at least from the time of black hole study. Whether it falls into one black hole, eventually exits the other, as Hawking radiation, Preston said. Which can be thought of in some way as a very thermal copy of the black hole interior. Looking at the findings to their logical conclusion, Preston thinks it ought to be possible for infinitely advanced civilization to influence the interior of one of these black holes by manipulating its radiation. This sounds crazy in an email, but it might make sense if the radiation which is entangled with the black hole EPR as being connected to the black hole interior by wormholes. Yeah. Then tickling the radiation can send a message which can be read from inside the black hole. Oh. Again, we still have a ways to go before we can flesh out this picture in more detail. Indeed, obstacles remain in the quest to generalize the new wormhole findings to a statement about the fate of all quantum information, or the meaning of ER equals EPR. When the Malvicina and Sunstein's paper proposed ER equals EPR, they included a sketch that became known as the octopus. With a black hole with tentacles, wormholes meaning distant Hawking particles that have evaporated out. The wormholes explain that the sketch illustrates the entanglement pattern between the black hole and the Hawking radiation. I remember the weird geometry of a black hole. One Whistler, mathematician and general relativity expert at the University of Wellington, New Zealand, will say wormholes since the 1990s, though the literal reading of the octopus picture doesn't work. The ellipse of wormholes formed from single Hawking particles is so thin that cubics could never fit through. The ellipse of a wormhole is transparent only to wave packets. The size smaller than the float radius. The wave packets will simply bounce off any small wormhole float without crossing to the other side. Anderson co-wrote the recent paper model in a Nash found that this is a problem. It's a simple interpretation of the ER equals ER which each part of Hawking radiation and its own tentacle-like wormhole. However, a more speculative interpretation of EPR that he and others have in mind does not suffer from this failure. The idea is that in order to recover the information from the Hawking radiation using the traversable wormhole, one has to gather the Hawking radiation together and act on it in a complicated way. The complicated collective measurement reveals information about the particles that fell in. Here ends the effect instead of creating large traversable wormholes out of the small and unhelpful optical tentacles. The information will then propagate through this large wormhole. Malvicina added that simply put, the theory of quantum gravity might have a new generalized notion of geometry for which ER equals EPR. Using quantum gravity should obey this principle, he said. He viewed it as the guide disappeared. In 1994, popular science book Black Holes and Time Warps celebrated the style of recently involved in wormhole research. No type of thought experiment pushes along the physics further than the type triggered by Carl Sagan's phone call to me. He wrote, thought experiments that ask what things do the laws of physics permit, and infinitely advanced civilization to do, and what things do the laws forbid. Very interesting. Okay, so these are some of the papers associated with this article. Teleporting an unknown quantum state by geoclassical and Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen channels. An unknown quantum state can be disassembled into the later reconstructed from purely classical information to purely non-classical Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen EPR correlations. So the sender Alice and the receiver Bob must prearrange the sharing of an EPR correlated particle. Alice makes a joint measurement on the EPR particle and the unknown quantum system returns Bob the classical result of the measurement. This Bob can convert the state of his EPR particle to the black record of the unknown state, which Alice displayed. Teleportation through the wormhole. Leonard Susskind. ER equals EPR allows us to think of quantum teleportation as communication of quantum information. Space-time wormholes connected in time systems. This combination for teleportation renders the wormhole traversable so that quantum system entering one end of the ERB will, after a suitable time, appear at the other end. Teleportation requires the transfer of classical information outside the horizon. The bit string carries no information about the teleported system. The teleported system passes through the ERB, leaving no trace outside the horizon. In general, the teleported system will retain memory of what it encounters in the world. This phenomenon could be observable in a laboratory for quantum computers. Very interesting. Okay, so now we are talking about quantum pairs and how they stitch space. There is an unexpected duality between tensor networks to predict properties of exotic materials and string theory approach to black hole physics and quantum gravity. Both something profound. Tensors crop up all over physics. They're simply mathematical objects that represent multiple numbers at the same time. And the vector velocity is a simple tensor, with adapting value for both speed and direction of motion. More complicated tensors come together into networks and used to simplify calculations that are complex systems made of many different interacting parts, including the intricate interactions of the vast number of subatomic particles that make up matter. Adapting tensor networks to cohomology, among other benefits, both could help resolve an ongoing debate about the nature of space. It is the connection to quantum entanglement, Einstein's projection of distance and space-time geometry at the small scale. Wheeler first described the latter as a doubly complex extension. For the geometry of scales comparable to the Planck scale, the shortest possible distance, but it looks less and less like space-time. It's not really geometry anymore, it's something else. Inversion that arises from something more fundamental. Now the problem of what is more fundamental cannot be a strong suspect that is related to quantum information. Without what information being encoded, we mean that we can split a system into parts and there is some correlation on the part, or we learn something about one part or observing another part. This is the essence of entanglement. This is how I used to answer questions on tests, so I wrote down the answer. I would use one question, get information from it, answer another question. So I guess those questions were also entangled. It worked very well. You did very well on those questions. I was able to do that. It is common to speak of fabric of space-time, a metaphor that evokes the concept of weaving individual threads together to form a smooth, continuous form. That thread is fundamentally quantum. Entanglement is the fabric of space-time. It's the thread that binds the systems together that makes the collective properties different from individual properties. See the interesting collective media where you need to understand how that entanglement is distributed. Tensor networks provide a mathematical tool capable of doing that. Space-time arises out of a series of interlinked nodes in a complex network. With individual morsels of quantum information fitted together like Legos. Entanglement is the glue that holds the network together. If we want to understand space-time, we must think geometrically about entanglement. So that is how the information is encoded between the immense number of interacting nodes in the system. Anybody is one network. Not an easy feat to model a complex quantum system. Anything with more than two interacting parts over the challenge. For example, Earth, Moon, and Sun. Three-body problem. Turns a relatively straightforward problem with an exact solution for one that is inherently chaotic, but a long-term prediction require powerful computer system and approximation of the system evolution. The objects in the system know difficult the calculation and not everyone will be usually or nearly so at least in class. Now imagine a quantum system with many billions of atoms, all of which interact with each other according to complicated quantum equations. That's the difficulty of distributing the bubbles in the system, so a brute force approach to calculations doesn't apply. Consider a lump of gold. It is comprised of many billions of atoms, all of which interact with one another. of those interactions and most of those properties of goals of the code that activity. Atoms are tiny little quantum mechanical things, and you can add them together in new and wonderful things. This is still the real quantum mechanics. Physicists need to precisely calculate the wave function that will prevail, which describes the state of the system. That wave function is a many-node hyper of exponential complexity. Even if your lump of gold has just 100 atoms each, with a constant spin, but I think we can have a number of possible points, 2 to the 100th power, or a million trillion trillion. With every other atom, the probability problem grows exponentially worse. Or still, if you can describe anything in addition to atomic spins, which any realistic model would. You can take the entire of this universe and fill it up with our best storage material. The best particle when you combine can only store the state of about 100 states. So this information is good, but it's not all physical. No one has ever measured all these numbers. High-scale networks enable physicists to compress all the information contained within the wave function and focus on just those properties physicists can measure in experiments. How much sugar material bends light, for example, or how much it absorbs sound, or how well it conducts electricity. Just is a black box, a little source that takes in one collection of numbers and spits out again. So it's possible to plug in a simple wave function to that of a many non-interacting electrons, each in its lowest energy state, and run tensors upon the system over and over until the process of the wave function of a large complicated system of the billions of interacting atoms in a lump of gold. The result is a Taylor diagram that represents this complicated lump of gold with integration, much like the development of Feynman diagrams in the mid-20th century, which simplified out physicists that everything particle interaction. Tensor network and geometry just each to achieving the simplification is a principle called locality. Any electron only interacts with its nearest neighboring electrons. And each of many electrons with its neighbors produces a series of nodes in the network. These nodes are the tensors or entanglement links them together. All those interconnected nodes make up the network. But its calculation does become easy to visualize. Sometimes it even reduces the much of the algebra problem. There are many different types of tensor networks, but among the most useful is the one run by the acronym NER, Multi-Scale Entanglement Renormalization AMSAS. Here's how it works in a one-dimensional line of electrons. With 8 individual electrons, they are related A to H, fundamental units of quantum information. It's an entanglement which is nearest to the A entangled with B, C entangled with D, entangled with F, and G entangled with H. This produces a higher level in the network. Now entangle A, B with C, D, and E, F, and G, H. When we get to the next level in the network, finally, A, B, C, D, entangled with E, F, G, H, form the highest layer. In a way, we could say that one uses entanglement to build up to many body wave functions. Physicists are setting up potential with tensor network, such as NERA, to eliminate attached quantum gravity, because the network demonstrates how a single geometric structure can emerge from a complicated interaction between many objects. It is many uses of this emergent geometry that show how it can explain the mechanism by which a smooth continuous spacetime can emerge from the discrete bits of quantum information. Hence, matter physicists inadvertently found an emergent extra dimension where they develop tensor networks. So he yields a two-dimensional system out of one dimension. Meanwhile, gravity fields which attract in a dimension going from 3 to 2 for the development of what's known as the holographic principle. It all joins together, the need in the middle. So the two concepts might connect for a more sophisticated understanding of space-time. In the 1970s, a physicist named Bekenstein showed that the information about black holes material is encoded in a two-dimensional curve to the boundary, rather than the three-dimensional volume, the bulk. Years later, Leonard Susskind and Gerald T. Huck extended this notion to the entire universe, meaning that I can manipulate hologram. our three-dimensional universe and all its code emerges from a two-dimensional source code. In 1997, Ron Wallachino found a concrete example of philosophy in action, demonstrated that a toy model describing a flat space without gravity is equivalent to a description of a saddle-shaped space with gravity. Connection is what physicists call a duality. This is the ADS-CMP correspondence. While for Armstrong in Springfield at the University of British Columbia, Vancouver, tracking the holographic concept to a two-dimensional computer chip, conveying the code for creating a three-dimensional virtual world of a video game. We live within that 3D game space. In one sense, our space is illusory and fundamental image projected into thin air. But as man, Armstrong emphasizing there is still an actual physical thing in your computer that stores all the information. The idea of gaining broad acceptance among theoretical physicists that could still grapple with problems of precisely how a lower dimension would store information about the geometry of space. And Armstrong enacted entanglement creating space-time gravity. On the outside of the figure, the individual particles dots become tangled with each other. And the pairs then become entangled with other pairs. And when more particles become entangled, the three-dimensional structure of space-time emerges. The sticking point is that our metaphorical memory chip has to be a kind of quantum computer, where the traditional 1 0 used to encode information are replaced with qubits capable of being zeros, ones, and everything in between simultaneously. Those qubits must be connected via entanglement. Whereby instead of one qubit, there is determined that data with the neighbor. For any realistic 3D world can be encoded. Similarly, entanglement seems to be fundamental to the existence of space. This is the conclusion reached by a pair of postdocs in 2006, who shared the 2015 Neil Horizons Physics Prize for this work. The idea was that the way that geometry of space-time is encoded has a lot to do with different parts of this memory chip and how they are entangled with each other, and Armstrong explained. Part of their work, as well as those subsequently from Malvicino, in 2010, Van Armstrong proposed a thought experiment to demonstrate the critical role of entanglement in the formation of space-time, pondering what would happen if one cut the memory chip in two, and then remove the entanglement between two pairs of opposite halves. He found that space-time begins to tear itself apart. In much the same way that stretching a wad of string at both ends yields a pinched-looking point in the center as the two halves move further apart. Continuing to split that memory chip into smaller and smaller pieces and unravel space-time until only tiny individual fragments remain that have no connection to one another is sad. If you take away the entanglement, your space-time just falls apart, said Van Armstrong. Similarly, if you wanted to build up a space-time, you'd want to start entangled qubits together in particular ways. Combine those insights Swindel's work connecting the entangled structure of space-time and the holographic principle to tensor networks. Another crucial piece of the puzzle snaps into place. Curved space-time emerges quite naturally from entanglement in tensor networks via holography. All space-time is a geometrical representation of this quantum information. It is like a hologram. Think the matrix. And what does that geometry look like? In the case of how the human satellite space-time, it looks like one of M.C. Escher's circle limit figures from the late 50s and early 60s. Escher had long been interested in order and symmetry, incorporating those mathematical concepts into his art ever since 1936 when he visited the Alhambra in Spain, where he found inspiration in the repeating tiling patterns typical of Moorish architecture known as tessellation. The circle limit will cut out illustrations of hyperbolic geometries negatively curved spaces represented in two dimensions as a distorted disk. Much the reflattening of the two-dimensional map of the Earth distorts the continent. For instance, Circle number 4, Heaven and Hell, features many repeating figures of angels and demons. In truth, hyperbolic space, all the figures would be the same size. The actual representation, those near the edge appear smaller and more pinched, with the figures in the center. The diagram of a tensor network also bears a striking resemblance to the circle limit series. The visual manifestation of these connections will be noticed when he took that fateful string theory class. Today, tensor analysis has been limited to models of space-time like model Siemens, but those of the university inhabit a non-fellowship university research is accelerating. Physicists can only translate to dual models in a few special cases. Ideally, they would like to have a universal dictionary, and they would like to be able to derive the dictionary directly rather than make close approximations. There's a funny situation with these dualities because everyone seems to agree that it's important before they know how to derive them. Maybe the tensor network approach will make it possible to deploy them. I think it would be a sign of progress if we could play even with just a toy model. Aha! Here is the derivation of the dictionary. That would be a strong hint that we are on to something. Over the past year, Single and Ron Stork have collaborated to move their respective work in this area beyond the static picture of space-time to explore how space-time changes over time and how it occurs in response to these changes. Thus far, they have managed to derive Einstein's equation, specifically the equivalence principle, evidence of dynamics of space-time as well as geometry emerge from entangled qubits. It is a promising start. Will the space-time sound like a completely philosophical question mark for us? To actually have some answer to that, one that is concrete and allows you to calculate space-time is kind of amazing. Advances on tensor network theory, symmetry, fermions, entanglement, holography. Let's start the research. This is a short review on selective theory development on tensor network space with strongly correlated systems. Specifically, we briefly review the effect of symmetry, the TN state, fermion, calculation of entanglement, Hamiltonian for projective entanglement, pair space tests, in relation to the multi-scale entanglement renormalization on Sapphira, and the ADS-CFT or dodge gravity duality. We stress the role of entanglement in relation of several physical properties and objects to the TN language. Some recent results along these lines are also discussed. Universality of gravity from entanglement. The entanglement first law in conformal field theories relates to the entanglement entropy of ball-shaped regions will integrate over the same region involving the expectation value of the CFT stress energy tensor for infinitesimal perturbations to CFT vacuum state. In recent work, this was exploited at the order n. In the context of large n holographic CFT, should there any geometry, zero to a perturbed CFT state must satisfy Einstein's equations. Linearized about pure medium anti-Witzer space. In this note, we investigate the implications of the leading 1 and 1 divided by n corrections, the exact CFT conformal field theory result. We show that these corrections give rise to the source term for the gravitational equation for some classical bulk states. The expectation value of the bulk stress energy tensor appears as a source in the linearized equation. In particular, the CFT first law leads to Newton's law of gravitation and the fact that all sources of stress energy source the gravitational field in our derivation. This universality of gravity comes directly from the universality of entanglement, the fact that all degrees of freedom in a subsystem contribute to entanglement entropy. Oh. Okay. Alright, so most of this is done. Now, we're going to move on to space-time, quantum error correcting code. Same code needed for errors of quantum computers may also cure both average of space-time intrinsic robustness. 1994, mathematician and 18 instituted the quantum computers with some of these devices could quickly capture large numbers and create much of modern cryptography. Some of the problem with that is the innate frailty of the physical components. Unlike binary bits, quantum particles that have some probability of being each of two states, designated 0 and 1, same time. With qubits of derived to possible states that are interdependent, each one cancel with all times 1, hinging on those of the other. The contingent possibilities proliferate as the qubits become more and more entangled with each operation. The scaling of this exponential growing number of simultaneous possibilities are what makes quantum computers so powerful. Qubits are laterally error-prone. People's magnetic field of string microwave pulses causing them to undergo bit flips that switch to a chance of being 0 and 1 relative to other qubits. Phase flips that invert the mathematical relationship between those two states. For quantum computers to work side by speeds of detecting information, either one individual qubit can corrupted. What's more, these qubits detect and correct errors without directly measuring the qubits. Since measuring collapse, qubits coexisting possibilities to definite realities. Creating all zeros and ones that can't sustain quantum computations. In 1995, short followed this factor, algorithms never started. The quantum error correcting codes exist. Computer scientists Ahamoff and Michael and other researchers working together proved the other way that these codes theoretically push error rates close to 0. This was the central discovery of the 90s, which convinced people that scalable quantum computing should be possible. And it is merely a staggering problem of engineering. Now, even as small quantum computers are materializing in labs around the world, useful ones that will outclass ordinary computers remain years or decades away. Far more efficient quantum error correcting codes are needed to cope with the daunting code error rates of real qubits. The efforts to design better code was one of the major thrusts of the field, along with improving hardware. The dogged pursuit of these codes in the past quarter century, funding happened in 2014 when tools found evidence of the connection between quantum error and the field of space-time gravity. Therefore, relativity gravity is defined as the fact that space-time and space-time bending around massive objects. The ball tossed in the air travels along a straight line, with space-time which itself bends back towards the earth. The powerful Einstein theory instances believe gravity must have a deeper quantum approach from which the semblance of space-time fabric somehow approaches. By the year 2014, 3 young quantum gravity researchers came to the astonishing realization. They were working in theoretical playground of choice. A toy universe called anti-de-Sitter space that looks like a hologram. The bending fabric of space-time is materially close to the projection that emerges from entangled quantum particles living on its outside boundary. The calculations of this hologram space-time works just like a quantum error correction code. A conjectured joke of high-energy physics, space-time itself is a code. Just like the Matrix. An anti-de-Sitter universe at ADS. Research revealed a rate of activity in the quantum gravity community and new quantum error correcting codes have been discovered that capture more properties of space-time. Quantum error correction explains how space-time achieves its intrinsic robustness despite being woven out of fragile quantum stuff. We're not walking on eggshells to make sure we don't make the geometry fall apart. I think this correct connection with quantum error correction is the deepest explanation we have for why that's the case. The language of quantum error correction is also starting to enable researchers to probe the mysteries of black holes, spherical regions in which space-time curves deeply inward towards the center that not even light can escape. Everything traces back to black holes. These start after the places where gravity reaches exceeded that Einstein's general relativity theory fails. There are some indications, but we understand understand which code space-time implements that might help us in understanding the black hole theory. As a bonus, researchers hope that space-time might also facilitate the scalable quantum computing, including longer vision for sure and others. Space-time is a lot smarter than us, the kind of quantum error correcting code which is implemented in these constructions is a very efficient code. So, how do quantum error correcting codes work? The trick is to protect information in jittery qubits, store it not in individual qubits but in patterns of entanglement among many. As a simple example, consider a 3-qubit code. It uses 3 physical qubits to protect a single logical qubit of information against bit force. The code isn't really useful for quantum error detection because it can protect against phase force, but it's nonetheless instructive. Zero state of the logical qubit corresponds to all 3 physical qubits being in their zero states, and the 1 state corresponds to all 3 being 1s. The system is in a superposition of these states designated 000 plus 111. Let's say one of the qubits split first. How do we detect and correct the error without directly measuring any of the qubits? The qubits can be fed through 2 gates in a quantum circuit. One gate checks the parity of the first and the second physical qubit whether they are the same or different, and the other gate checks the parity of the first and third. First and second, and the first and third. But there's no error. Either the qubits are in the state 000 plus 111, the parity measuring gates that both the first and second and the first and third qubits are always the same. However, the first qubit actually flip flips producing the state 100 plus 011. The gate detects the difference in both of the pairs. The second qubit yielding 010 and the 101, the parity measuring gate detects that the first and second qubits are different and the first and third qubits are the same. If the third qubit flips, the gate indicates being different. These unique outcomes reveal which corrected circuits any needs to be an operation that flips back to the first, second, or third physical qubit without collapsing the logical qubit. Quantum error correction to me is like magic. These qubits the basic building block of quantum computers can exist in multiple states simultaneously but are susceptible to errors. Quantum error correction codes can detect and correct these errors without collapsing the superposition of states needed for quantum computations. Okay, so multiverse many-worlds theory. This is why the superposition doesn't collapse. It's because the environment of each respective universe becomes entangled with itself, so it separates along the second dimension of time, and so there is no interaction between the universe. That's why it doesn't collapse. You can still travel from one to the other, but there is no causal connection between each universe. With errors. Environmental noise can flip a qubit and correct the message it carries, but we can't directly see whether a qubit has flipped or collapsing the superposition. Finding and fixing errors. 3 physical qubits, elementary particles can be used to represent one logical qubit of information while protecting it against error. To detect the fix of error, 2 quantum qubits can directly check whether it is different pairs of physical qubits match. The 2 beads reveal which qubit has flipped, if any. When the flips are clicked to one bead, example a magnetic pulse will go back to the erroneous qubit, keeping the logical qubits stable. The best error corrected codes can typically recover all of the encoded information from slightly more than half of your physical qubits, even if the rest are corrupted. This fact is what printed to Almiri, Don, and Harlow in 2013 quantum error corrected codes might be related to the way anti-nuclear space-time arises from quantum entanglement. It's important to note that ADS space is different from spatial geometry or when considering universe. Our universe is infused with positive vacuum energy when particles can expand without bound, while anti-de Sitter space has negative vacuum energy which gives with the hyperbolic geometry in form of empty edge circle limit design. Specialist temporary creatures become smaller and smaller, moving outward from the circle's center, eventually vanishing from at the curve. Similarly, spatial dimension radiating away from the center of ADS space gradually shrinks and eventually disappears, establishing the universe's outer boundary. ADS space gained popularity among quantum gravity theorists in 1997 after the renowned physicist Juan Bautista discovered that the empty space had gravity and theory's holographically dual. The quantum theory of particles living in lower dimensional gravity-free bound. Here we go. Holograph. Principle again. And exploring how the duality works, as hundreds of physicists have in the past 2 decades, Almerian colleagues noticed that any point in the interior of ADS space could be constructed from slightly more than half of its boundary, just as an optimal quantum error-correcting code. In their major conjecture that holographic space-time and quantum error correction are one and the same, they described how even a simple code could be understood as a 2D hologram. It consists of 3 cube tricks or particles that exist in any 3 states, sitting at equidistant points around a circle. The entangled tree of 2 tricks encode one logical trick corresponding to a single space-time point in the circle's center. The code protects the point against the erasure of any of the 3 cubes. Of course, your point is not much from the universe. In 2015, we found another holographic code. It's named the Happy Code. It captures real properties of ADS space. The code ties space with 5-sided building blocks, little tinker toys. Each tinker toy represents a single space-time point. These tiles would be playing the role of fish in an extra title. In the Happy Code and other holographic error correction schemes that have been discovered, everything inside a region of the interior spacetime called the entanglement wedge can be reconstructed from people to engage the region of the boundary. Overlapping regions of the boundary will have overlapping entanglement wedges. Just as a logical qubit in a quantum computer is reproducible for many different subsets of physical qubits. That's where the error correcting property. Quantum error correction gives us a more general way of thinking about geometry in this code language. The language is said ought to be applicable, in my opinion, in more general situations, in particular to consider universe like ours. That this sort of space, not in spatial boundary, so far proven much harder to understand as a hologram. For now, researchers are sticking with ADS space, which shows many key properties of the considerable but even simpler to study. Both space-time geometry combined with Einstein's theory with simple code in different directions. Perhaps most importantly, both kinds of universes contain black holes. The fundamental property of gravity is that there are black holes. That makes gravity different from the other forms, but for quantum gravity, it's hard. The languages of quantum error correction is provided near describing black holes. The presence of a black hole is defined by the breakdown of crackability. So there are so many errors that you can no longer keep track of what's going on in the bulk of space-time anymore when you get a black hole. Like a sink full of ignorance. Ignorance is now invariably apparent when it comes to black hole material. Stephen Hawking, 1974, attempted to let black holes radiate heat, and this eventually evaporate away, triggers the infamous black hole information paradox, which asks what happens to all the information the black holes follow. Physicists either concentrate gravity to understand how things that fall in black holes also get out. The issue will relate to cosmology and the birth of the universe. The expansion out of a Big Bang scenario is much like gravitational collapse. The black hole in reverse. So we are information out of a black hole. Very interesting duality right there. How does gravity work in the quantum machine? Holographic duality from Shakespeare offers a powerful tool for unraveling the mystery. ADS-3 simplifies the information question. The boundary of an ADS universe is holographic reveals everything in it, black holes and all. The information that falls into a black hole is guaranteed never to be lost. It's always holographically encoded on the universe's boundary. Words to suggest that to reconstruct information about a black hole situation even from the boundary, you need to access a type of qubit throughout roughly 3/4 of the boundary. Slightly more than half is not sufficient anymore. That is, if the need for 3/4 seems to say something important about quantum gravity, but why that fraction comes up, still an open question. That has something to do with the ratio of surface area to volume. 3/4. It's the inverse of 4/3, which is the formula for the surface area of a sphere. 4/3 are 2. So if that's 4/3, the inverse of that is 3/4. So 3/4 seems like an important number. I'm going to have to know that for later. I have something to do with surface area versus volume, which is basically what the holographic principle was all about. In Almary's first film thing in 2012, Emirati physicists and three collaborators deep into the information paradox. Their reasoning suggested that information might be expanded from ever falling into the black hole in the first place by a firewall at the black hole's event horizon. Like most physicists, Almary's ultimately believed black hole firewalls exist, but finding their way around them has proven difficult. Validating quantum error correction is what stops firewalls from forming. But protecting information, even as it crosses black hole horizons. With its sole work, he reported that quantum error correction code is essential for maintaining the smoothness of space-time horizon over two bounced black holes, called a wormhole. He speculates that quantum error correction will prevent firewalls is also how qubits escape a black hole after falling asleep. These strands of entanglement between the inside and outside that are themselves like miniature wormholes. This would resolve Hawking's paradox. This year, the Department of Defense was funding research into holographic space-time, at least only in case of death, there might spin up more efficient error correction codes for quantum computers. On the physics side, it remains to be seen whether considering universes like ours can be described holographically in terms of qubits and codes. The connection is known for a world that is manifestly not our world. The paper last summer took a step in a particular direction with attempt at a primitive holographic system. Researchers are still studying that particular proposal. Precedent is the language for quantum error connection codes will ultimately carry over to actual space-time. There's really entanglement, which is holding the space together. People want to weave space-time together out of little pieces. You have to entangle them in the right way. And the right way is to build a quantum error correcting code. Holographic quantum error correction. Toy models for the bulk boundary correspondence. Each formula of a rapidly solvable toy model with ADS with the correspondence based on the novel construction quantum error correction codes for the tensor network structure. Our loaded log is a special type of tensor with maximum entanglement along any bipartition, which gives rise to an isometry from the bulk target space to the boundary Hilbert space. The entire tensor network is encoded for a quantum error correction code. Like and boundary degrees of freedom will be identified on black for degrees of freedom respectively. These models capture key features of entanglement in the ABS-CFD correspondence. In particular, the formula and the negativity of tripartite information are exactly in many cases that both logical operators can be represented on multiple boundary regions limits the window-wedge reconstruction of boundary operators and both operators. Realizing explicitly the quantum error current key code features of ABS CFD resources both the online and previous article. Quantum error correction and the projected black hole history. The quantum error correction interpretation of ABS-CFP establishes a sense of validity to the bulk boundary dictionary. We show how this property can be utilized to construct a dictionary to operate with the horizons of pure black holes. To demonstrate this within the context of the C1K model, with pure black hole microstates obtained while projecting out a single cell of thermal field double active trade versions thereof. Assuming an array constructed in code with duality between the eternal black hole and the thermal field double, the projection results in the rewiring of the dictionary so as to map the EQ operator to the remaining boundary in a determinable way. We find this dictionary to be sensible to the implemented projection rather than reminiscent previous state of construction for the black hole interior. We also comment on how the fluidity of the dictionary can be used to transfer information between two black holes into one wormhole, relating the idea of entanglement, the edge reconstruction, and the Haven-Preston decoding criteria. This is an abstract. We propose a new example of entanglement moving space-time together, satisfying a series of checks of the corresponding Newman and Rana entropy. A conjectured duo of considered d plus 1 dimensions involves two coupled CFT sectors constrained by residual g-dimensional gravity, and the two cases of gravitational constraints in CFT spectrum relatively tractable. We identify a finite portion of each CFT Hilbert space relevant to consider. Its maximum energy level coincides with transition to the universal Carty mediator for theories of the large central charge and partial spectrum derived by Hyman, Keller, and Silicon. These reactions between the two CFTs derived previously for other reasons to the maximally mixed state upon tracing out all the two sectors we derive the demonstrated holographic entropy. The resulting entanglement entropy matches the given cost level for dissimilar entropy, including the universe of both numerical coefficient. Finally, in terms of the Kiyosaki model of entropy, in terms of the way advancing entropy and still the time evolution of the entanglement entropy. Both locality of quantum error correction in ABS-CFT. We put on connection to the emergence of both locality in ABS-CFT and the zero quantum error correction. Both motions of the calculations working from the radial direction of the holographic entry down to all the natural CFT interpretations and the language of quantum error correction. We also showed that the question of whether both operator reconstruction works only with the causal wedge or any over the external surface. And it was related to the question of whether or not the quantum error collecting code realized by ADS-CFT is also quantum supercharged. Potential network calculation that makes up the issue. Interestingly, the version of quantum error correction is best suited for our analysis of the somewhat constant operator algorithm quantum error correction of what you can have been Crips. However, both will be the precise formulation of the idea of subregion duality with ADS-CFT and clarify formal subregion. Okay, so this is where I'll leave off for this part. Obviously, there's a lot more to do, but I will continue this later in the next section. I am continuing off from 40C and D, so this will be 40E. In reality, this is part 48 of the origin series. So we're continuing on with these articles on entanglement and quantum mechanics, relativity, and gravity theory. So to sum it up, what we found so far is that the fundamental level, space-time is stitched together by all particles that are entangled with each other like a tapestry and a fabric woven throughout the universe. This fabric is hidden inside wormholes which are embedded into space-time, which is not fundamental but an emergent creation of this entanglement, in which quantum mechanics, gravity, relativity, all join together to keep the universe firm. Now, an intriguing part, which we just learned in the previous section, is that there are quantum correction codes built into space-time that allow everything to stay together so that when little holes pop up or little tears, they are quickly stitched back together again, a la the Matrix. Very interesting. And the fact is that the universe itself is a giant quantum computer, and perhaps the whole omniverse, the cosmic quantum computer of which we are a part. So the wormholes, not only are they the lifeblood of the omniverse, they are also the thread that holds everything together. Entanglement, or the quantum mechanical version of wormholes, and teleportation is the quantum mechanical version of non-local travel through wormholes. Now, this article that I'm reading now is called The Universality of Gravity from Entanglement. The entanglement first law in conformal field theories relates the entanglement entropy for a ball-shaped region to an integral over the same region involving the expectation value of the CFT conformal field theory stress energy tensor for infinitesimal perturbations to the CFT vacuum state. In recent work, this was exploited at leading order in N in the context of large N holographic CFTs. There we go again, the holographic principle, back again, to show that any geometry dual to a perturbed CFT state must satisfy Einstein's equations, linearized about pure ADS anti-de Sitter space. In this note, we investigate the implications of the leading 1 divided by n corrections to the exact CFT result. We show that these corrections give rise to the source term for the gravitational equation for semi-classical bulk states. The excitation value of the bulk stress energy tensor appears as a source in the linearized equations. And in particular, the CFT first law leads to the law of gravitation and the fact that all sources of stress energy sources the gravitational field. In our derivation, this universality of gravity comes directly from the universality of entanglement. The fact that all degrees of freedom in a subsystem contribute to entanglement entropy. What all does this mean? The fact is that one of the aspects of the matrix was that the entire code was written on a surface that was one dimension less than the dimension of the space that it was describing. So what you have is a situation where the entire code of the universe, perhaps the omniverse itself, is written on the boundary of the said omniverse. It's very similar to the holographic principle regarding black holes because we ourselves are inside a black hole, inside this universe. So on the boundary is written the entire code for everything that occurs inside, which is known as the bulk. So the three-dimensional boundary contains the entire code of the universe, out of which the three dimensions are constructed. And how does this happen? This happens because of quantum mechanics, entanglement, wormholes, and gravity. Okay, so let's get to the articles. So, there's a whole bunch that I have to do today, so I'm going to try to knock them off one by one. First, how holography could help solve quantum gravity. The latest campaign to reconcile Einstein's theory of gravity with quantum mechanics. Many physicists are studying how a higher dimensional space that includes gravity arises like a hologram from a lower dimensional particle theory. That would be quantum mechanics. ADS-CFT, anti-de Sitter space conformal field theory. How does gravity work at the particle level? The question is some physicists, since general relativity and quantum mechanics revolutionized the discipline about a century ago. One challenge is the relative weakness of gravity compared with the other three forces in this atomic realm. If gravity exerts an unmistakable influence on macroscopic objects, it has a negligible effect at the particle level. So it can't be studied how it works at that scale. General relativity paints a continuous picture of space-time, while quantum mechanics everything is quantized, discrete chunks. Incompatibility leads physicists to suspect that a more fundamental theory is needed to unify all four forces and describe them at all scales. One relatively recent approach makes use of a holographic duality from string theory called the ADS-CFT correspondence. This connects a lower dimensional particle theory to a higher dimensional space that includes gravity. This holographic duality has become a powerful theoretical tool in the quest to understand quantum gravity and the inner workings of black holes and the Big Bang, where extreme gravity operates at tiny scales. So now, we've also discovered a mysterious mathematical pattern that has been discovered in spheric settings. In the energy spectrum of heavy atomic nuclei, a function related to the distribution of prime numbers, independent bus system in Mexico, spectral measurements of the internet, Arctic ponds, human bones, and the color-sensitive clone cells in chicken eyes. mysterious pattern that somehow connects a bus system in Mexico and chicken eyes to quantum physics as number theory. All complex correlated systems from Arctic meltdowns to the Internet appear to be governed by the same math as a random matrix. The red pattern exhibits a precise balance of randomness and regularity known as universality, which has been observed in the spectrum of many complex correlated systems. In this spectrum, a mathematical formula called the correlation function gives the exact probability of finding two lines spaced a given distance apart. Each of these systems has a spectrum, sequence like a barcode representing data such as energy levels, zeta 0, bus departure times, or signal speeds. In all the spectra, the same distinctive pattern appears. The data seems haphazardly distributed, yet neighboring lines repel one another, lending a degree of regularity to their spacing. This fine balance between chaos and order, which is defined by a precise formula, also appears in a purely mathematical setting. It defines the spacing between the eigenvalues or solutions of a vast matrix filled with random numbers. And again, regardless of their specific characteristics, the random matrices are bound to exhibit the same chaotic yet regular pattern in the distribution of their eigenvalues. That's why it's called universality. It conforms to a variety of numerical distributions and symmetry rules. This seems to be a law of nature. Universality is thought to arise when a system is very complex, consisting of many parts that strongly interact with each other to generate a spectrum. The pattern emerges in the spectrum of random matrix, for example, because the matrix elements all enter into the calculation of that spectrum. Universality is much more widespread. Random matrices are toy systems that are interesting as they can be rigorously studied, while also being rich enough to model real-world systems. The more complex the system, the more robust its universality should be. This is because we believe that universality is a typical behavior. In many simple systems, individual components can exert too great an influence on the outcome of the system taking the spectral pattern. With larger systems, no single component dominates. It's like if you have a room with a lot of people and you decide to do something, the personality of one person isn't that important. Whenever a system exhibits universality, the behavior acts as a signature certifying that the system is complex and correlated enough to be treated as a random matrix. This means that you can use a random matrix to model it. You can compute other parameters of the matrix model and use them to predict that the system may behave as the parameters you computed. This technique is enabling scientists to understand the structure and evolution of the internet. Certain properties of the vast computer network, such as the typical size of a cluster of computers, can be closely estimated and measurable properties of the corresponding random matrix. People are very interested